Chapter 83, Meeting Face to Face. Chapter 83, Meeting Face to Face. The journey continued. Shi Yin lost his carriage, so he had to make do with a horse to mediate. But he still found a way to continue practicing Every night, whenever he had free time, he would make an excuse to leave and put into action the knowledge gained throughout the morning. However, every time he tried to join the result was always a failure. The merging of was very difficult. Every time he formed and he was unable to project them simultaneously. Either that the was executed first or the suddenly lashed out. If one wanted to merge them to form the true, the very first step would be to execute both types of seals simultaneously. Only if this was achieved could they be formed. This required extreme control. It has to be mentioned that the condensing of his profound qi and the negative energies must be synergetic. Existence of any flaw was out of question. Shi Yin was aware of this. However, every time he tried to put his thoughts into action, he found the process to be very difficult, and all his attempts ended in total failure. Noting that they were getting nearer to the dead swamp day by day, Shi Yin stopped his practice. After all, the simultaneous consumption of profound qi and negative energy was huge. Every time he practiced, his body would weaken for a while, especially when forming It required using first, however there would always be some backlash. In order to be in top condition while in the dead swamp, Shi Yin reluctantly stopped his attempts. Determined that he wasn't going to stress out anymore, Shi Yin was more relaxed. As he no longer spent his time in meditation for the upcoming journey, he had plenty of time to interact with the two girls, Wu Yunlian and Zhuo Shi. While traveling together for some time, Shi Yin gained some understanding of Wu Yunlian and Zhuo Shi. They didn't especially get along very well, but they didn't have any conflicts either. On this day, Shi Yin was riding his horse alongside the carriage of Zhuo family. His expression was serene, and he was still deep in thought about Young master, we're here. At this moment, Han Feng pointed forward and said quietly, the people from Misty Pavilion are already waiting. Shi Yin stared and gazed into the distance, spotting 3 black dots. Wu Yunlian also stuck her head out, looking into the distance. She then whispered, everyone be careful. Misty Pavilion is an outsider to us. That woman can reach the sky realm, so let's just watch out. Hearing that, everyone nodded. Shi Yin, however, furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't know how Xia Xianyan would react after seeing him. On that day, before Xia Xianyan fainted, she had clearly seen him. Xia Xianyan definitely knew now why she was at the Misty Rain house. During this meeting, who knows if Xia Xianyan would interrogate him or not. But Shi Yin wasn't particularly worried. At the Misty Rain house, the only time he really violated Xia Xianyan was when she was unconscious. Xia Xianyan should not know what he had done. Xia Xianyan never separated far from Shi Yin and the rest. Although she had nonchalantly tossed out the half part of the map, inwardly, she was still cautious of them. She was constantly on guard towards the Shi and Zhuo families in order to prevent them from taking any covert action without her knowledge. That day, when Shi Yin had commented on her, she had heard it clearly. She was naturally agitated from inside. But when she saw Shi Yin, she recognized him as the one who had brought her to the brothel. This made her even angrier. What happened that day was deeply imprinted in her memory. Many times in the past several nights, whenever Xia Xianyan woke, she would still feel herself lying in the Misty Rain house. And whenever she thought about it, she would imagine herself lying unconscious on the ground while that guy enjoyed himself with the 2 prostitutes right in front of her. She felt unreasonably angry. Finally, Shi Yin was right in front of her. Xia Xianyan only glanced at Shi Yin once. Then she pointed at him and said coldly, "You follow me. I have some things to ask you." Wu Yunlian, Zhuo Shi, and Han Feng were all shocked. They looked at Xia Xianyan weirdly, not understanding why she would want to talk with Shi Yin alone, instead of asking for Qi Zhao's whereabouts. Shi Yin had already expected her to do that, so he nodded and said calmly, "Okay." Shi Yin's attitude made Wu Yunlian and the rest even more confused. Han Feng was stupefied for a second, slightly worried. Young master. It's all right. Shi Yin waved his hand and left along with Xia Xian Yin. Shortly, the two arrived under an old tree. That day it was you, right? Xia Xian Yin's bright eyes looked straight at him and asked indifferently. That day at the brothel, while I was unconscious, you did that with the two prostitutes. Xia Xian Yin secretly clenched her teeth. You are the most perverted bastard. Shi Yin couldn't help but laugh. He nodded and said calmly, I'm a man. This is my nature. There's nothing to be ashamed of. But I don't suppose I did anything to you. In fact, I saved your life. That night, if you weren't at the brothel, the Biming family might have found you. On that note, you should thank me. Xia Xian Yin was a bit stunned. It seemed she didn't expect Shi Yin to honestly admit his lechery in front of her. Xia Xian Yin was in a fix, and her expression was changing continuously. It was as if she very much wanted to scold Shi Yin, but didn't know where to start. To scold him that he's perverted? Well, he's already admitted that. He's already so shameless. What's the use in scolding him further? Xia Xian Yin felt agitated for no apparent reason. After a long while, she frustratingly shook her head and said, You did save me, but I'm not grateful to you. What happened that night, I don't want anyone to know. Do you understand? Xia Xian Yin's beautiful eyes were cold. Her intention of a threat was clear. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Shi Yin's expression was indifferent. That night, did you do anything else to me? Xia Xian Yin's eyes suddenly showed a little panic. Anything else? Shi Yin was stunned, his face full of confusion. Like what? Listening to this, Xia Xian Yin was rage from inside, and she was continuously repeating the word calm inside her mind. She took some deep breaths, and finally he said in a cold tone, I'm saying, did you have any ill intentions of me? Of course, yeah. Shi Yin whispered in his mind, but on the surface he looked serious and shook his head. No, I'm not a reckless person. You are not a reckless person? Xia Xian Yin was staring at Shi Yin. She suddenly realized that she was very easily getting angry when near this person. Clenching her teeth, she sneered and said again, A perverted bastard who thought of seeking pleasure in a brothel while his family was in a death battle with their enemies. And you say you're not a reckless person? Isn't this really the funniest thing? It's just a normal physiological need. Shi Yin said indifferently. Xia Xian Yin started at him blankly, her eyes repeatedly showing feelings of disgust and anger. Xia Xian Yin slightly waved her hand as if she wanted to say no more. Finally, she said, I wish you forget everything that happened that night. You saved my life once, and I will remember that. During this exploration of the gate of heaven, I will make sure to do whatever I can to keep you safe. After that, we're even. Xia Xian Yin could not bear to stay any longer. She turned around and left straight back along the path she came. She was still filled with anger, but there was nowhere for her to release it. Then I will thank you in advance. Shi Yin shouted loudly towards a retreating figure. A smile still lingered on his lips, as if he had no idea how annoyed Xia Xian Yin was. In the mass of dark clouds on the sky, a 10-meter-long, level 5 demon beast, a wind eagle, floated in the clouds. Biming Shang, Biming Suin Koei, Jiu Shan, Muyu Dai, and Dialan sat together on the wind eagle. Biming Shang sat on the head of the wind eagle. He reached his head out to look down at Shi Yin and the rest, who looked as small as ants. Then with a deep voice he said, They should be going to the dead swamp. Grandpa, when should we show up? Wait until they arrive at their destination. Biming Shang furrowed his brows and said, Qi Xiao should be appearing soon. Qi Xiao is a true sky realm warrior, and he might discover us. Let's go. We should leave in advance. Muyu Dai clenched her fist, her bright eyes filled with hope. The wind eagle suddenly flew off and quickly became a black as it swiftly flew towards the dead swamp, not leaving any trace of its passing. Chapter 84, The Dead Swamp. Chapter 84, The Dead Swamp. Qi Xiao arrived 2 days later. and thus the team to explore the gate of heaven was complete. The dead swamp was comprised of thousands of swamps of all different sizes. These had existed for centuries. Whoever stepped into these would most likely be unable to escape and eventually drown. It was hard to travel in the swamps, so the carriage and horses were left at the entrance, and the team started walking into the dead swamp. Once they stepped into it, Yin was on alert so as to avoid any dangers. There were endless green swamps in the dead swamp, of which many of them were emitting a green-colored air. In some places, the air was so poisonous that people would rot to death as soon as they inhaled it. Apart from the swamps and poisonous air, there were also demon beasts. The demon beasts had adapted to the environment. They would usually hide in the swamps and jump out to attack whenever people passed by. Qi Xiao and Xia Xian Yin were taking the lead and avoiding all the small-sized swamps. Qi Xiao was a sky realm warrior, so he could avoid the swamp by flying in the air. Though he didn't feel fear, the others did. Even Xia Xian Yin could only reach sky realm when she operated her incarnation martial spirit. Only then could she fly. However, every time Xia Xian Yin used her incarnation martial spirit, her vitality would be damaged. Therefore, Xia Xian Yin rarely used it unless it was an emergency. She was quite cautious along the way, following Qi Zhao's lead. Shi Yan's realm was the lowest among them, and so was his knowledge about this world. Thus, after they entered the dead swamp, he kept mute, carefully observing the dangers in the swamp, as well as Qi Xiao and other people's reactions. There is a 3-mile-long swamp in front of us, which we can't avoid. Qi Xiao paused, standing on a wet area, and frowned. This swamp should be the safest one around this area. Be careful. We need to take the risk this time. Wearing a rigid face, Shi Yin observed the swamp in front of him with furrowed brows. The swamp was 3 miles long and filled with green mud, at the center of which there were pieces of dry land, enough for 2 or 3 people to stand on. Some of those dry lands were dozens of meters away, while some were only 2 or 3 meters apart. It would only be safe to pass this swamp by walking on the dry areas. However, Qi Zhao's next statement crashed his plans. Don't even hope that the dry areas could hold people. It will sink even faster once you step on some of them. Many of those dry patches just float on the swamp and can't sustain any weight. Once you step on it, it will quickly sink. Shi Yin turned serious in surprise, not saying anything. Don't worry, I will test every dry area so that you can walk on the solid ones. Qi Xiao saw through their worries and smiled. You guys just need to follow me. It will be fine. But some of the dry areas are quite small. They may support my weight, but not 3 or 4 people. So we still need to be careful. Everybody nodded with a rigid face. Even Zhuoshi, who was quite relaxed before, got a little nervous and observed the dry lands before her cautiously. Miss Xia, there may be a lot of danger. Could you help me with your sky realm energy? Qi Xiao hesitated and looked to Xia Xian Yin. Xia Xian Yin's crystal eyes showed hesitation behind her veil. After a thought, she said, Mr. Qi Xiao, if you can handle it by yourself, please do so. I will be quite weak for a while after using my sky realm energy. I want to save my energy for the 9-headed sky snake, but not these swamps. Hearing that, Zhuoshi and Wu Yunlian secretly frowned. They assumed she didn't want to help and regard them as her friends. Therefore, they were a little disappointed, though they didn't show it. Qi Xiao didn't mind, though, as he nodded. Well then, let me do it. But you have to be more careful since Miss Xia isn't able to help. Don't step anywhere randomly without my confirmation. It will be tough, even for me, to save you once you sink into the mud. The group nodded together seriously. Follow me. Qi Xiao took a light breath and flew over and landed on a dry patch. He placed one foot on it, and it sank immediately into the mud. Shi Yan's expression changed slightly, with solemnness crossing his eyes. He suddenly realized that this journey may not be as smooth as he had imagined. Thus, he had to be more focused. Qi Xiao was calm. Seeing the earth sink, he remarked, You see, this piece can't even hold one person. If you jump onto it, you will sink with it. While talking, he flew up again and landed on another piece of dry land. That piece was quite solid, not sinking at all. This is okay, but still be careful. It may be dangerous if more people land on it. Qi Xiao stamped as he reminded others. The land under him shook and slowly sank again. This can support 3 persons. No more than 3 people can stand on it when you pass through. Qi Xiao explained and flew out again. Using the same method, he tested more dry patches. Waiting until Qi Xiao flew 100 meters away, Xia Exanyin said calmly, "Let's go." Then she moved her well-shaped body and lightly dropped on that dry area. After a second, she moved again to the next safe area and advanced after Qi Xiao swiftly. The 2 huge men who were following her didn't hesitate either, as they stepped one after another onto the dry areas to keep up with her. Zhou Shi, Wu Yunlian, and Chu Ping followed up, lining along the road where Xia Xianyin had passed. "Young master, after you." Han Feng bowed to Shi Yin. "Be careful." Shi Yin nodded, skipped forward, and slowly moved after Zhou Shi. There was a light acidic smell upon the swamp. After they advanced in the swamp for a mile, Shi Yin found some green bubbles rising out from it, and green gas appeared as the bubbles exploded. "Be careful, that green gas is poisonous. Don't breathe in." Qi Zhao's voice came from ahead. "We are all at high realm, so it wouldn't be a problem for us to hold our breath for a while. I will find the way as soon as possible. Please follow up." Qi Xiao didn't stop advancing as he was talking. Hopping on and off the dry areas, he kept reporting, "This is okay. But be careful, it can only contain 2 people." Shi Yin focused his eyes on Qi Xiao and remembered his steps by heart. At that time, he quite admired the warriors at Sky Realm, for they could fly over this swamp without suffering so much trouble. His desire for more strength and to reach a higher realm became much stronger. With Qi Xiao ahead of them, the group found it much easier to advance. Everybody, except Qi Xiao, was rather relaxed. They were all safe in this dangerous swamp where numerous warriors had lost their lives. However, just as they were about to exit this swamp, Qi Xiao's expression changed as he screamed, "Watch out! Something's in the mud!" Pop! 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 3 demon beasts wrapped in mud suddenly rose up from the swamp and jumped toward Shi Yin and Xia Exanyin. This type of demon beast looked like loaches with needle-like teeth and sharp bones on their back. 3 demon beasts jumped out of the mud, as 2 of them dashed toward Xiao Exanyin and the other one toward Shi Yin. Shi Yin looked calm. Just as the demon beast was about to touch him, he stretched out his right hand, which petrified immediately and operated as toward that beast. Chi! The demon beast bit Shi Yan's right arm, but couldn't crush it. On the contrary, its head was pierced by Shi Yan's fingers. Green blood oozed out of its head before collapsing into the swamp. Boom, boom. 2 huge booms came from Xia Exanyan's side. Shi Yin turned back to find that the 2 demon beasts had exploded before they could approach Xia Exanyan and fell into the swamp. A numb feeling came from his right palm, which was covered by green blood. Shi Yin frowned and took out a soft rag from his bag to wipe the blood away. One after another, odd demon beasts showed up from the green, bubble-covered swamp, their numbers reaching about 100 by a rough count. Those demon beasts gazed at them with hatred, as if they were about to pick someone to eat. "Shi Yin, did you get any green blood from the green loach on your skin?" Qi Xiao suddenly screamed from the front of the troop. Shi Yin wiped the green blood away casually and turned his eyes to Qi Xiao. "What's wrong with it?" "The green loach has too much poisonous gas in its body, so their blood is poisonous too and will rot your skin." Qi Xiao was rather regretful. "I had meant to tell you after we passed this swamp, for the green loach rarely appears in this area." "Qi Xiao, what are you doing here again?" A hairless, ugly man covered in mud slowly stood up from the swamp. As half of his body appeared, he stared at Qi Xiao and scolded, "Last time you stole my green herb. Now what do you want again?" Chapter 85, A Co-Master. Chapter 85, A Co-Master. This hideous-looking strange man could easily navigate through the mud, and the dark green scales on his body made him more frightening. As he shouted in anger, the poisonous miasma in the surroundings all began to gather at their location. The dense miasma concentrated around the group and continued to condense into a dense fog. Walala! Drops of green poisonous water clattered down all of a sudden. A poisonous rain fell upon this swamp. Qi Zhao's expression changed as he yelled, "Zhua Qi, don't you dare make a fuss." At the same time, Qi Zhao took out a small curtain and expanded it at once, covering the whole group. The poisonous rain fell on the silver curtain and trailed through the edges, immediately emitting poisonous fumes when falling in the swamp. Silver curtain. Face twisted, the ugly man shouted, "You took out your silver curtain? Qi Zhao, you must want to have a good fight with me this time." "Stop it." Seeing the ugly man, Zhua Qi, about to act, Qi Zhao hurried to stop him. "Zhua Qi, you are mistaken about me this time. I haven't come here to fight with you, but the nine-headed sky snake. And I only took out my silver curtain to block the snake's poison, not to trap you." "I don't buy it." Zhua Qi laughed coldly. "You want to fight the nine-headed sky snake alone? Who would even believe that? Humph! You have no grudge against the nine-headed sky snake. You must have come for me." After a grunt, Zhua Qi immersed one hand into the swamp and soon, streams of odd green light shot into the mud. One after another, mud dragons jumped out of the swamp. They were as thick as a human waist and were about 10 meters tall, trying to bite their group. Zhua Qi could not only control the miasma in the dead swamp, but could also control the mud. Shi Yan's expression changed slightly, as he didn't expect themselves facing such a tough enemy right at the beginning of their journey. He was immediately vigilant, circulating his profound qi and prepared to attack those mud dragons. Those mud dragons flew out from the swamp swiftly and moved towards the group from all directions. It was quite magnificent. The dry land on which the group was currently standing on was continuously sinking into the swamp under Zhua Qi's control. Xia Xianyan's eyes turned icy as she decided to use her incarnation martial spirit. "Zhua Qi, believe me, I haven't come for you." Qi Xiao yelled anxiously. Qi Xiao was fully assured that he could beat Zhua Qi, but the consequence to their group would be dreadful. He firmly believed that once they entered into battle, only he and Xia Xianyan could withstand Zhua Qi's attacks. "Shi Yan, come here. I will protect you." Xia Xianyan glanced over him and said without any emotion. Han Feng and Ku Long were surprised and looked at Xia Xianyan in confusion. So were Wu Yunlian and Zhua Shi. It was unreasonable that Xia Xianyan would try to protect Shi Yan. Shi Yan dared not take the risk, so he hopped through the dry lands to Xia Xianyan's side. "Zhua Qi," Qi Xiao was astounded. "The gate of heaven is in the Yin Valley. I came for the nine-headed sky snake." "Stop now." "What?" Zhua Qi was quite surprised as he screamed. "The gate of heaven? Yes, we got a treasure map, and the gate of heaven turned out to be located in the Yin Valley." Qi Xiao had to tell him the truth. Zhua Qi was stunned and then giggled cunningly. As he was giggling, the green miasma in the air began to float away from the group. As the green miasma dispersed, the poisonous rain stopped as well. The flying mud dragons turned back to mud and fell into the center of the swamp. Hundreds of green loaches which were rushing up also stopped as they saw the mud dragons disappear. Under Zhua Qi's order, they went back under the mud as well. Zhua Qi then stopped. Qi Xiao was relieved and stretched his hand up into the air and shrunk the curtain, finally falling into his palm. The swamp went back to serenity. Even the green bubbles gradually disappeared. The dangerous swamp suddenly became quiet. "I know you want to beat the nine-headed sky snake too." Qi Xiao grunted and reproached in a rage. "I bet you would have regretted it if you had stopped too late." As he was speaking, he looked at Xia Xianyan. Qi Xiao could compete with Zhua Qi alone, and with Xia Xianyan of the Sky Realm, Zhua Qi would have been in great trouble. Zhua Qi looked towards Xia Xianyan as he noticed Qi Xiao's gaze and frowned. He could feel a stream of forceful power subsiding in her body. Just from a glance, Zhua Qi noticed that this woman was unmanageable and she was operating some tricks secretly. Shi Yin stood by Xia Xinyin with a gloomy face, still gazing at Zhuo Qi vigilantly. Without taking a look at Shi Yin, Xia Xinyin said calmly, "Mr. Qi Xiao, can you introduce this swamp master to us? He is just a co-master." Qi Xiao shook his head with disdain, glancing at Zhuo Qi, who was rather unhappy with him, and said, "Zhuo Qi is active in the outer area of the dead swamp, where there are small swamps and miasma. However, at the center of the dead swamp, that is to say, the Yin field, the nine-headed sky snake takes control. There is no way he could take charge there." "Qi Xiao, the Yin field is mine." Zhuo Qi suddenly cried out, "My father practiced there. I will get it back sooner or later." "Till you get it back." Qi Xiao smirked and nodded to Xia Xinyin. "Miss Xia, walk to the bank now." Xia Xinyin nodded, glanced at Shi Yin with her brows furrowed, and said indifferently, "Leave now." "Okay." Shi Yin responded casually and hopped through the dry lands where Qi Xiao had tested to a muddy area ahead, and soon he was ashore. Zhuo Qi grunted, moved his muddy body swiftly in the swamp, and also reached the shore. But half of his body was still in the swamp, for he was still a little suspicious of Qi Xiao. "Shi Yin, how are you now? The blood of the green loach didn't hurt you? Do you need Zhuo Qi's help you remove it?" Qi Xiao asked, as he suddenly recalled the incident. Standing there, Shi Yin looked down to his palm and shook his head. "I'm fine." His immortal martial spirit had cleaned the poison before he knew it. Hearing that, Qi Xiao and Zhuo Qi looked at him in surprise. Only these two knew that a human realm warrior would suffer fatigue for at least one day after touching the green loach's blood. Others didn't know about the blood, so they didn't care much and walked ahead. Soon, Zhuo, Han Feng, and others also got out of the swamp and landed ashore. "Qi Xiao, you really came for the snake?" Zhuo Qi raised his head and asked, while half of his body was still in the mud. "Behave yourself for the rest of our journey. Take the lead if you want to fight the snake." Qi Xiao nodded. "Sure. Of course I will help if your goal is the snake." Zhuo Qi was cooperative this time. "I will send you to the Yin field nice and safe. But I will go there too, as my father once practiced there, and I'm familiar with it. I can help. Apart from the snake, you also want to enter the gate of heaven." Qi Xiao grunted. Zhuo Qi didn't deny it, but giggled. "You know the snake's power well. You can hardly beat it. Let me help you, and in turn you let me into the gate of heaven. It's a win-win situation." "Miss Xiao, what do you think?" Qi Xiao didn't reply Zhuo Qi, but looked to Xia Xinyin. "Zhuo Qi and the nine-headed sky snake are old enemies. The outer area of the dead swamp is his sphere of influence. We won't come across any trouble if he takes the lead for us, and we are more likely to beat the snake with his help." "Okay." Xia Xinyin thought for a moment and nodded. "Well then, you are in." Qi Xiao then replied to him. "Hee, you won't regret." Zhuo Qi smiled cunningly. Then he was a little stunned. "Qi Xiao, is there anyone else?" "Nope." Qi Xiao was stunned. "Only us." "Then why did a sky realm warrior enter the dead swamp with several experts 7 days ago?" Zhuo Qi asked. "I killed some of his people and fought with him, so I know that he is at Sky Realm. I never left my dead swamp, so I don't know who he was. But he was really something. He must have reached the Yin field by now. A Sky Realm expert." Qi Zhao's expression changed, and he thought for a moment. The Fire Empire, the God-blessed Empire, and the Merchant Union all rarely see a Sky Realm warrior. Who could that man be? What did he look like? Thin, tall, pale-faced, narrow eyes. He seemed to rarely expose himself to the sun, and trained in a gruesome martial skill. Zhuo Qi thought for a while and depicted. "I don't know who that is either." Qi Xian pondered for a while only to realize that he didn't know that man. So he shook his head. "Never mind. Maybe he just happened to pass the dead swamp and has already left by now. Anyway, we have to be on alert. Let's go. Let me show you to the Yin field." Zhuo Qi finally landed ashore. His legs were covered with green scales. He seemed not used to walking, for he swayed like a duck. However, they all had witnessed his ability. They didn't dare make fun of his hilarious walking posture. As the master of this area, wherever he went, the poisonous miasma dissipated quickly. There were many pieces of dry land ahead for them to advance smoothly. They found it much easier to walk after Joie Chi took the lead. They finished the 1-month journey in only 8 days. 8 days later, the group finally entered the Een Field. Chapter 86, the Een Field. Chapter 86, the Een Field. The Een Field was a place in the center of the Dead Swamp. The Dead Swamp was surrounded by countless swamps. The muddy sludge could be seen everywhere. There was almost not a single dry spot. However, the Een Field at the middle of the Dead Swamp was an exception. Here, there were no swamps and no ooze. The ground was mostly flat, and although not especially dry, it was still not as humid as the outer area of the Dead Swamp. The Een Field was an extraordinary place. The air above the field was covered with thick dark clouds all year around, such that not even the sun, moon, and the stars could be seen. Perhaps that was the reason why the Een Shi in the Een Field was especially heavy. Anyone who enters would feel very uncomfortable. The place didn't appear to be frigid, but the Een energy all around made people chilled to their bones. One would feel as if they had entered a supernatural space, surrounded by evil spirits. It felt very creepy. When Shurian just entered into the Een Field, he frowned slightly. He took a deep breath and felt discomfort seep into his bones. Although it wasn't very chilly here, it still made people uncomfortable all over. Standing on the frigid earth, Shurian gazed around and found some strange exotic plants growing. These plants were not very tall, the tallest being only 5 to 6 meters, but they all grew in the weirdest pattern. There were various plants with very pale flowers, absolutely lacking any variance in color. Especially with some plants, their flowers looked like ghastly faces, giving off an extremely terrifying feeling. Just standing in the middle of those bizarre plants made sure Yin feel uncomfortable. When he looked at those plants, he always felt like they were going to leap towards him and bite him. The Een Chi here is heavy. The plants that grew from it are very strange. Some plants could even suck in the Een Chi and the corpse energies, while some others would attack as soon as they smell the breath of a human and entangle onto that human until they die. Joie Chi scowled as he looked at the different plants in the Een Field, and then continued. Other than plants, you should also be careful of demon beasts. The demon beasts here especially hate strangers. If they see anyone coming, they will attack until you are dead. Usually when warriors go through the Dead Swamp, they would rather explore the outer perimeter than in here. Slither, slither, slither. Silvery white, long snakes suddenly appeared from within the plants. These snakes were about 3 meters in length. Their heads were cone-shaped, and their tails kept making circular marks on the ground. Their soybean-sized eyes gave out a cold glare. Several dozens of snakes slithered out from the plants. They actually understood how to split up and came from all directions to surround Shi Yin and the rest. Level 2 Demon Beast, Corpse Worm Snake. Joie Chi sneered and suddenly stomped on the ground. Strange ripples spread from his foot. With him as the center, the ripples formed in ring shapes and attacked towards all directions. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, pop, pop. Wherever the ripples went, those dozens of level 2 corpse worm snakes exploded, sprinkling brown blood everywhere. I hate snakes the most. Joie Chi sneered, his face full of disgust. He turned back to Qi Xiao and said, "Before we come across the 9-headed sky snake, I'll take care of the obstacles on the way. I'll let this be the bargain in return for participating in the Gate of Heaven." Qi Xiao nodded and replied, "You know this place well, so you can take the lead." Joie Chi didn't refuse and walked straight to the front of the group. Traces of strange green, poisonous fog quietly spread out into the air. When the plants in the Een Field sensed the poisonous fog from him, they all contracted, as if they were actually afraid. Many of the plants were originally 3 meters tall, but after Joie Chi walked past, they shrunk to only 1 meter, clearly a whole lot smaller. Shi Yin was amazed. He watched with glinting eyes. Whenever he walked past those plants, he would carefully observe them. He realized that wherever Joie Chi went, the plants were very docile and submissive. However, If he didn't follow behind Zhuo Qi and chose to walk a few meters in another direction, those same species of plants would actually open themselves up and try to entangle him, looking as if they wouldn't give up till he was strangled to death. Kid, if you don't want to die, you better follow me. Zhuo Qi suddenly turned his head and glared at Shi Yin. In his mouth, he was quietly muttering, I don't understand all of you. You knew that you were going to enter the Yin field, but still brought 2 burdens along. Do they want to sacrifice them later at a key moment? The burden Zhuo Qi was muttering about were obviously Shi Yin and Zhuo Shi. They both were only at the human realm, the ones with the lowest strength. Shi Yin looked indifferent. He was unmoved by Zhuo Qi's whispers. But Zhuo Shi was not happy. She pouted and said, What are you muttering about, big earthworm? Who are you calling burdens? Humph. If you don't want to come along with us, then you can leave right now. It's not like we can't live without you. Girl, who are you calling earthworm? Zhuo Qi's dark green scale-covered face slightly shook for a second. He murderously glared at Zhuo Shi. Say that again. All right. Qi Xiao furrowed his brows and scolded Zhuo Shi. Zhuo Qi is an elder. Don't be so disrespectful. We wouldn't have been traveling so smoothly this whole way if it weren't for Zhuo Qi. Qi Xiao then looked at Zhuo Qi and said, Why can't you stop being so foul-mouthed? If it weren't for your stupid foul mouth back in the day, I wouldn't have tried to fight to the death with you. Why are you doing it again? Zhuo Qi snorted and fiercely glared at Zhuo Shi, the scales on his face shaking again, but he stopped mumbling. Zhuo Shi, however, wanted to keep throwing a few more insults at him, but was stopped by Qi Zhao's glare. She pouted her lips and stopped talking. Xia, Yin, and the 2 giant men were on the left side of Qi Xiao and the rest of the group. She didn't talk. Her expression was indifferent. She ignored Zhuo Qi, but didn't have the intention to talk to Qi Xiao either. However, occasionally her eyes would drift toward Shi Yin. The expression in her eyes was quite complicated, and no one could figure out what she was really thinking. Since the day they came out from the swamp, she didn't speak a word to Shi Yin. Shi Yin was also sensible. He didn't make a move to get close to her either. This atmosphere between her and Shi Yin made Qi Xiao, Zhuo Shi, and the rest dumbfounded. But everyone pretended they didn't realize, and nobody went to annoy and ask the 2 about it. Just come on and follow me. If you want to live, you all better know your place. Zhuo Qi snorted and purposely looked towards Shi Yin. Shi Yin looked calm. He didn't bother with Zhuo Qi. Just at this moment, Qi Xiao suddenly furrowed his brows, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. What happened? Xia Yan's expression moved. She keenly sensed Qi Zhao's abnormality. Nothing. Qi Xiao shook his head and said calmly, I just suddenly sensed something strange, but it was gone in a flash. I wonder if I'm just being delusional. After saying that, everyone got a little nervous. Zhuo Qi said, Could it be that Sky Realm Master? I don't know. Qi Xiao shook his head again. Qi Zhao's reaction cast a dark shadow over everyone's minds and made everyone more cautious. In the Yin field, where there was dense foliage filled with plants, a pale and tall middle-aged scholar silently stood there. By his side were 35 warriors with the same pale face and blank expression. One of the young men was only in his early 20s. With long hair to his waist, he appeared very handsome, but had a kind of evil temperament. Master, what have you found? The young man asked curiously. The objectives should have entered into the Yin field, and I just used my soul power to probe a little. Another soul power immediately sensed me. That pale, middle-aged scholar said. Is it someone from the Baiming family? No, Baiming Shang got here a long time ago. Why hasn't he come to find us yet? The objective is already here. Baiming Shang would come very soon. One day later, in the area where that group of people had gathered, Baiming Shang arrived there alone, cold energy writhing around his body. Lord of the Dark World? After Baiming Shang arrived, he put together his fist for that middle-aged scholar and said, How may I address you? Zhou Zihi. The Lord of the Dark World looked calm. I've long heard the name of the head of the Baiming family. Now that I've met you today, you seem to deserve your reputation. Baiming Shang stretched his lips and said emotionlessly, Brother Zoe, you should be one with the most widespread reputation. The Dark World has been dominant in the Fire Empire, and from that we can see that Brother Zoe is truly a great talent in the world. Working with Brother Zoe this time, hopefully everyone will be satisfied in the end. Where's that girl from the Mu family? The Lord of the Dark World furrowed his brows. After exploring the gate of heaven, I will bring her to you myself. Bai Ming-shang glanced at everyone from the Dark World and said, Brother Zoe, why have you brought so many? Aren't you scared of being discovered? We, the people from the Dark World, are good at hiding our trails. This you don't have to worry about, Brother Bai Ming. All right then. Bai Ming-shang nodded, then continued. The other side has appeared. Their target should be the Yin Valley and the Yin Field. If any mishaps really happen at that time, I wish Brother Zoe would come out. But I don't want you to identify yourself too soon, or else Mu Yi Dai's resentment will grow. She is merely a bereaved little girl. Do you really need to care, Brother Bai Ming? I don't really care about Mu Yi Dai, but there's another girl by her side. The martial spirit that girl possesses could be of use to my Bai Ming family. I don't want that girl to know that we gave Mu Yi Dai to you, or else it would affect my plans in the future. Sure, the reason I didn't bring my mask this time is to cooperate with you. I stand as the Lord of the Dark World, and I hardly show my true self to others. That Mu girl has never seen me. She will never know who I am. You can be reassured on this matter, Brother Bai Ming. Good. Then we will meet again at the Yin Valley. By that time, I will use my soul power to send messages to you. I hope you won't disappoint me, Brother Zoe. Then Bai Ming-shang slowly retreated. His body faded into a wisp of cold energy and dissipated into the air. Master, Bai Ming-shang is cunning in his schemes. This exploration of the gate of heaven, we should be careful of him. He's definitely not the good kind. Don't worry, your mistress is here in the dark. If any great treasures really appear, they will surely belong to the Dark World. Mistress is here too, the demonic handsome young man exclaimed. Yes, she arrived at the Yin Valley a long time ago. With her attainments in concealment, no one in the Yin Field can ever detect her unless she shows herself. Then this exploration of the Gate of Heaven is in the bag. Chapter 87, Black Formula. Chapter 87, Black Formula. Following Zhuo Qi and the others, Shi Yin headed for the Yin Valley without stopping. Zhuo Qi proved his value along the way by removing those odd plants and brutal demon beasts. Zhuo Qi turned out to be the co-master of the Dead Swamp, for he even knew this area, the Yin Field, far better than Qi Shao. All along the way, Zhuo Qi removed all the obstacles easily. In doing so, Qi Shao and Xia Xian could save their energy for the fight with a nine-headed sky snake. The nearer they got to the Yin Valley, the more they could feel the Yin Qi. Gradually, Shi Yin could feel his profound Qi flowing slower and slower. His ribs and bones were experiencing immense pressure from the Yin Qi. So did Zhuo Shi. The nearer they came to the Yin Valley, the more pale her face became. Apparently, she wasn't able to adapt to the atmosphere there either. Let them rest here, Zhuo Qi, Miss Xia. We need to study the treasure map as well. Qi Shao was being considerate of his students, so he stopped at one clean and flat area and took out the treasure map to study with Zhuo Qi and Xia Xian. Zhuo Qi didn't want to stop, but since Qi Shao took out the map, he agreed with him instantly. He walked up to Qi Shao quickly and giggled. I'm very familiar with the Yin Valley. Let me see the map, and I can find the position of the Gate of Heaven. Xia Xian Yin hesitated, and she too walked up. Qi Shao had learnt the map by heart, so he handed the map to Xia Xian and let her watch Zhuo Qi, while he himself walked towards Zhuo Shi and Shi Yin. How do you two feel? Can you endure it? Qi Shao looked to Zhuo Shi. Zhuo Shi's pretty face had turned pale. Yes, I can endure it, but it's too uncomfortable. The Yin Qi has slowed my profound Qi and seems to be consuming it as well. The nearer we get to the Yin Valley, the faster it is consumed. That's natural. Qi Shao nodded and explained, the heavy Yin Qi would affect your body, so your profound Qi would try to adapt to it. Thus it gets consumed. You too pay attention to it. It's just the beginning. The Yin Qi will be denser in the valley, So if you two can't bear it, you'll have to stop before you enter it. Teacher, this seems to be able to remove some Qi, was sure suddenly said. Qi Xiao was surprised, finding it funny and annoying. Then why didn't you train it long ago? I just realized it. Zhuo protruded her tongue and grinned naughtily. Fine, fine. I will train with it diligently from now on. I found that once I operate, the Yin Qi can't enter my body. If you were hardworking long time ago, you might have finished training the already. Qi Xiao shook his head with regret and resignation. Stop it. It's not too late to start now. Zhuo pouted with a grunt. Qi Xiao sighed in his mind and turned to Shi Yin. How do you feel? I'm fine. I'm okay with it. Shi Yin replied calmly. Well, do your best. Qi Xiao nodded. You should stop when you can't bear it. Then Han Feng will stay and protect you, while Ku Long will enter the Yin Valley with us. We only need to find out what's inside the gate of heaven this time. Then your sure family will send more experts here. So don't worry too much if you can't enter the gate. Shi Yin nodded, not saying anything more. Qi Xiao comforted him and requested Zhuo to work hard, then walked back to Zhuo and Xia Xianyan. Young master, the family head told us that it's most important that you are safe. Don't push yourself if you can't bear it. The family head said that we just need to find out the exact position of the gate and what's inside it. Ku Long said in a low voice beside him. I got it. Shi Yin looked indifferent, but his brows were furrowed. A short distance away, Zhuo, Xia Xianyan, and Qi Xiao were still studying the treasure map. Although Zhuo regarded himself as a know-it-all when it came to the Yin Valley, he couldn't figure out anything when he saw the map, as seen from his confused expression when whispering with Qi Xiao. Shi Yin glanced over them and sat down where he was when a thought came across in his mind. He was curious about the gate of heaven, and he wanted to go inside of it too. However, the Yin Qi here was really tough, as it was omnipresent. At the same time, it was becoming more dense, which was affecting his body a lot. Before they got to the Yin Valley, he had to consume his profound Qi to defend from its influence. He couldn't imagine how powerful the Yin Qi would be in the valley. By then, his profound Qi would be totally consumed, and it would be very dangerous if anything came up. I must find a way to defend against the Yin Qi. After a short deliberation, Shi Yan's expression was determined. He sat cross-legged and tried to search in his memories. An idea flashed across his mind. His face lit up. He picked up his bag and took out a book on the mortal level martial skill. It was only an elementary level martial skill, which needed to collect Yin Qi while training. It was best to train with it where there was dense Yin Qi. Since he took the from Karu, he had given up training it, as it was only a mortal level martial skill and required a Yin Qi-filled environment. After he got to the Shi family and witnessed so many martial skills, he had forgotten about Therefore, that book was buried in oblivion in that bag. The Yin field here was heavy with Yin Qi. It was the best place to train in Although there was only a mortal level martial skill, since it required Yin Qi, once one was adapted to the environment, he could gather the Yin Qi and use it as a weapon. Shi Yin didn't care much about its power, for as far as he was concerned, it was just a mortal level martial skill, which had limited power. Nonetheless, they could absorb Yin Qi and help him adapt to it, which solved his problem for now. Therefore, he picked up that formula right away. While Qi Xiao, Zhuo, and Xia Xianyan were busy figuring out the position of the gate of heaven, Shi Yin devoted himself to and its practice process. Sitting on the ground, Shi Yin flipped open the book with a solemn face. Before long, he had read through the first volume and secretly put the book into his bag with his brows furrowed. Although there was merely a mortal level martial skill, it appeared to be strange. To train with it, one must trigger the Yin Qi between the heaven and earth and form 3 Yin swirls around the 3 meridians in one's chest, Tian-Ke, Shun-Ke, and Yin-Du. As long as the swirls are formed, one can trigger and absorb the Yin Qi around them easily. Once the 3 swirls absorb enough Yin Qi, they would produce 3 Yin pearls, which would go down the 3 meridians. And after that, the yin swirls could continue absorbing yin qi endlessly. As long as there was enough yin qi, the yin swirls would produce more yin pearls and submerge into the meridians. The more yin pearls in the meridians, the more powerful the would be. The one who trained with it could collect yin qi by merely triggering the and absorbing it into the three yin swirls. Although there was merely a mortal-level martial skill, no one knew how much yin qi it could absorb. It seemed that the three yin swirls would devour yin qi ceaselessly once there was enough yin qi. Shi Yin had seen many martial skills in the martial spirit palace of the Shi family, but he had never seen anything as strange as this one. There was an end goal to train to with every martial skill, but that could be trained endlessly. Sitting on the ground with a rigid face, Shi Yin sorted through the practice process he understood in order to train with the, and he found it literally extraordinary. However, he didn't hesitate at all. To enter the center of the Yin Valley, he memorized the practice process several times and began to train with it, while Qi Xiao and Zhua Qi were still whispering. Shi Yin connected his eyes, nose, and heart, operated his will to Tian Ke, Shun Ke, and Yin Du meridians, and concentrated Yin Qi into them. During that process, his body was still under pressure, as it hadn't adapted to the Yin Qi yet. Gradually, the yin qi began to circle around the three meridians according to Shi Yan's will. He found that his body was having a strange attraction to yin qi as he began to operate the. While he was refining his yin swirls, the yin qi around him began to gather and poured into his pores. At last, it arrived at the three meridians and started to spin slowly. Chapter 88, Strange Scene. Chapter 88, Strange Scene. 8 days later, outside the Yin Valley. We won't enter the Yin Valley today. Everybody have a good rest. We will enter the valley tomorrow morning. Zhua Qi stopped at the entrance of the Yin Valley and said with a gloomy expression, "The nine-headed sky snake will notice us once we enter the Yin Valley. A fierce battle is unavoidable." Qi Xiao took out the map again and waved at Zhua Qi and Xia Exinen. "Let's take this last night to study it again. It's best if we could find out the accurate position of the gate of heaven." Zhua Qi and Xia Exinen Yin walked up frowning and looked down at the map. As usual, Shi Yin found a quiet place far away from those three people, sat down, and began to train with the. Every night during the past 8 days, Qi Xiao would ask the group to stop and have a good rest in order to provide Zhuo plenty of time to train with the. Shi Yin wasn't idle either. As soon as the group stopped, he would find a quiet place and train with the under the protection of Han Feng and Kulong. After 8 days' practice, he had accumulated lots of yin qi in the three meridians in his chest. He operated the yin qi every day according to his will and divided it into several wisps to spin around the meridians. As the yin qi accumulated, it spun faster and faster and was about to form into real yin swirls. After taking a deep breath and holding it, Shi Yin began to concentrate on controlling the yin qi. Wisps of yin qi began to intertwine at the three meridians in his chest, and under his control was quickly forming into circles. Every time he reached this state, he would reach out to sense the yin qi in his surroundings. It was as if the yin qi was gathering around him under some magical force. After 8 days training in the, Shi Yin started getting hang of controlling the yin qi. At the same time, after several days of revolution in the front of his chest, the yin qi in his body seemed to have changed slightly. The yin qi had become denser since they arrived at the entrance of the Yin Valley. However, Shi Yin found it quite comfortable thanks to the 8 days of training. Moreover, the nearer he approached the Yin Valley, the easier he was able to train the. It was even rather refreshing to breathe the yin qi. Han Feng and Kulong didn't exactly know what martial skill Shi Yin was training in, but they were still protecting him diligently. Time flew by. All of a sudden, Zhuo Shi, who was guarded by Wu Yun Lian and Chu Ping, jumped up joyfully with an odd light sparkling around her body. She shouted, "Ha! It's the third sky of the human realm." Qi Xiao, who was focusing on the treasure map, rushed over in ecstasy and as he grabbed Zhuo Shi's hand and began to test her, his old face showing satisfaction. "You little girl, you are." From the joyful reaction of Zhuo Shi's profound qi, Qi Xiao could tell that she had reached the third sky of the human realm. Zhuo Shi hadn't fully understood the after 8 days of training, but she turned out to have reached the third sky of the human realm. For such talent, there were not enough words for Qi Xiao to say anything. The only word he could come up with was genius. During their journey from the Cloud Mountain to Tianyin City, apart from fooling around, Zhuo Shi hadn't trained hard for even a single day. It was out of his expectation that she entered that level so fast. "Mr. Qi Xiao, you got a really great student." Surprise also crossed Xia Xinyan's eyes, as she too was shocked by Zhuo Shi's talent. "Hee, this girl is really talented, though she is too lazy." Qi Xiao was delightful as he patted Zhuo Shi's shoulder. "Work harder. Digest the as soon as possible. You little girl, you could have reached a much higher realm had you focused on practice." Then he walked to Xia Xinyan and Zhuo Qi's side, and said with a smile, "Leave that girl alone. Let's study the map." Another 2 hours passed. As Shurian was sitting there silently, suddenly his body shook heavily and then kept quivering slightly. More and more yin qi concentrated and combined in front of his chest as it spun faster and faster. Looking inside, he found the profound qi around his 3 meridians becoming stronger and spinning faster. The profound qi that he had absorbed rushed into the 3 meridians and then was refined and resolved into more gray strings. More and more gray strings gathered in the swirls inside the meridians, making the swirls spin faster and faster. Not knowing how much time had passed, a gloomy air was suddenly forced out from the swirls, which shocked Shurian. More and more yin qi gathered from all directions and gushed into his pores, heading for the centers of the 3 swirls, while they were spinning faster and faster. Looking inside, Shurian was shocked to find that the 3 swirls had formed a shadow, and that shadow was emitting a strong attraction force. He had succeeded. The strong attraction force meant that a yin swirl had officially formed. Thus, the power of the yin swirl to devour yin qi was triggered. All of a sudden, the yin qi inside the yin field seemed to find an exit and flooded toward Shurian. 10 meters above Shurian's head, 3 odd swirls, as big as a human head, gradually appeared. Those swirls were similar to the yin swirls inside Shurian, and were apparently influenced by the yin swirls in his chest. They spun in line with his yin swirls and were attracting more yin qi to his location. Huge amounts of yin qi gushed into the 3 head-sized swirls above him, which were expanding quickly. In merely 10 minutes, those swirls had swollen to the size of a wash basin and kept devouring yin qi from all directions. Qi Xiao, Zhuo Qi, and Xia Xinyan all stopped their discussion about the map and stood up, shocked by what they saw. The 3 swirls were still expanding. 1 hour later, the 3 swirls were like a tornado, extremely frightening. The swirls kept spinning crazily as they tried to devour all the yin qi in the yin valley. With a rigid face, Shurian sat there without moving, continuously operating the swirls inside him, seemingly not knowing about the phenomenon above his head. He could clearly feel that the 3 swirls in his chest had accelerated several times. Even his mind found it hard to catch up with the spinning. Han Feng and Ku Long were taken aback as they watched this strange scene without any idea as to what was occurring. The dense gray yin qi had hovered in the yin field for thousands of years, isolating it from the sky, blocking both sunlight and moonlight. However, today, the yin qi between the sky and the yin field all went crazy as it endlessly gushed into the swirls above Shurian. Not knowing when, the 3 swirls above his head had turned as huge as 3 mountains, filled with odd light. They looked like 3 huge mouths, ready to swallow all the yin qi between heaven and earth. This is one huge man beside Xia Xinyan cried suddenly, remembering something. "What?" Xia Xinyan's eyes sparkled, and she turned to watch that huge man. Under Xia Xianyan's gaze, that huge man hesitated and then walked away quietly. Zhua Qi and Qi Zhao's expression changed as they watched the strange scene with incredible eyes. Noticing that the huge man had some new findings, they walked towards them. Xia Xianyan frowned, walked away with the huge man, and let him explain, keeping a distance from Zhua Qi and Qi Zhao. You sure? Xia Xianyan's voice was filled with uncertainty. That huge man kept nodding his head, showing lots of anxiety. Then he looked at Shi Yin in fear. I'm very sure it must be. Xia Xianyan's face turned pale. She nodded and shouted to Qi Zhao and Zhua Qi. Get ready for the fight. The nine-headed sky snake will come out soon. It needs Yin Qi to train with, so it will chase us at all expense. We don't need to enter the Yin Valley now. Miss Xia, our young master, what the hell happened to him? Kulong was rather anxious. Ask him when he wakes up. Xia Xianyan frowned with bright light in her eyes. But don't worry, that strange phenomenon will not affect him. On the contrary, it is an opportunity. He will suck the Yin Qi in the Yin field clean if not disturbed. What? Qi Zhao, Zhua Qi, Wu Yun Lian, and Zhuo Shi all screamed in astonishment, with unbelievable faces. Yeah, this martial skill is this powerful. I don't know how he gained it. Xia Xianyan's expression was complex. The nine-headed sky snake will come soon, as it won't allow anyone to devour the Yin Qi. Maybe we don't even need to wait till tomorrow to fight it. Howl! 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 From the Yin Valley, crazy hollows came with extraordinary rage. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Massive booms suddenly came from within the Yin Valley. Everybody shook with the earth, and they could feel that a huge monster was approaching them quickly. There it is, Zhua Qi screamed. Chapter 89, Forming the Yin Pearls. Chapter 89, Forming the Yin Pearls. Sponsored by A. Al-Sadi, T. Li and N. Markandai. The three swirls were floating above Shi Yan's head like giant clouds. Sparks flew inside the swirls, and wisps of cold Yin Qi were repeatedly refined in the swirls, forming strange gray light spots. The air above the Yin field was filled with natural Yin Qi and had remained as such for a long time. But the huge attraction from the three swirls was showing a pattern of rapid consumption, swallowing it to the last. Shi Yan's expression was serious, as if he had entered some enigmatic realm. The swirls above his head suddenly emitted some gray light spots, all of which entered Shi Yan's body. Because of that, Shi Yan's body started forming a vacuum which was felt by everyone present. His body was now like a black hole, sucking in all the gray light spots that came down from above. The gray light spots flickered and jumped and entered into Shi Yan's body. Shi Yan was now covered in a gray glow, and a chilling atmosphere spread out from him in all directions. Whoever got near Shi Yan couldn't help but feel stiff. The circulation of their profound qi would slow down, and they would have to use their qi for defense, or else they would be affected by the dense Yin qi. It was like Shi Yan had transformed into a giant Yin qi-swallowing monster. Shi Yan was sitting as still as a stone while the three swirls floating above his head were wildly swallowing and transforming the Yin Qi in the Yin Valley. He was continuously refining the Yin Qi, transforming it into purest form of Yin energy, which was in turn nurturing his cultivation. In Shi Yan's chest, the three meridians of Tian Ke, Shun Ke, and Indu started rapidly gathering the gray light spots that had rushed into his body. These gray light spots all represented the purest form of profound Yin Qi. Huge amounts of light spots all entered the Yin swirls and were refined to the purest degree. This refined energy then started gathering at the center of the Yin swirls. Unknowingly, in the center of the three Yin swirls, there were three rice grain-sized pearls slowly starting to form. Once he detected the formation of the Yin pearls, Shi Yan's expression shook. He discreetly started to detect his surroundings. When he realized there was nothing abnormal, he went back and continued circulating the Yin swirls, ready to keep absorbing more than natural Yin Qi. You don't need to stop. Xia Xingyan stood by Shi Yan's side. Her beautiful eyes glinted. I know what you're doing, and I know you can hear me too. The nine-headed sky snake will get here really soon, but we'll take care of that. You can keep swallowing the natural yin qi here. Indeed, Shi Yan could hear Xia Xingyan's voice, but he couldn't reply to her. Miss Xia, if Shi Yan doesn't stop here, the nine-headed sky snake will attack him first. Kulong said hurriedly. Zhua Qi and Qi Xiao also looked at Xia Xingyan with a bit of surprise, not knowing what she meant by her proposal. The nine-headed sky snake has 9 heads, 3 of which can breathe fire, 3 can spit poison, and the remaining 3 can control the yin qi in the yin field to attack differently. Xia Xingyan's pretty eyes glinted, and she explained in seriousness, the 3 heads that can control the natural yin qi are very troublesome, and they will be hard for us to take care of. But now we have an advantage. If Shi Yan keeps sucking in the natural yin qi like this, that means once the 9-headed sky snake gets here, the yin qi attack will be swallowed by the swirls above Shi Yan's head. This way, 3 of the 9 heads will be greatly weakened. Upon hearing that, Zhua Qi and Qi Zhao's eyes both glinted. Together they nodded and approved. Not bad. Once those 3 heads become powerless, the 9-headed sky snake will be a lot easier to deal with. Zhua Qi is not scared of the venom, and you also brought the silver curtain. So now we only need to put our efforts into the 3 fire-breathing heads. Because of Shi Yan, this fight is going to be a lot easier for us. Xia Xingyan said calmly. Zhua Qi and Qi Xiao nodded quietly. They both agreed upon Xia Xingyan's suggestion. Will my young master be okay? Han Feng suddenly opened his eyes and coldly stared at Xia Xingyan. Although we are very interested in the gate of heaven, the young master's life is more important. He's only bait. He could just keep up what he's doing now. Xia Xingyan frowned and continued. If he wants to wake up, he could do so anytime. But he will need a whole lot more time to try to gather the yin qi like this another time. Boom, boom, boom. The thundering roar was getting closer. The earth was shaking, and in the distance, a faint but frightening figure slowly started to appear. Get ready to fight, Qi Xiao shouted. At another entrance of the yin field, Bai Mingshang's expression shook slightly. He looked far away into the distance at the smoke-like swirls that rose into the air. His cold eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. Grandpa, have they started fighting? Bai Mingsu asked. Shaking his head, Bai Mingshang said, No, it's just that the natural yin qi has become abnormal. It is all gathering towards where Qi Xiao and his group are at. The 9-headed sky snake is out of the yin valley and is rushing towards them. I wonder what is going on over there. When should we get there? Let's wait. Wait until the fighting is almost over. On another side, the people from the dark world were gazing at the 3 floating swirls where Shi Yan was. They were also full of surprise and didn't know what was going on. Master? It's like the natural yin qi has changed and is all gathering towards at one spot? Could it be that the 9-headed sky snake has already started to attack? The demonic young man guessed. The 9-headed sky snake is able to use the natural yin qi to cultivate, but it shouldn't be this overbearing. To make all of that natural yin qi flow towards one spot, I think even a 9-headed sky snake would be unable to make such a grand gesture. Besides, the change is from outside the yin valley. It's obviously done by Qi Zhao's group. The Lord of the Dark World said with a deep tone, Should we go and see it? No, we will wait for Bai Mingshang's news. If Bai Mingshang doesn't give out the signal, we will stay put for now. Your mistress should already be there, so if the gate of heaven really appears, your mistress will send out a signal. We don't need to be in such a hurry. Understood. The 3 yin pearls were slowly forming. With more natural yin qi flowing in, the 3 yin pearls grew brighter and brighter. The yin pearls were in the middle of the yin swirls outside of Shi Yan's meridians. They were rolling in the air, and whenever a wisp of gray yin qi came in, the yin pearls would immediately absorb the gray light spots. Only when the yin pearls were truly formed would they finally sink into the 3 meridians by themselves. Shi Yan knew this deep in his heart. So when he clearly heard Xia Xingyan's words, and knew that Han Feng and Ku Long were very worried about him, he still didn't stop the movement of the Yin swirls. He had a hunch that the Yin pearls were at their crucial moment, and perhaps they will soon be truly formed successfully and then enter into his meridians. When the three swirls showed up above his head, he was shocked too. When the three swirls started insanely swallowing the natural Yin Qi, Shi Yin was finally sure that that was only ranked as a mortal-level martial skill, was not something ordinary. What kind of mortal-level martial skill could cause such a big disturbance? He really couldn't think of any. Roar, roar, roar. Terrifying roaring sounds thundered from the distance and filled the whole Yin field. The nine-headed sky snake was a demon beast, which was at the pinnacle of level 7. Legend has it that it was an ancient mutant, a hybrid born from a dragon and a python. It has the ability to keep evolving, so when a nine-headed sky snake has swallowed enough Yin Qi, poisonous air, and fire, it could evolve again and become a level 8 or level 9 demon beast. The reason why this nine-headed sky snake decided to take over the Yin field was because it had seen that this place was rich in Yin Qi, and the outer perimeter of the dead swamp was covered by poisonous fog. It wanted to occupy this place so that it could use the poisonous air and the Yin Qi present for cultivation. Soon a mountain-like figure, the sky snake with 9 giant heads, finally came out of the Yin Valley. The nine-headed sky snake had a body like a mountain, covered with silver scales and sharp spines. All 9 of its heads were about 20-something meters long. Each head was like a giant python and had creepy white fangs. Each head was breathing out either poisonous fog, Yin Qi, or flames. Attack! Once Zhua Qi saw it, his face hardened and he charged ahead of others. Earth dragons abruptly broke out of the ground. Zhua Qi's body flickered, and he possessed one of the Earth Dragon's bodies. When Zhua Qi possessed the Earth Dragon, its body covered itself in hard earth armor. The dragon head faintly looked like Zhua Qi's face, and its body grew twice the size. Zhua Qi was born from a level 8 mud dragon and a human female warrior. The mud dragon was originally the true master of the dead swamp, and was able to transform into human shape. It was also once the strongest demon beast in this area. Legend has it that back then, the mud dragon was the king of the demon beasts here, and not a single warrior could offend his prestige. The mud dragon was a level 8 demon beast, comparable to a spirit realm warrior. But 1,000 years ago, it suddenly died in the dead swamp. It was a baffling death. Many years after its death, the nine-headed snake finally appeared in the dead swamp and drove Zhua Qi to the outer perimeter of the dead swamp. It forcibly occupied the Yin Valley to cultivate, which is why Zhua Qi has so much hatred for it. When Zhua Qi possessed the Earth Dragon and charged at the nine-headed sky snake, Qi Xiao quietly told about the grudge between Zhua Qi and the nine-headed sky snake. Level 8 Demon Beast. Xia Xianyan's expression also shifted slightly. No wonder Zhua Qi can control the poisonous mist and also freely travel through the mud. So he's a hybrid between a mud dragon and a human. If he didn't know how to control the poisonous mist and the mud, he would have been killed by the nine-headed snake a long time ago. At the outer perimeter of the dead swamp, as long as Zhua Qi could hide in the swamps, nobody can do anything to him. That's the reason why it's so tough to handle Zhua Qi. You too, can you start fighting now? On the other side, Zhua Qi was in the form of an earth dragon, and he yelled from inside the flames that were breathed out by the nine-headed snake. He sounded a little urgent. Dash. Chapter 90, The Sky Changes. Chapter 90, The Sky Changes. Outside the Yin Valley, thunderous roars rang out endlessly, and huge amounts of power was surging and propagating across the sky like lightning. Qi Xiao, Xia Xianyan, and Zhua Qi all leapt into the air. They were all facing the nine-headed sky snake with all their strength. Qi Xiao had turned into a giant and was wielding the silver curtain to guard against the venom while he held a giant sword in one hand. He was single-handedly facing the 3 fire-breathing heads of the nine-headed sky snake. Zhua Qi had possessed an earth dragon and was veering around the 3 venomous heads of the nine-headed sky snake. The sky snake seemed to know that its venom was ineffective against Zhua Qi, so it opened its enormous mouth and bit down on Zhua Qi's possessed earth dragon. Xia Xianyan was faring the best of the three. She floated in the air like a goddess, forming strange seals with her hands. Huge claws would momentarily appear in the air, which would ruthlessly attack the rest of the heads of the nine-headed sky snake. These three heads of the sky snake could control the natural yin qi, but whenever it breathed out the yin qi, they would be immediately absorbed by the three hovering swirls above Shi Yan's head. After a few futile attempts, the sky snake became furious. It moved toward Shi Yan and repeatedly tried to clash with him. It was determined to kill Shi Yan first. Han Feng and Ku Long were observing everything gravely. Though being uneasy, they stood beside Shi Yan and were constantly on guard. Zhua Shi, Wu Yunlian, and Chu Ping soon arrived at that stop. Now all the members from the Shi family and Zhua family had gathered together, and other than Shi Yan, all were watching the fight between the nine-headed sky snake and the three masters. Shi Yan was sitting still as a stone, his eyes closed and expression indifferent. However, he could clearly feel the striking waves of devastating power. The fight among the Sky Realm Masters destroyed all the vegetation around the Yin Valley. In one place, a deep crack had formed on the ground during the battle. Even Shi Yan, who was sitting with eyes closed, could feel the terrifying impacts. However, he still didn't stop the Yin swirls from taking in the natural Yin Qi. In his chest, the Yin swirls finally turned into Yin pearls. They emitted a dark glow and contained overwhelming Yin Qi. These pearls slowly sunk into the three meridians of Shun Ke, Tian Ke, and Yin Du. Once the three Yin pearls sunk into his meridians, Shi Yan's body trembled. Checking inside his body, Shi Yan realized that when the Yin pearls entered in the meridians, the negative energies already present in the meridians all rushed towards the Yin pearls, as if it was assimilating into the Yin pearls. Shi Yan was startled. He hurriedly concentrated his all in observing his three meridians. He suddenly remembered that all his meridians had some amount of negative energy. He really didn't expect that these negative energies would conflict with the emerging Yin pearls. Inside the three meridians, wisps of negative energy formed into ribbon-like shapes and slowly gathered together. Once the three Yin pearls entered his meridians, the negative energies immediately intertwined with them, as if they were actually trying to break down the Yin pearls. However, the Yin pearls had condensed massive amounts of natural Yin Qi and had formed after continuous and repeated refinement. Although the negative energies in his meridians were domineeringly wicked, they still lacked in quantity. Over the course of these days, Shi Yan had indeed absorbed a lot of negative energy, but the negative energies were spread throughout the meridians in his body. There were 720 meridians in total in his body, and, of course, the negative energy distributed to these three meridians was limited. However, it was as if the Yin pearls knew the lethality of the negative energy and were determined to defend against it. It was like the Yin pearls were going all out till the end. Soon the negative energy and the Yin pearls in his body stopped blindly battling each other. With more and more Yin Qi pouring into the Yin swirls, three more new Yin pearls started forming in the center of the Yin swirls. This way, the previous three Yin pearls that had already sunk into his meridians gained strong support. The Yin pearls slowly gained dominance within Shi Yan's meridians. On the contrary, it was those domineering negative energies that had to shrink back into the corner of his meridians and stop causing trouble. They couldn't gain support. Over Shi Yan's head, the three mountainous Yin swirls continued to rapidly absorb the natural Yin Qi. The Yin field that never sees the light all year round was suddenly struck with its first beam of sunlight. Under the crazy suction of the three mountainous swirls above Shi Yan's head, the Yin Qi that had gathered for thousands of years and covered the air in the Yin field was on the verge of being totally dried up. The cold and gloomy Yin field slowly became warmer because of the influx of sunlight. More sunlight shone from above, and the beams of sunlight shot onto the plants and demon beasts in the Yin field. The strange, bizarre plants soon became limp and shriveled up under the blazing sun. Many demon beasts were roaring in madness. They sprinted out of the Yin field and unwittingly rushed towards the outer perimeter of the dead swamp. "Hey," is what Sure exclaimed. "These plants and demon beasts are scared of sunlight." The plants in the Yin field grow from the natural Yin Qi. They've already adapted to the environment here. But now that the natural Yin Qi is gone, these plants that have never been in contact with sunlight can't tolerate it. They are all going to wither and die. Wu Yinlian explained. "What about the demon beasts?" "They're the same. The demon beasts that live here cultivate by absorbing the Yin Qi. There's a heavy amount of Yin Qi in their bodies. They naturally like the cool shade. So once they realize that sunlight has appeared, they could only sprint away to escape into the swamps in the outer areas. At least there are poisonous fogs and the shade of old trees to cover them. It's better than being completely exposed to the sun like this." "Does that mean the nine-headed sky snake is affected too?" Indeed, Wu Yinlian was dazed for a second, and she gazed at the nine-headed sky snake. Sure enough, under the blazing sun, the three heads of the nine-headed sky snake that breathed Yin Qi seemed to be getting weaker. Under Xia Xinyan's attacks with the giant hands, those three heads could only dodge, possessing no power to fight back. The two tall, buff men who were worriedly watching Xia Xinyan at this moment finally breathed out in relief. One of them looked back and gazed afar at Shi Yin. He frowned and quietly said, "Thanks to that guy. If it weren't for him absorbing all that natural Yin Qi like this and exposing sunlight in the Yin field, the nine-headed sky snake would really be hard to handle. It surprised me that it would spread to here. I wonder where he got such a thing." Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The nine-headed snake stumbled along the way and suddenly sprinted towards the Yin Valley. The sun had appeared, and the nine-headed sky snake's body was heavily damaged. It actually started thinking about running for its life. "Chase it!" Zhua Qi cried out. He ran ahead first, staring at the nine-headed sky snake, and pursued it vigorously. Qi Xiao and Xia Yin exchanged eye contact. They both knew that the gate of heaven was in the Yin Valley. If they gave the nine-headed sky snake enough time to rest, it would become more troublesome later on. Instead, they might as well destroy it as soon as possible. So, Qi Xiao and Xia Yin also followed. Thundering roars kept coming from inside the Yin Valley. Qi Xiao and the rest should still be batting the nine-headed sky snake in the valley. Outside the valley, the three giant swirls above Shi Yan's head slowly disappeared. All the natural Yin Qi that filled the enormous Yin field had been emptied. In Shi Yan's chest, three new Yin pairs were successfully formed, and together they sank into his meridians. Feeling that the Yin swirls had stopped whirling and not a single trace of Yin Qi was flowing into his body, he finally woke up. Shi Yan opened his eyes and stood up. He looked around at the surprised Han Feng, Wu Yinlian, and the rest, then said, "Let's go look in the Yin Valley. It sounds like the nine-headed sky snake is almost finished." As expected, when everyone listened, they realized that the stirring in the Yin Valley had started to die out. "Young master, how are you doing?" Kulong couldn't help but ask. "I'm all right. I was cultivating a new skill. I just didn't expect this skill to be so strange." Shi Yin furrowed his brows. He suddenly thought of something and tried to circulate the three Yin swirls at his chest. Wisps of strange Yin power suddenly flowed out from the three meridians of Shun Ke, Tian Ke, and Yin Du. The Yin power poured into the Yin swirls, and the Yin swirls began to quickly whirl, releasing traces of pure Yin power. Yin power was different than profound Qi, but it went along his arm and flowed out. In his palm, a chilling glow shone, and a dark green light ball slowly covered his whole hand. As his Yin power stirred, the light ball became bigger and bigger, and eventually it became a head-sized green light ball. Lightly taking a breath in, Shi Yan's reversed the action. That green light ball started shrinking again, and all the Yin power returned through its original course and returned to the Een swirls and was again absorbed by the 6 Een pearls in his meridians. The Een pearls were the source of power of the. They released power through the Een swirls and then flew out of his meridians to attack. Secretly feeling around for a moment, Yin soon realized the way to use the. It's not the same as swallowing an Een chi, but the other way around. Bai Mingxiang, what are you doing here? Right at this moment, from the Een Valley, there suddenly came Qi Zhao's surprised shout. Everyone outside the valley suddenly felt something amiss. Quickly, let's go and see. Wu Yunlin notified the rest and hurriedly rushed towards the direction of the Een Valley. Yin, Han Feng, and Kulong couldn't treat this lightly either, so together they quickly sprinted out and ran towards the Een Valley with great speed. Dash. Chapter 91, Dividing the Plunder. Chapter 91, Dividing the Plunder. In the Een Valley, as Yin had absorbed all the Een Chi between the heaven and earth, there was no Een Chi left in the Een Valley. The dazzling sunlight fell in the valley. The massive body of a 9-headed sky snake fell at the center of the Een Valley with blood dripping from wounds all over its body. Under the attacks of Qi Xiao, Zhua Qi, and Xia Xianyan, and without any Een Chi, the 9-headed sky snake finally died under the sun. However, apart from Qi Xiao, Zhua Qi, and Xia Xianyan, there were other people who had also entered the Een Valley. The group, including Yin and Zhuo had also arrived in the valley by then. As soon as Yin saw the scene in the valley, his face turned gloomy. Bai Mingsu and Bai Mingxiang were standing there. Yin Kuei and Jiu Shan were naturally standing by Bai Mingsu. Mu Yudai and Di Yalan were excited to see the 9-headed sky snake lying in its own in blood. Beside the experts of the Baiming family stood Zhou Zihe and a strange young man. All the people in the valley were focusing their eyes on the 9-headed sky snake in the center. Qi Xiao and Zhua Qi appeared tired, with sweat all over their bodies. Xia Xianyan looked pale. Although she had taken a sky pill, her energy had not fully recovered. The three had tried everything and used up all their energy in killing the 9-headed sky snake, only to find that Bai Mingxiang and another sky realm expert had appeared in the Een Valley secretly. It was easy to understand their frustration. After Yin entered the valley, he stood beside Han Feng and Ku Long, calmly gazing at Mu Yudai and Di Yalan, who were quite excited. Everyone can have the treasure from the 9-headed sky snake carcass. This sky snake has 9 demon crystals. How about we divide it among ourselves? Bai Mingxiang frowned and said calmly, "You three really suffered a lot, so I won't ask for much. I only need 2 demon crystals out of 9, one of the fire element and the other of Een Chi. Why on earth should you have a share?" Zhua Qi's face was twisted as he demanded with a hideous expression, "All the demon crystals of the 9-headed sky snake belong to us. We brought out our all to kill this snake, and now you want us to share the booty with you? Why should we?" "Why?" Bai Mingxiang said coldly. "Because we are here. I want to cut also." The Dark Master of the Dark World said peacefully as he pointed to one of the snake heads which could emit Een Chi. "The demon crystal in that head is mine. The rest are all yours." Zhua Qi showed a grim smile. "You have to first make sure you are capable of getting it. Capable or not, you must know it better than me." The Dark Master looked at Zhua Qi and said peacefully, "We tested each other at the perimeter of the dead swamp, and you killed several of my people. However, that was in the outer area where you could use the swamp and poisonous air as your shield. What about here?" "Brother Zhou," Bai Mingxiang looked to the Dark Master and grinned. "There seem to be 3 sky realm warriors, but that's not the exact situation. Really, Miss Xia's martial spirit is marvelous, but she is a mere disaster realm 3rd sky warrior." Bai Mingxiang pointed to Xia Xianyan. "She won't recover in a short time since she has used her martial spirit. We don't need to worry about her." Xia Xianyan's face turned pale after she heard that. Zhua Qi's expression was also changed, and he couldn't help but look to her. Is that so? As far as he was concerned, although he and Qi Xiao had consumed much energy, they could still make them give up the demon crystals as long as they received Xia Xianyan's help. However, if Xia Xanyin was only at the third sky of the disaster realm, then they would definitely lose. Under Zhua Qi's gaze, Xia Xanyin nodded in resignation. Bai Mingxiang, why on earth are you here? Qi Xia had some other concerns. He thought for a while and asked, what do you think? Bai Mingxiang asked with a grin. I got it. Qi Xiao sighed and nodded. You have come for the gate of heaven, haven't you? It seems you never let go of the treasure map. Our sources in the Tianyan city are far greater than you can imagine. Nothing would go unnoticed if I care to know. Bai Mingxiang walked over slowly to one of the snake heads and continued calmly. Let's divide the demon crystals first, then we will have a discussion about the gate of heaven. Under the watchful eyes of the people present, Bai Mingxiang took out a demon crystal and said, I want this one. The dark master from the dark world didn't move, and he demanded casually, Mu Hui, get the demon crystals. That exotic young man nodded with a smile and walked to the two snake heads, without minding Qi Xiao and the rest, knowing they dare not fight. Zhua Qi was in a rage, with his face as red as a tomato, but he stood there and clenched his teeth. I will remember you too. Bai Mingxiang and Dark Master didn't respond. Zhua Qi gouged the remaining 5 demon crystals. Qi Xiao sighed with resignation. Zhua Qi also went up to the snake body. While searching for the demon crystal in the snake heads, Zhua Qi seemed to try to release his indignation by acting in a rough manner, as blood and flesh flew out from those snake heads. Shurian was observing them coldly. Bai Mingxiang and Zhou Zi he apparently had planned all this and were waiting for the best opportunity. Bai Mingxiang showed up while Qi Xiao and his friends were about to kill the snake, and took advantage of Xia Xen in using her reincarnation martial spirit to ask for a share of the plunder. That was really malicious. He conserved his energy by not doing anything, and by forcing Qi Xiao and the other two to consume their energy, he shared the plunder. Once the gate of heaven was opened, he would get more chances to gain treasures than them with his energy at its peak. Shurian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He didn't say anything but observe the new groups while they were dividing the plunder. Before long, the plunder was divided. Of the 9 demon crystals, the Baiming family got a fire crystal and an Yin-Chi one, while Zhou Zi he got the other 2 Yin-Chi demon crystals. Of the remaining 5, Zhua Qi got 2 poisonous ones, and Qi Xiao got another poisonous crystal and a fire elementary one. Xia Xinyan also received a fire elementary one. The 9 demon crystals were thus divided among the experts present. Later, the tusks, skin, and saliva from the snake was also harvested by the group. Since there were several Sky Realm warriors, those rare materials like tusks were soon collected and divided. This time, the Sure family got 5 poisonous tusks, a piece of skin from the back of the snake, and 3 bottles of poison. This demon crystal of fire element is beneficial to your martial spirit. Bai Mingxiang threw his hand casually, and a demon crystal flew slowly to Diyalan. Diyalan was rather surprised as she looked at Bai Mingxiang with uncertainty and asked excitedly, Bai Ming family head, you mean this demon crystal is for me? The fire element demon crystal was indeed beneficial to Diyalan's blue magic flame, and it was from a level 7 demon beast, which was very rare to her. Bai Mingxiang nodded with a beaming smile. Come, train hard with the help of this demon crystal. I won't treat you unfairly as long as you are in my family. Diyalan was hesitant as she thought that the demon crystal was too precious. She was too shy to take the crystal, which was floating before her eyes. Here you are, Sister Lawn. Put it away. Just then, Mu Yu Dai grabbed the demon crystal and handed it to Diyalan. Thank you, Baiming family head. As soon as she touched the crystal, she could feel the strong flame power emitting from it. Diyalan didn't hesitate anymore and paid her gratitude to Bai Mingxiang quickly. We are family. You don't need to say that. Bai Mingxiang said indifferently. Diyalan was a little panicked as she understood the overtone of Bai Mingxiang. But still, she lowered her head and pretended she didn't get what he meant, holding the demon crystal tight. She couldn't resist the temptation of the demon crystal. Shurian saw the whole thing, but he kept silent with a rigid face. Dash. Chapter 92. The Gate of Heaven Appears. Chapter 92. The Gate of Heaven Appears. Can we talk about the treasure map now? After the various masters divided all the valuable items on the nine-headed sky snake, the lord of the dark world, Zozi, he suddenly spoke. The sky was slowly getting dark, and soon night fell. In the valley, everyone was frowning. Not a single person seemed relaxed. Bai Mingshang and Zozi, he both looked at Qi Shao. Mr. Qi Shao, you wouldn't refuse to allow us to participate, right? Bai Mingshang said casually. Qi Xiao's expression changed. He was standing there and thinking deeply. He glanced first at Xia Xian, then at Zhua Qi, and felt a bit hesitant. Xia Xian was slowly recovering after taking a nutrition pill, but she was still far away from being completely recovered. At this moment, the opposite side had two Sky Realm warriors. However, with Qi Xiao and Zhua Qi only at 80% strength, it was predetermined that they would be at a disadvantage. Let's take it out and have a look together. We haven't been able to find the gate of heaven anyway. Xia Xian said in an indifferent and relaxed manner. Miss Xia Xian knows about onset and retreat. Truly you are someone who can achieve great things. Bai Mingshang nodded, and then told Xia Xian with a straight face, Miss Xia, the Bai Ming family has only come for the treasure map. We don't want to make enemies with the Misty Pavilion. After this, no matter what the outcome, the Bai Ming family will never bother the Misty Pavilion even a bit. Xia Xian was from the Endless Sea, and with just being at the third sky of the Disaster Realm, she could utilize her martial spirit to immediately reach the Sky Realm. This little girl was already this powerful. How powerful would her background would be? Bai Mingshang held a lot of fear towards warriors from the Endless Sea. If not as a last resort, he didn't want to have a hostile relationship with Xia Xian. I also came for the treasure map. Not a single trace of emotion could be seen on Xia Xian's eyes as she spoke. After the business with the treasure map is finished, we will return to the Endless Sea. As long as the Misty Pavilion is not provoked, we from the Endless Sea wouldn't bother to come to such a remote area. That would be for the best. Bai Mingshang said. I'll warn you beforehand, though. Even if there may be incredible treasure in the Gate of Heaven, it will also be infested with unimaginable dangers. Xia Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, There hasn't been an appearance of the Gate of Heaven in your area, so your understanding of the gate is only limited to rumors. You may be aware of only one side of the coin, and not the other. Any further details would be appreciated. Whether it be Bai Mingshang or Zhou Zi, he from the Dark World, they both zoned out for a second, then looked at Xia Xian with serious expressions. Indeed, in the God-blessed Empire, the Fire Empire, and the Merchant Union, the legend of the Gate of Heaven had spread. However, there had never been an appearance of the Gate of Heaven in these three nations, which is why when this treasure map appeared, it attracted the attention of so many forces. Qi Shao, Zhua Qi, and Han Feng also expectantly looked at Xia Xian. They were also full of curiosity about the secrets to the Gate of Heaven. In the Endless Sea, not only does the Gate of Heaven exist, but there's more than one. But every Gate of Heaven bears the greatest dangers. Xia Xian took a deep breath. There was a rare seriousness in her expression. She said with a deep voice, The Gate of Heaven leads to the God Domain. The God Domain contains unimaginable mysteries, but every God Domain is also extremely frightening. Usually when a warrior enters, there's a very low chance of coming back alive. Whether it be the fourth demon area, the sevenfold underworld, or the abyss battlefield, none of them could be entered by ordinary people. Fourth demon area, sevenfold underworld, abyss battlefield, coming from Xia Xian's mouth. The names related to the Gate of Heaven and the God Domain of the Endless Sea made everyone present in the valley astonished. They secretly felt stunned. I came this time only to see what mysterious God Domain this Gate of Heaven leads to. Unknown domains could lead to terrifying and mysterious places that may devour everything. You better get prepared beforehand. Xia Xian looked around and said coldly, Inside the god domains that have appeared in the endless sea, there were powerful beings that were as powerful as the spirit realm. And there were more than one of them. If there are such beings in this god domain too, and you all want to rashly break in, don't expect to come out alive. Xia Xian Yan's words raised a storm of shock in everyone's minds. Whether it be Baiming Shang, Zhou Zihi, Qi Xiao, or Zhua Qi, they were all suddenly stunned, their expressions aghast. Spirit realm beings? And more than one. What kind of concept was this? If the god domain access from this gate of heaven also has a being of this level, who in this whole valley can say that they will get out alive? The entire valley was silent. What? Are you all afraid? Xia Xian Yin sneered. No matter what, I still have to go in and take a look. Zhou Zi's lips were a bit dry, but after a long silence, he then said, or else, how would we know what's inside? Miss Xia is only at the third sky of the disaster realm and still dares to come. What are we afraid of? When Zhou Zi, he put it that way, everyone finally realized. Xia Xian Yin came this time obviously because she wanted to enter the god domain too. She knew the dangers of the god domain, but still dared to come. Was it that she really came to die? Thinking this way, everyone all felt that Xia Xian Yin was only scaring them. Maybe the god domain wasn't even that dangerous. I've said what needed to be said. You guys can figure it out yourselves. Xia Xian Yin nodded at Qi Xiao. You can take out the treasure map now. Qi Xiao knew that it would be hard to avoid Baiming Shang and Zhou Zihi, so with frustration, he could only take the treasure map out from his chest pocket. Baiming Shang and Zhou Zihi hurriedly moved closer and gathered around the treasure map to examine it. The treasure map only marked one point in the Yin Valley, which is pointing to this place here, but there's nothing there. Zhua Qi scowled and said coldly, I've gone around many times in the valley before and even used my soul perception to scan the movements underground. But there's nothing at all. Is this treasure map fake? Can't be fake, Xia Xian Yin said with certainty, but she did not explain. Everyone knew that she came from the endless sea and her understanding of the gate of heaven and the god domain was above their own. Upon hearing her say that, everyone immediately stopped worrying, and they all stared intensely at that treasure map. Each one was in deep thoughts and paced around in the Yin Valley, as if trying to figure out the location of the gate of heaven. Sure, Yin was standing with Han Feng and Kulong. He didn't get mixed into the business. He just coldly observed these people's reactions and occasionally glanced at Mu Yu Dai and Dialan. Mu Yu Dai and Baiming stood together. Sometimes they would both chat and laugh quietly about something, and sometimes Mu Yu Dai would simply press her lips and smile. Dialan was still drowning in happiness, her hands tightly gripping the fire demon crystal and her face full of excitement. The look on her face was clearly showing her impatience to start absorbing the energy in the demon crystal then and there, so that she could nourish her martial spirit right away. Time passed quickly. All the Sky Realm masters in the valley looked worried. They frowned and pondered about the secrets of the treasure map, but no one could figure out the location of the gate of heaven. Soon, the day passed, and it was nighttime. Twinkling bright, stars appeared in the darkness. Slowly, more stars appeared in the night sky, and finally, an array of stars filled the entire night sky. Suddenly, the treasure map clutched in Zhua Qi's hand started to light up. Everyone's faces changed, and their eyes immediately went to the treasure map. The treasure map escaped Zhua Qi's hold. It slowly rose in the sky, higher and higher, and very soon it was floating in the sky above the Yin Valley. A mass of strange power suddenly rippled from inside the treasure map. The light of the stars seemed to have been drawn in by the power of the map. Like raindrops, the bright starlight suddenly poured down from the sky and onto the treasure map. Boom! The treasure map suddenly blew to pieces, and a fist-sized clear demon crystal abruptly appeared out of thin air. A strange power filled the whole Yin Valley, and the demon crystal gleamed with light, clear and bright as a quartz. Inside the demon crystal was a sluggish-looking little person. His body glowed with light, and his expression extremely miserable. "Father!" Zhuachi suddenly screamed. He unbelievably looked at the little person inside the demon crystal and roared, "Father! I am Zhuachi! Father!" The demon crystal of the level 8 mud dragon. Qi Shao also exclaimed, his expression in awe. In the valley, one by one the warriors raised their heads to look up at the sky. They all looked appalled, not knowing what happened. The little person inside the demon crystal didn't seem to hear Zhuaqi's voice. It stayed in the demon crystal looking dazed. The level 8 demon crystal became brighter and brighter, and a strange mass of power suddenly rippled out from it. "Ah!" Dialan exclaimed and sweetly shouted, "My demon crystal!" The nine-headed sky snake demon crystal that was tightly clenched in her hand suddenly flew up and rose to the sky. At the same time, the 8 newly acquired demon crystals held by Baiming Shang, Zhou Zihe, Qi Shao, Zhuachi, and Xia Xinyan all escaped from their grasp. One by one, they soared into the sky, revolving around the level 8 demon crystal that contained the spirit of the mud dragon. Colorful, strange lights shone from the 10 demon crystals in the sky and brightened the whole Yin Valley. In the valley, the snake blood that bled from a 9-headed sky snake moved as if it was alive, forming into a river of blood that flowed inside the valley. The bloody river was like a mysterious paintbrush. With its metallic odor, the blood separated into different flows, and like a blood snake, it swiftly moved across the ground of the valley. Soon, with the blood of the 9-headed sky snake as the catalyst, a strange pattern drawn by blood magically appeared on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. The 10 demon crystals in the sky exploded together, forming into 10 beams of light, and suddenly drew into the strange pattern on the ground. The galaxy-like strange pattern abruptly flashed strange lights. The starlight from the night sky came down from the sky and also infused into the pattern. In the middle of the great galaxy-like pattern, strange lights quickly gathered together. Thousands of light spots condensed together and slowly formed into a blindingly bright door of light. The gate of heaven had appeared. Chapter 93, The God Search Skill. Chapter 93, The God Search Skill. Tianyin City. That night, black spots appeared in the sky above the city. Those black spots, as seen under the moonlight, gathered together and flew in the direction of the misty pavilion. Many skilled warriors looked up, only to find that these black dots were in actual some strange demon beasts. 50-odd black spots gradually flew toward the misty pavilion like a dark shadow. As soon as these black spots landed, many sharp-eyed warriors found them to be 50 black bats, which were about 7 to 8 meters long, with a completely dark body and long tusks. They looked as if they were creatures from hell. Each bat was emitting a black aura which felt gloomy and frightening. Seated on each of those huge bats was a warrior, his face rigid, stance like a reaper, emitting a bloody aura, as if one's life was totally in his control. At the front of the group was a huge bat, on which was sitting a scar-faced, middle-aged man. His scars were very hideous. The scars on his face looked like earthworms extending from his face down his neck, looking as if there was a veil on his actual face. He was emitting a deep and bloody aura. Whoever approached him would want to throw up from the suffocating smell. 51 green-blooded magical bats landed before the Misty Pavilion. The master of the Misty Pavilion, Ku Luo, had waited for a long time with his people. As soon as he saw the guests, he kneeled down on one knee and greeted them respectfully. "Lord Shao, this is Ku Luo from the Misty Pavilion." Xiaohan Yi, who got down from the huge bat at the front, walked over at a leisurely pace. The people from the Misty Pavilion all turned pale and averted their eyes as he approached and could barely control their desire to vomit. One after another, these Shura escorts from the Yang family of the Endless Sea dismounted from their rides and followed after Xiaohan Yi to enter the Misty Pavilion. All the bats remained in the square outside the Misty Pavilion, watching the many kneeling warriors expectantly with their cold green eyes, treating them as if they were fresh meat. Being stared at in such a manner by the bats, the warriors of the Misty Pavilion were completely horrified and panicked a lot. Xiao Han sat on the head seat casually and glanced at Ku Luo. "What's the situation?" Miss Xia went to the dead swamp, since the gate of heaven was found there. The treasure map was completed. Ku Luo was anxious. "I'm not asking about that." Xiao Han Yi's face turned cold. An invisible power exploded outwards within the pavilion suddenly. That power constricted Ku Luo as if there was a big hand on his neck, and lifted him to drop him in front of Xiao Han Yi. "Father, Lord!" Ku Luo's family members all were horrified and looked at Xiao Han Yi in anger, ready to fight for their lives. Some of the Shura escorts coldly glanced at them indifferently when one of them asked, "Lord, do you need to finish Ku Luo's family?" "Lord Xiao." Ku Luo struggled, coughed, and begged in fear. "Lord Xiao, we tried our best. Give me some more time. We will find Yang Hai. Keep your eyes open." Xiao Han stared at Ku Luo and grunted. Bang! Ku Luo fell from midair and dropped to his knees on the ground. He nodded in fear and explained, "We took every man named Yang Hai to the Tianyan city, but none of them was the one we want. We're searching out of town now, and we'll get news soon." "Give me the blood spirit crystal." Xiao Han thought for a while and stretched out his hand. The blood spirit crystal left by Xia Xinyan on Ku Luo suddenly flew out from him and landed in Xiao Han Yi's hand. "Everybody except Ku Luo, get out." After getting the blood spirit crystal, Xiao Han ordered calmly. All dismissed, Ku Luo signaled to his people. Soon, there were only Xiao Han Yi's people left in the room. "I don't have so much time." Xiao Han grunted and said indifferently, "It turns out that the Xia family is really slow. So much time for a single person." Then, Xiao Han caressed the blood spirit crystal and closed his eyes. Centered on Xiao Han a strong will pervaded throughout Tianyan City in all directions. Inside that blood spirit crystal, a red light suddenly manifested and numerous faces, filled with all sorts of expressions, appeared on the surface of the crystal. Their faces flashed like ghosts inside the blood spirit crystal, and none of them stayed for more than 3 seconds. The God Search skill. Ku Luo was shocked. The God Search skill was a mysterious tracing skill. Once one had the target's blood, flesh, bone, or even a hair, he could find the target with this skill. The better one can use his will, the larger the search area it could search. Xiao Han closed his eyes, and his huge will power covered the entirety of Tianyan City. In Tianyan City, all the Nirvana warriors who had formed a will see could feel clearly a horrifying will see lingering above Tianyan City. Many experts in Tianyan City were astounded. This will was more than 2 levels higher than Baimingshang's, covering the entire Tianyan City, and kept moving further. At that time, all the experts in the 5 big families felt threatened. At this crucial point, every minister of the 5 families exchanged messages and started guessing what the Misty Pavilion was going to do. The God Search skill was continuing. The horrifying will see shook the whole Tianyan City like tornado, where every creature was tested. All of a sudden, blood exploded in the blood spirit crystal and odd light spots gathered, showing a fat face in it. The picture in the blood spirit crystal turned clear. That guy was sitting in a carriage in the west of Tianyan City, heading for the city. Xiao Han, he suddenly opened his eyes. Who is he? Shi Jian's adopted son, Yang Hai. Ku Luo's face changed in astonishment. It is him. Xiao Han, he quickly stood up and vanished. The next moment, the sound of green blood magical bats filling the sky came from the Misty Pavilion. 1 hour later, Xiao Han, he brought Yang Hai back, who had a blank expression on his face. Who are you? Humph. Has the Mo family invited you here? Yang Hai was kind of calm, but when he saw Ku Luo, he shouted in anger, Ku Luo, has your Misty Pavilion cooperated with the Mo family? What's going on? We 3 families work together to search for the treasure. What the hell do you want to do? Ku Luo smiled bitterly and made an apologizing bow, saying in embarrassment, "Different things. Different. It's good to see you, young Master Hai. I'm a leading Shura escort for the Yang family, Xiao Han." Xiao Han, he bowed. "I will explain everything to you." Xiao Han, he explained the story to Yang Hai politely. "Young Master Hai, our family head is battling in the 4th demon area now, so I can't take you back. Since the family head threw you out of the 4th demon area, he has been worried about you. But he was badly injured and had to recover first." The Endless Sea? The Yang family? Yang Hai was shocked, confused, and unable to think straight. Standing there, his expression continuously changed as different ideas popped up to his mind. Just then, he remembered that test Shi Yin did on him in the gravity room. His arm was cut, but quickly recovered in presence of Han Feng, which showed it was an amazing martial spirit. Hearing Xiao Han Yi say such, he was sure that he meant it. However, he was used to living in the Merchant Union, and Shi Jian was good to him. Besides, his son Shi Yin was here, and he was not a warrior himself. With all sorts of matters behind him, Yang Hai was so pressured that he didn't want to start a new life in the Endless Sea. After a long time, Yang Hai shook his head. "I'm not going to the Endless Sea. I never trained in martial arts. It's too late to begin training at this age. I'm used to the life here and don't want to live in the Endless Sea. I'm afraid you have to leave without me. Just think I'm dead." "Young Master Hai," Xiao Han Yi yelled. "As a descendant of the Yang family, you have to fight for the family." After a pause, Xiao Han Yi added, "Although young Master Hai is not young anymore, don't worry. The family head had expected it. He had long prepared an immortal pill, and this royal level pill will change you entirely. It will be easy for you to enter the disaster realm in 10 years. Immortal pill. Ku Luo cried out loud and tried to persuade Yang Hai. "Young Master Hai, the immortal pill is one of the 7 magical medicines in the Endless Sea. One immortal pill can really change everything. Even your talent will change with it. Young Master Hai, seize this opportunity." Royal level pills. Though the 3 medicine kings in the Medicine Valley were soul-level alchemists, they couldn't ever refine royal-level pills. Till now, royal-level pills had never appeared in the Fire Empire, God-blessed Empire, or the Merchant Union. It was said that one royal-level pill could change everything. Xiao Han Yi and Ku Luo's speech made Yang Hai rethink. His expressions changed in front of the temptation of the pill. "I never trained martial arts since I was a kid, so I can't adapt even if I became a warrior right now." After a long silence, Yang Hai looked at Xiao Han Yi and said, "My heart has died since my wife's death. I have no dream anymore. However, my son is in his prime age and possesses both the immortal martial spirit and the Shi family's petrification martial spirit. Although he hadn't trained in the first 17 years of his life, he advanced to the 3rd sky of the nascent realm. Maybe you could give the immortal pill to him." "Shi Yan," Ku Luo cried out and said to Xiao Han, "Lord Xiao, Shi Yin is awesome, young, with potential, ambitious, and strong-minded. 17 twin martial spirits in the 3rd sky of nascent realm." Xiao Han, he mumbled to himself while his eyes lit up. "Where is he?" "In the Een Valley of the Dead Swamp." Ku Luo ingratiated. "Young Master Hai, I will go see Shi Yin first." "Excuse me." Xiao Han, he bowed to Yang Hai and disappeared in an instant, with his voice ringing outside the misty pavilion. "Let's go to the Dead Swamp." Chapter 94, I'll go. Chapter 94, I'll go. Inside the Een Valley, an enormous galaxy pattern emerged from the blood of the sky snake. In the middle of that galaxy pattern, thousands of lights gathered, forming into the blindingly bright gate of heaven. All the warriors gathered in the valley were looking at the gate of heaven, but none of them dared to enter first. On the other hand, Shi Yin was quite calmly standing beside Han Feng and Ku Long. He was secretly observing the gate of heaven, feeling joyful inside. He didn't get any of the 9 demon crystals that came from the carcass of the 9-headed sky snake, but seeing all those crystals getting destroyed made him immensely happy. But as he thought of the frightening power which could snatch away the demon crystal from the hands of Sky Realm warriors like Qi Xiao and Bai Mingxiang, he was very startled and thought of prudence. Zhuo Qi looked up into the sky. His expression was painful, and he kept murmuring under his breath, "Father, Father." One of the demon crystals that exploded came from a level 8 mud dragon. A level 8 demon crystal could sustain a piece of the demon beast's soul. So even if the body is destroyed, there is still a chance for resurrection because of the soul inside the demon crystal. However, the spirit inside the level 8 demon crystal was clearly lifeless and dull. Very obviously, it must have been refined by some mysterious technique, making it just a power source with no ability to think of its own. That level 8 demon crystal of the mud dragon had become a very important part in opening the gate of heaven. Although Zhuo Qi was vicious, he still had a deep love and admiration for the mud dragon. One can only imagine the despair he must have felt when seeing the last hope of resurrecting his father getting destroyed. Bai Mingxiang, Qi Xiao, and Zhou Zi, he all quietly walked towards the gate of heaven. As they approached the gate of heaven, the more cautious were their steps. Mistress, the two giant men next to Xia Xinyin looked at the mysterious pattern in the valley and hesitated. These two seemed to know some secrets about the mysterious pattern. Xia Xinyin shook her head. She silently gazed at everything in a strange light and looked at the far, standing Shi Yin. Shi Yin was also secretly watching everyone, and once he saw Xia Xinyin looking towards him, he was dazed for a second, then lightly nodded to Xia Xinyin. A complex feeling flickered through Xia Xinyan's eyes. She also slowly nodded towards him, but no one knew what thoughts were going through her mind. The gate of heaven has now opened. If you all are really not scared of death, then you may enter now. Xia Xinyan didn't move from her place, but saw Qi Xiao and Bai Mingxiang standing motionless before the gate. She couldn't resist the temptation to mock them. "I'll go." Unexpectedly, Zhuo Qi, who was immersed in grief, suddenly roared, "I'd like to see what exactly is inside." Then, Zhuo Qi's body moved as fast as lightning, storming into the gate of heaven like a moth to a flame, and disappeared into the bright white light. Zhuo Qi's shadow quickly disappeared into the gate of heaven. The gate only worked for a second and did not show any other change. It still maintained its bright shine, as if waiting for the entrance of another person. Brother Zhou, Bai Mingxiang looked at Zhou Zihi and pondered for a second, then said, "What do you think?" Zhou Zihi shook his head and said, "We're already at this point. If I return empty-handed, I will regret it for the rest of my life. If you want the riches, you have to take the risks." "All right." Bai Mingxiang nodded in agreement. He hesitated for a second, then turned to Bai Mingsu and said, "Su, you stay outside. Inkue, Jiushan, you guys take care of Sil." Pausing, Bai Mingxiang then looked at Mu Yudai and Di Yalan and furrowed his brows. "What do you guys think? I want to go look inside." Mu Yudai knew that the gate of heaven would contain great danger, but she still didn't want to miss this chance of a lifetime. "Okay, you may go in." Bai Mingxiang nodded, "Follow me." Bai Mingxiang then followed after Zhuo Qi and entered the gate of heaven. Mu Yudai and Di Yalan exchanged a look. They both looked determined and followed Bai Mingxiang into the gate of heaven. "Mr. Qi Xiao, how about you?" Xia Xinyin said casually. "Of course I will enter too." Qi Xiao smiled. He looked back at Zhuo Shi and Shi Yin and said, "Xiao Shi, you stay outside. I will go look inside alone." "Master, I want to go inside it too." Zhuo Shi pouted and said reluctantly, "As a teacher, I'll go take a look at the situation first. If there are no problems, next time I will definitely take you along." Qi Xiao scolded her with a straight face, then said to Shi Yin and the rest, "What about the Shi family? Would you send someone to go and take a look too?" "Young master, I'll go." Kulong stood up and said to Shi Yin, "I'll go." Shi Yin's expression was cold. He shouted with a deep voice, as if he didn't care the dangers in the gate of heaven. Deep down, he always had a daredevil factor, and he liked to challenge unknown mysteries. The very reason why he came to this world was because of his exploration of the blue holes. Of course, he wouldn't want to sit out on the exploration of the gate of heaven. Young master, let Kulong go. Han Feng said anxiously. Don't worry, I'll go. Shi Yin shook his head and insisted. I'm very curious as to what really is in the gate of heaven. If I don't go, I will regret it forever. Then, before Han Feng and Kulong could try to persuade him again, he immediately sprinted towards the gate of heaven. Young master, Kulong and Han Feng both screamed in fear, and they also ran towards the gate of heaven. By the time when they arrived at the gate, Shi Yan's body just so happened to disappear into the gate. The two exchanged glances, and without further hesitation, leaped into the gate of heaven. You guys look after Xiao Shi. Qi Xiao told Wu Yun Lian and Chu Ping. Then he also flew out and disappeared into the gate of heaven. In a matter of a few minutes, all the masters in the valley leaped into the gate one after another. Truly, like the saying, people die in pursuit for money like birds die for food. In the Yin Valley, the only ones left were Bai Ming Su, Yin Ke, and Jioshan on one side, plus Sua Shi, Chu Ping, and Wu Yun Lian on the other. Then there were also Xia, Xian Yin, and the two towering giant men. Mistress, this is a false gate of heaven. One of the giant men whispered. Xia, Xian Yan's eyes flickered. She stared at the gate with the same expression. Right now, the Sky Realm Masters were all in the gate of heaven, plus Xia, Xian, and the two were at a distance from the other two sides, so no one could hear their quiet conversation. The false gate won't have the real God domain. This is only a small space created by a God Realm Master. It won't contain any unimaginable treasures, but it should contain the relics of the God Realm Master. Miss, why don't you go in? Maybe there's even the martial spirit inheritance of that person. One of the towering men said impatiently. Don't you all think that somewhere there's an invisible hand that's manipulating this all? Xian Yin snorted. He already arranged everything on the chessboard, and we're all just chess pieces in his game plan. We are all together, but still could not escape from his control. That old guy's been dead for thousands of years and still won't rest in peace. Mistress, you're saying? The Shi family's half of the fragmented map was probably obtained by Shi Yin. That half of the map was definitely together with There's only a mortal-level martial skill, and only warriors with low capabilities would actually go and cultivate it. That guy purposely set the place in the Yin Valley, forcing the one who has to cultivate it to defend against the natural Yin Qi. Once the is cultivated, it would naturally swallow the Yin Qi here to form the Yin Pearls. Once the Yin Pearls form, the objective is clear. If the gate of heaven really had the martial spirit imprint, then only the one with the Yin Pearls could obtain it. Now, is there even a need for us to go in? Xiaoxin Yin said resentfully. That old guy, he already planned everything completely. He simply won't let anyone sabotage his plans. This time we came for nothing. If Shi Yin obtains the martial spirit imprint of that guy, then he will definitely become one of the god children of the Three Gods sect. If he could go to the Endless Sea, the Three Gods sect would treat him like a treasure. Miss, the Three Gods sect is very powerful in the Endless Sea, and they're in opposition with us. If he really does obtain that person's martial spirit imprint, then he will definitely become the star god of the Three Gods sect in the future. We better take him out now. I know what to do, Xiaoxian Yin said coldly. The two towering men nodded and became silent again. In a place with pitch-black darkness, there came a woman's cold voice. All of you go to the gate of heaven. Catch me you die and assist the Lord to explore the mysteries of the gate. Yes, mistress. A group of pale-faced warriors from the dark world knelt down on one knee, with blank expressions. Go! The voice in the dark came again. Dozens of warriors of the dark world moved one by one, and soon entered the Yin Valley. Without even looking at the people in the valley, they walked straight into the gate of heaven. The people from the dark world, Bai Mingsi shouted with a low voice. His expression slightly changed. The dark world should have been guarding on the outside. Why would they suddenly enter into the gate of heaven? As Yin Kuei and Jioshan watched the flow of warriors from the dark world coming in, the look in their eyes became grim. It can't be. We have to go in too, or else Grandpa won't be able to handle it on his own. Bai Ming so pondered, and disregarding Yin Kuei and Jioshan's opposition, he also rushed into the gate. When Yin Kuei and Jioshan saw that he went in, they could only follow along without hesitation. Chapter 95, Desperate Fight. Chapter 95, Desperate Fight. There was a huge star river in the sky, which was exactly like the pattern formed in the Yin Valley by the sky snake's blood. In that star river, every star was as big as a mountain, and the distance between the stars was like heaven and earth, hundreds of thousands of meters away. Under the star river were various numerous clouds, floating freely, and which were either formed of fire, yin qi, or poisonous air. Gray sky and gray earth. On the ground lay a huge statue with its back on the ground. The statue was of a muscular, handsome figure, and sculpted to be clothed with only a stone shorts. The heart area of the stone statue was shining with starry light. The starry light was attracting the power in the star river, and similarly to the light from the starry river, was becoming concentrated in the heart of the stone statue. The statue was carved very expertly, such that even the hair and veins were shown in exquisite delicacy. If one looked carefully, one could even see thousands of black spots moving through the veins. On the right palm of the stone statue, a little ant was staring up at the sky with a surprised look. That was Shi Yan. After he arrived here, he was standing on the right palm of the statue, with oddly swaying plants all around him. Those plants, which swayed with the wind, were 10 meters high and as thick as a human waist, looking like the statue's hair. Although he didn't know that the plants looked like hair from up in the air. In his eyes, the right palm of that statue was 10 times larger than the Godstone Square in Tianyin City. Standing on that palm, Shi Yan looked at the mysterious star river above him and was filled with amazement. He wasn't aware that he was on the palm of a statue, nor did he know how huge the statue was. He had lost his sense of direction and was of the assumption that he was on a small hill. 2. The Yin Pearls and the Tian K, Shun K, and Yin Du meridians suddenly started spinning, while a mysterious attraction force came from the heart of that stone statue. Shi Yan's body shook suddenly. The heart area which attracted the starlight was calling for the Yin Pearls inside Shi Yan, and the Yin Pearl spun, as if urging him to go to the heart area. Standing on the palm of the stone statue, Shi Yan looked quite serious, and after a little hesitance, he dashed to the heart area of the statue directly. Meanwhile, the small black men on the stone statue observed for a while and realized the heart area was the most powerful place. Therefore, after being still for a while, those people gathered at the chest of the stone statue. Those people included the warriors from the Dark World, Mu Hui, Mu Yu Dai, Dialin, and Bai Ming Su. All warriors under the Earth Realm were moving towards the heart area. Under the heels of the stone statue, Bai Ming Shang, Qi Xiao, Zhua Qi, the Dark Master, Yin Kuei, and Jioshan were suppressed by a huge power. Warriors above Earth Realm were all suppressed under its heels, unable to move even a bit. At that time, the group, including Bai Ming Shang and Qi Xiao, were trying to defend against the power which restrained them. But however hard they tried, they couldn't get rid of that pressure or move an inch. 2. The Yin Pearls inside Shi Yan kept spinning, while Shi Yan held his breath and dashed toward the stone statue with a rigid face. Beside Shi Yan, the hairs of the stone statue were swaying like tall trees and blocking his sight. He felt like he was in a jungle instead of the palm of the statue. Not knowing how much time had passed, Shi Yan finally flew from the mountain-like palm to its right leg. Shi Yan's rushing body suddenly stopped as he looked ahead on alert. From a deep hole in front of him, one after another flaming stone men suddenly jumped out. These stone men were 3 meters tall and were wreathed in fire, giving off the smell of a 9-headed sky snake. If one looked down at it from upon the statue, he would find that that deep hole was actually the Yang Qi meridian on its right arm. The 12 flaming stone men seemed to be disgusted by the smell of life. Once Shi Yan approached the hole, They appeared and jumped on him. Taking a deep breath, Yin kept calm to operate his petrification martial spirit, and his skin turned dark brown in a short time. After he operated his petrification martial spirit, Yin triggered the by moving his profound qi all over his body. As there was formed, Yin dashed out like a missile. Dang, dang, dang. Among the flaming stone men, Yin turned his fingers into spears and struck the stone men. Which could pierce through an elementary realm warrior, emitted the sound of metal clashing while striking the stone bodies. The power of the fire went into Yin's fingers when he touched the stone men and felt pain in his fingers. No, his face changed. Yin soon realized that that was inefficient when facing the stone men who were not made of flesh. Boom, boom, boom. 6 stone men made flaming fists and punched Yin together. His couldn't bear the attacks and fell apart. Under those fists, Yin was driven back in pain. His clothes were on fire. Thanks to his petrification martial spirit, his body was not hurt except for some pain. With a gloomy face, Yin could figure out that every one of the 6 stone men was tougher than a human realm warrior. It was not working. He had to take another shot. As his will changed, Yin's left hand gave out wisps of white smoke. Negative energy was triggered and combined with his profound qi. They flew out together and formed a huge. With his will, the moved swiftly and suddenly fell in the center of the stone men. A strong power of attraction gushed out of the field, making all the stone men to struggle painfully. It worked. Delighted, Yin enhanced the power in the field and focused to twist it. Pa! 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 As the field span, one stone man was shattered into pieces and was thrown out of the field. Yin was a little relieved before his face changed again. However, after leaving the field, the scattered parts of the stone man began to reform together. In merely 3 seconds, it had recombined and jumped at Yin again. It was not killed. Realizing that, Yin's face turned gloomier, and he triggered the field again to change its position. That stone man was wrapped again and shredded to pieces another time. This time, Yin didn't try to kill them, but crossed the field in an instant and continued to dash forward after all the stone men were entangled. Half an hour later, from the deep hole of the stone statue's Zhigo meridian, one after another Sha danced out. Sha was produced by warrior spirits, which absorbed Qi. It was a dead thing, but could use part of the warrior's martial spirit. It was aggressive and in thirst of more spirits. Those Sha waved their claws and flew toward Yin from the deep hole. After a glance at the Sha, Yin's face turned cold. Inside the pearl, wisps of power pervaded and triggered the 3 swirls to spin, and a strong power of attraction broke out. Those Sha suddenly showed fear and escaped to the deep hole. You think you can escape? Yin smiled coldly, and the swirls span even faster. The Sha struggled hard while being pulled by Yin's swirls, but still forced towards Yin little by little. The more they approached Yin, the more were they influenced by the swirl. All of a sudden, one Sha stopped struggling and turned into Qi and went inside Yin's chest. The Sha dissolved in the swirls and turned into pure energy, which was attached to the center of the swirls. The rest of the Sha struggled in fear, but couldn't escape the swirls. They were pulled in and turned into Qi inside of it. Quickly, all the Sha were absorbed, and Yin continued advancing. At the same time, the same thing was happening at every corner of the stone statue. Bai Mingsu, Mu Yudai, Dialan, Mu Hui, and warriors from the dark world also met danger when they headed for the heart. They were all trapped by the flaming stone men, Sha, poisonous demons, and mud dragons which came from the meridians of the stone statue. Yin continued to rush forward. On his way, he came across more flaming stone men and Sha, which were taken care of by the same means, and then he came to the right elbow slowly. Yin stopped again. Ahead of him were 5 warriors from the dark world, who all were around the first or second sky of the human realm. They had been separated from the others by the gate of heaven when thy entering. And now, all of them were heading for the heart, but smelled like scorched flesh. The 5 warriors from the dark world also spotted Shi Yin. They turned back, glanced at Shi Yin, and came to an agreement silently. With cold eyes, they walked towards Shi Yin slowly. Warriors from the dark world, Shi Yin's eyes were like torches as he spotted the sign of the dark world on the bare shoulder of one warrior. Kill! That guy yelled when the rest separated to encircle Shi Yin in an arc. You're seeking for death. With a cold face, Shi Yin's eyes showed a bloodthirst. After a shout, he dashed out like a sharp sword. Dash. Chapter 96. Kill all the way. Chapter 96. Kill all the way. With white smoke engulfing him, Shi Yin's thoughts were all about bloodthirst, brutality, insanity, and terror, while under the effect of the negative energy. There was only a single desire, and that was to kill them all. Standing amid the 5 warriors from the dark world, Shi Yin had a rigid face. One after another magic snakes, made of negative energy, tried to intertwine those warriors crazily. Bang! One dark world warrior scratched Shi Yin's chest. Shi Yin chuckled cunningly as he kicked that warrior bluntly. His 10 fingers were like spears and left 10 bloody holes on the warrior's chest in an instant. With that guy's miserable screams, Shi Yin stepped back and blocked another attack from another warrior's green light to his head. 3 formed quietly on his 2 sides and his back. Standing amid the 3, Shi Yin looked at the 5 dark world warriors coldly. Want to kill me? I want to kill you too. Kill! Those dark world warriors yelled and rushed forward together. The warrior who got 5 blood holes in his chest suddenly sat down cross-legged. Green thorns were triggered by him and shot from his palms. Profound level martial skill. Dozens of icy, needle-like thorns flashed through the air toward Shi Yin like lightning. Dang, 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 dang. The crisp sound of metal on metal came from all over Shi Yin's body as they couldn't break Shi Yin's petrification martial spirit. The badly injured man's pale face changed as he ordered, "Strike together!" The other 4 warriors went to the 4 corners while Shi Yin was at the center point. 4 blue curtains appeared from above their heads like clouds and formed together before they thrust toward Shi Yin. The blue curtains had so strong power that they bound Shi Yin in an instant. The 4 warriors were delighted as they jumped up and took out weapons to stab Shi Yin. Field! Trigger! Shi Yin shouted. The 4 warriors were inside the invisible and were wrapped by them all of a sudden. Being greatly distorted, the 4 warriors turned stiff and couldn't even operate their profound qi. Deeply horrified, they didn't know what exactly had happened. Ow! Shi Yin shouted into the sky, his muscles trembling. At the same time, the white smoke became denser and all sorts of negative energies were triggered. In an instant, a vicious power broke out inside Shi Yin's body and flashed through his body like an electric current. In the howls, Shi Yin managed to break through the blue curtain. Boom! A huge roar came, and the big blue curtain made from the 4 smaller ones exploded into blue light spots. Shi Yin smiled cunningly and coldly, and rushed into one and thrust as into the warrior contained within. Pooh! Shi Yin's was thrust into the eyes of the warrior entangled in the field. His eyes turned into 2 blood holes, and even his brain could be seen. He died instantly. Shi Yin moved swiftly, crossing into the other 2 fields. Pooh! 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 The other 3 warriors were also bleeding from their eyes and died in the same way in a very short time. The suddenly contracted. The last Dark World warrior, sitting on the ground, was terrified and hurriedly tried to escape. Do you really think you can run away? Shi Yin laughed coldly, while he flashed to the warrior and stabbed him in the back. His arm went right through the man's heart. Right now, all the 5 Dark World warriors were killed. Covered in blood, Shi Yin stood beside the 5 corpses, looking content. He was enjoying the negative energy flowing out from them. Soon, the 5 body dried up, while Shi Yan's meridians were filled with profound qi and his desire for blood surged. Without any attempt to suppress the effects, Shi Yan kept activated while his desire to kill was strengthened. He walked to the heart area. Half an hour later, another two warriors of the second sky of the nascent realm encountered him. Without uttering any word, Shi Yan dashed over with a hideous face. Under the bloodthirsty effects of, he killed the two warriors easily and continued his journey. 12 Insha suddenly flew up from a deep hole ahead when they saw Shi Yan. Shi Yan chuckled coldly, but in a happy mood. He shifted his swirls, and a huge attraction force came into being. The 12 Insha were eventually swallowed by Shi Yan's swirls and turned into qi. All sorts of negative energy was purifying and gushing out of Shi Yan's meridians. Ignoring the abnormal state of his body, Shi Yan kept advancing. All along the way, Shi Yan became a god of slaughter as he killed instantly as long as he saw a Dark World warrior. The Dark World warriors in this area were mostly at the third sky of the nascent realm or the first or second sky of the human realm. They couldn't compete with Shi Yan and were all killed by him. All along the way, Shi Yan killed 21 Dark World warriors, absorbed 65 Insha, and finally reached the right shoulder of the stone statue. Mu Hui's figure suddenly popped out from a deep hole ahead. Beside him stood 3 Dark World warriors of the third sky of the human realm. Inside the deep hole, 3 destroyed mud dragons were wriggling, trying to reconstruct their bodies. Mu Hui frowned, and a slight resignation flashed across his odd face. These things are too tough and can't be killed. There are hundreds of them in every deep hole, which keeps consuming my profound qi. Young master, someone's there. A Dark World warrior pointed to Shi Yan. Shi Yan was surrounded by white smoke, and a murderous air boiled around him. The blood on him turned into blood cocoons while he smiled a bloody smile. It's you? Mu Hui was surprised and recognized he was Shi Yan, who always stood beside Han Feng and Kulong. While Mu Hui was in the Yin Valley, he had observed but didn't pay much attention to Shi Yan. Rather, he was more focused on the experts like Zhua Qi and Xia Xian. Since Shi Yan was only at the first sky of the human realm, Mu Hui never took him seriously. Seeing Shi Yan approaching with a murderous air, Mu Hui was perplexed, not knowing what happened to Shi Yan. Young master, we have to kill whoever we meet. That warrior wore a plain expression. The earlier we kill one, the earlier we have less adversaries. The mistress of the Dark World has ordered that we even have to kill Baiming Su if we met him. Why don't you stay and take care of him? The rest follow me. Mu Hui nodded and ordered, then turned to walk ahead. 2 warriors followed Mu Hui quietly and left at once. That talkative guy stayed there, looking at Shi Yan coldly. You have bad luck. Bad luck? Shi Yan laughed wildly. Actually, I have rather good luck. Really good. You Dark World warriors fed me well. I have killed 21 Dark World warriors, and you will be my 22nd. Just then, Shi Yan rushed towards him. 2 minutes later, that talkative warrior turned into a dry dead body, his head and body separated. Shi Yan sucked up his negative energy and continued to run up. 10 minutes later, Shi Yan saw Mu Hui and the other 2 warriors again. What? Li Tuo was killed by you? Mu Hui then took Shi Yan seriously, and his face turned dignified. A first sky of the human realm killed Li Tuo, who was at the third sky. It seems you are something. Shi Yan didn't answer, but smiled coldly. His desire for blood was increasing rapidly as he walked towards Mu Hui step by step. Mu Hui was at the third sky of the human realm, but since he had a martial spirit and trained in high-class martial skills, he was more capable than the average warrior of his level. Shi Yan approached him step by step, but although he looked vicious and insane, he was actually cool-minded. After 5 steps, he acutely perceived that Mu Hui was a formidable adversary. You are already dead. Mu Hui stared at him and yelled. You are already dead. The 4 words struck into Shi Yan's mind like some mysterious incantation. An astounding power suddenly exploded in Shi Yan's mind. The 4 words conquered his perception and stopped all his thoughts. Kill him. So bored. Mu Hui ordered indifferently and shook his head before he walked forward quickly. The 2 warriors walked toward Shi Yin with dull expressions and stabbed Shi Yin with the swords in their hands. Dang! Dang! The sound of metal clashing came from Shi Yin's chest again. The 2 warriors' faces changed, and they started to trigger more profound qi in their swords, then raised them to stab Shi Yin's eyes. The strong strikes on his chest suddenly woke him up from his confused state. In his eyes, 2 tips of sharp swords were expanding slowly. Surprised, Shi Yin shifted his head, and the swords slipped past his temple. He could feel the coldness on the swords clearly. Bang! Bang! A boiling negative energy exploded from Shi Yan's shoulders. 2 bunches of pale light delved into the 2 warriors' bodies in an instant. Struck by the negative energy, the 2 warriors felt like they were being dragged into an endless blood sea and were being eaten by thousands of ghosts. They were dumbstruck. Pooh! Pooh! 5 bloody holes appeared on their necks, and blood came gushing out. Shi Yin looked on coldly as he tossed the blood on his fingers, absorbed the profound qi in them. He coldly glanced at Mu Hui, who was moving, and dashed forward. Chapter 97, Grind. Chapter 97, Grind. Shi Yin appeared again. This time, Mu Hui's expression became serious, and his seductive eyes flickered with some coldness. He bitterly watched Shi Yin, who was walking towards him step by step. 3 human realm warriors were individually killed by Shi Yin, especially the last 2, who died after he used his soul martial spirit on Shi Yin. You're not bad. Mu Hui slowly took a deep breath. The result is still going to be the same, though. You will still die in my hands. Shi Yin's expression was slightly ferocious. The negative energies in all of his meridians were churning like waves, and wisps of pale white fog covered his whole body. The different negative emotions were rampaging throughout his body. These violent and murderous thoughts formed a dominating will around his body. The will was like an evil spirit that could destroy everything in its path. However, his mentality was clear and calm as ever. Under the conditions of, Shi Yin became very sensitive. He could feel the most minuscule details of the different essences in this bizarre world. He could even feel the circulation path of the profound qi in Mu Hui's body, the soul martial spirit. This was the most mysterious kind of martial spirit. Warriors with the soul martial spirit had the most formidable senses, with the power to delude people's minds with their speech. Their insight into the natural energies was also a lot broader than ordinary warriors. What Mu Hui had was precisely the soul martial spirit. Once he breaks into the nirvana realm and forms a sea of knowledge inside his mind, the soul martial spirit would become even stronger. One sentence would have the power to drive people to madness and put them into a situation beyond redemption. Previously, with one sentence from Mu Hui, Shi Yin was put into a suspended dream in which his body became cold and stiff. If it weren't for the negligence of those 2 Dark World warriors, he could have already ended up dead back there. And because of that, this time when Shi Yin sprinted forward, the first thing he did was to securely guard his mind, as he didn't dare give another chance for Mu Hui to use the soul martial spirit to paralyze his mind again. The Shi family's petrification martial spirit sure is something. It looks like those 2 weren't able to kill you in one shot, and that's what woke you up. Mu Hui looked at the sword gash on the clothes on Shi Yin's chest. His long, thin eyes slightly squinted, and a seductive light suddenly shone from his eyes. That beam of seductive light became brighter and brighter. Then slowly, Mu Hui's eyes became like bright and dazzling gems under the sun. A flow of deluding mental power was released from those eyes. This mental power was like an invisible storm that suddenly covered the whole area. Lock! Mu Hui shouted. Shi Yan's whole body stiffened and his eyes became dazed again. The profound qi in his body behaved as if it was frozen and became hard to circulate. Mu Hui raised his right arm, and green electric light shot from his 5 fingers, which quickly condensed under his control. Soon, a long knife formed in his hand, shining with a strange green light. The long knife looked like it was real and gave off a dazzling and chilling bright light. Holding there was a confident smile on Mu Hui's lips. He slowly walked towards Shi Yin as if taking a casual stroll. Lubed up. At Shi Yan's chest, the Yin pearls continuously pulsed. Summoned by the strange light spots at the stone statue's heart, the Yin pearls in his meridians became more and more restless. The traumatized Shi Yin suddenly felt a strange movement in the Yin pearls. His soul felt as if it was in an endless dark abyss. It was sinking quickly, like it was going to be swallowed by the abyss and could never have its own individual thought again. Suddenly, the negative energies fiercely burst from the meridians in his head. Feelings of bloodlust, madness, and hate quickly flowed into the abyss and entered the mind of Shi Yin as it was falling into the dark abyss. Boom! His head suddenly shook, and Shi Yan's degrading mind was forcibly cleared by the negative energies. What? Mu Hui immediately noticed the change. He exclaimed, and the yin in his hand swung down without hesitation. Bees easy, bees easy, bees. The air exploded wherever it went, and in its glowing green light, it became thinner and thinner, almost as thin as an onion skin. After Shi Yin was wide awake, he saw the coming straight at him. His heart shook, and without hesitation, he dodged to the left. Pooh! A beam of electric light flashed, and a deep bloody gash appeared on Shi Yan's right arm. What sort of power was affixed to the knife that it was able to break his petrification martial spirit? Shi Yan's expression suddenly changed. Mu Hui's eyes were also full of surprise. His expression became more serious, and said, "Not bad. This slash only left a gash and didn't chop your whole arm off." The petrification martial spirit from the Shi family indeed has astonishing defensive powers. Usually when Mu Hui pulled out even Disaster Realm warriors would avoid it. Not many would go in a close combat with Mu Hui when he's holding From Mu Hui's perspective, even though the Shi family's martial spirit was extraordinary, it was still flesh and blood in nature, and shouldn't be able to withstand the energy of the dead spirits in there. However, one slash didn't sever Shi Yan's arm, and only left a mere bloody gash. He was even more surprised than Shi Yan was. Backing away quickly, Shi Yan took in a deep breath and secretly released 3 and tried to incite the at the same time. This was the first time he had used the in combat. The 6 Yin pearls combined their forces, releasing a surge of Yin power that followed along Shi Yan's arm and rushed straight towards the palm of his right hand. A head-sized green light ball quickly formed in his palm. Electric snakes intertwined inside the green light ball, and wisps of chilling, evil powers flowed out from inside the ball. It was filled with a dark, cold ambience. Yin power continued to vigorously flow into the light ball. The green light ball became bigger and bigger. In a few seconds, the light ball was already the size of a basin, shooting out green light like a green sun. Mu Hui's expression shook for the first time. "Friend, stop struggling." Mu Hui said. The soul martial spirit was like a shockwave, and it struck at Shi Yan's soul again. Blast! Before the soul martial spirit could unleash its effect, Shi Yan suddenly roared. The green light ball in his hand abruptly flew out and smashed at Mu Hui like lightning. Boom! All of a sudden, the green light ball burst out, and wisps of pure Yin power, along with traces of Shi Yan's will, fell towards Mu Hui like raindrops. At the sound of the explosion, Shi Yan's restricted soul was finally pulled out from the dark abyss by the negative energies. Clarity returned to his eyes. On the other side, Mu Hui was doused by the rain-like shower of Yin power. His body suddenly became stiff, and the circulation speed of his profound qi slowed down. The shining clenched in his hand was also flickering. It was also affected by the Yin power formed after the explosion of the green light ball. Move! The 3 suddenly drifted away from Shi Yan's side and silently moved towards Mu Hui. Before Mu Hui could react, Yin flew out like a missile. His thin body swiftly fell into one of the and stormed at Mu Hui with his fist. "You're dead meat." A bloody cold glare flickered across Mu Hui's eyes. Mu Hui raised his left hand, and the veins in his hand popped up. His left hand instantly became twice as big and turned a frightening dark green color. An ambience of dead souls came from his hand. Mu Hui raised his hand to strike, and as if it could block the space, smashing towards Yan's iron fist head-on. Boom! In a thundering rumble, Yan's body was as solid as stone and balanced on the ground. But Mu Hui was completely in shock. His body was forcibly thrown back. The earth-shaking, terrifying power that projected from Yan's fist exploded onto Mu Hui's and forcefully knocked Mu Hui away. Yan, who was at the first sky of the human realm, with his one punch, managed to make Mu Hui, who was at the third sky of the human realm, to lose ground. Under the effect of this punch, which was accompanied by the different negative energies, skyrocketed in power. It was definitely not something that a warrior of the same realm could handle. This was just the beginning of Mu Hui's suffering. Just when he finally managed to steady himself, he suddenly felt like he had sunk into a swamp, and his body rotated uncontrollably. He was directly sucked into a setup by Yan. Mu Hui's face suddenly changed. Yan grinned, but his eyes were as cold as ice. He fiercely flew out. Crush! Mu Hui roared inside and an enormous flow of spiritual energy suddenly poured into Yan's mind. Yan's flying body stopped midway and fell to the ground. Mu Hui's expression was grim. The in his hand drew a strange arc and wisps of dark. Cold energy flowed from and churned inside the gravitational field. The soul martial spirit was triggered again. Mu Hui kept secretly reminding himself to be calm. He put in all his concentration to feel the power change in the field, trying to figure out a way to escape from it. But there was a spirit-level martial skill after all. Plus, it was also formed with both the negative energies and profound qi. Despite having the soul martial spirit, Mu Hui still couldn't figure out any pattern in a short period of time. The high-speed whirling of the knot only slowed down the flow of his profound qi. It seemed to also weaken the sensitivity of his soul martial spirit. There were already traces of sweat on Mu Hui's forehead. His body kept rotating, but he couldn't figure out the pattern of the. On the other hand, Yan only lay on the ground for a moment before the outburst of negative energies dragged him out of the dark abyss again. Yan's eyes suddenly became clear again, and he sneered. He stared coldly at the whirling Mu Hui With just a change of his thoughts, he stirred up the power in his body and poured it into the once again. With more power added, the gravitational force became stronger. Just by circulating the negative energies and profound qi that could already forcibly stop a warrior of the same realm. Now that he added power to the field, the power of the surged once again. A flow of chaotic power suddenly burst from the circulation speed of the field doubled. Pooh! Mu Hui spurted out a mouthful of blood, and he felt as if his soul martial spirit was in a meat grinder. A stabbing pain was assaulting his head, and all the profound qi in his body was ground into a mess. His defense became significantly lower too. Yan held in his breath to concentrate, and his expression was cold and stern. He used all his will to manipulate the chaos of it was full-blown. The frantic grinding power violently tore Mu Hui's body. In the field, Mu Hui's whole body was splattered with blood, his flesh torn and exposed. The seductive light in his eyes also slowly dimmed. Chapter 98, Fattened Up. Chapter 98, Fattened Up. Mu Hui was shivering, and the flesh on his body was slowly falling off. At this point, his soul martial spirit was completely useless. He couldn't even let out a roar anymore. And at this moment, Yan entered into his fingers were like a spear, stabbing straight towards Mu Hui's neck. Poochie! Blood sprayed out of Mu Hui's neck like a fountain. His spine broke, and he died tragically in the field. All the profound qi in Mu Hui's body flowed into the 720 meridians in Shi Yan's body. Mu Hui was at the third sky of the human realm, but his profound qi was much richer than other warriors of the same realm. The time it took Shi Yan to absorb all the power in his body was also a few dozen seconds more than with other people. Soon, Mu Hui turned into a dry corpse and fell to the ground lifelessly. Shi Yan's expression was calm. He closed his eyes to feel the profound qi that came from Mu Hui's body. Feeling the changes in his meridians, he slowly sat down on the ground. There was a swelling pain coming from his meridians. The continuous intake of profound qi from many warriors made his meridians sting slightly. The different negative energies kept pounding in his body, agitating his soul. However, this time the backlash in his body was not that fierce and crazy, and he didn't know why. As he calmed down and removed himself from the effects of, Shi Yan realized his whole body was sore. But the overflowing negative energies did not overpower his mentality, nor made him fall into a state of slaughter and chaos. Closing his eyes and calming himself down, he felt the purification of negative energies in his meridians. Shi Yan quietly tried to find the source. A change in his soul. After quite a while, Shi Yan's mind flickered, and there was an answer in his mind. During the fight with Mu Hui, his soul martial spirit occasionally unleashed strange effects and repeatedly tried to pull Shi Yan's soul into an abyss of darkness, to become a captive under the power of his mind. Whenever that happened, the negative energies in Shi Yan's body would suddenly burst out. Those negative energies rushed to the depth of his soul like lightning and forcibly dragged his consciousness out of the dark abyss, letting him escape the shackles of Mu Hui's soul martial spirit instantly. Because of Mu Hui's soul martial spirit, the negative energies broke out again and again, using the dark, evil, negative powers to attack Mu Hui's soul martial spirit. During the clash, the negative energies that should have crumbled Shi Yan's soul were mostly used up fighting against Mu Hui's soul attacks. The violent negative energies should have caused Shi Yan to fall into a state beyond redemption. Yet because of the existence of Mu Hui's soul martial spirit, those negative energies became an aid to defeat Mu Hui's soul attacks. That means the soul martial spirit used by Mu Hui counteracted the negative energies that could have destroyed Shi Yan's mind and helped him recover himself. These string of thoughts rapidly flashed through Shi Yan's mind, and he was correctly able to determine that the reason he didn't face the tremendous backlash from the negative energies was due to it acting as a constraint against Mu Hui's attacks from his soul martial spirit. Deep in his heart, there were hints of violent and murderous thoughts growing, but these thoughts were no longer that intense. Using his strong will, Shi Yan didn't fall into a state of frantic killing. Thinking through these things, he relaxedly sat on the ground and silently started to circulate his profound qi. After some time, the stinging in the meridians of his body suddenly started becoming intense. Under the tearing pain, wisps of pure, strange power slowly flowed out of his meridians, forming streams of warm currents in his body. After transforming the profound qi of the many human realm warriors, the extraordinary power that resulted was quite impressive. Most of the power spread throughout Shi Yan's whole body and disappeared into his flesh, bones, meridians, and organs. Only a minority of the extraordinary power gathered in the profound qi in his danan, making his profound qi much stronger and purer. Shi Yan's heart was calm. He didn't first go and explore the change in his profound qi, but instead he sank his mind into the flesh, bones, and meridians of his body. He could clearly feel that the wisps of mysterious power formed into what was like a magical nutrient, and in a way he couldn't understand, it was slowly nourishing his whole body. During this process, Shi Yan felt like he was bathing in a hot spring. Every pore on his body relaxed, and we're all taking in that miraculous nutrient. His body was slowly, silently changing. Those mysterious powers moved around in his meridians, disappearing into his flesh and bones, taking root in his organs, and resting in his skull. He digested the information deeply. It was not the petrification martial spirit. Shi Yan's mind was crystal clear. He immediately realized the mysterious power that was nourishing his body was definitely not the petrification martial spirit. It was the immortal martial spirit. A realization popped into his mind, and Shi Yan suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly looked at his right arm. The right arm that was slashed by had a deep wound. But now, the flesh in the wound was slowly wiggling and healing at a visible speed. The flesh and the meridians seemed as if they had a life of their own. Under the watchful eyes of Shi Yan, the wound that was 2 centimeters deep gradually healed bit by bit. The flesh wreathed together and the cells were formed. The wound slowly closed up, forming into a scar, then finally disappeared altogether. 10 minutes. In a mere 10 minutes, the 2-centimeter deep wound had been completely healed and not even a single trace was left. The place at which his right arm was harmed was now as smooth as glass. There was not even a single line, nor a trace of blood. It was as if he was never hurt. Shi Yan moved his arm and realized there wasn't even a single bit of pain. His right arm had no abnormalities whatsoever and felt same as the left arm. Shi Yan's eyes were bright. His face was irrepressibly ecstatic. In a span of 10 minutes, such a deep wound was healed to its original state. There was no pain and no discomfort. When did his immortal martial spirit become so impressive? Shi Yan clearly remembered that his recovery speed back then was definitely not this fast. Back then, even if his wound had been healed, he would still feel some discomfort and some pain. He would need more than half a day for a wound that size to be completely healed. This time, it was only 10 minutes. The immortal martial spirit has reached a new stage. After a short while, Shi Yan quickly and keenly grasped the key point. The magical upgrade of the petrification martial spirit reminded him, and made him realize that after consuming so much profound qi, those extraordinary powers activated the immortal martial spirit just like how it did with the petrification martial spirit. And now the immortal martial spirit had entered a new stage. No wonder all those extraordinary powers mostly flowed into his flesh, meridians, bones, and organs. Turns out this time, it was the nourishing his immortal martial spirit. Now everything was clear. Shi Yan's expression was full of joy. He seriously felt the changes in his body. Then after a while he finally calmed down and continued to sit there and circulate his profound qi. The profound qi in his dantian had also absorbed a part of that extraordinary power. Now, under the shifting of his thoughts, the pure, profound qi slowly flowed along all the meridians in his body. Every time after completing a full cycle, the cluster of the most pristine, profound qi in his dantian became more refined. Slowly, the refined body of profound qi turned into what was like a bright light ball. With every circulation cycle, the size of the light ball became smaller, but the power it contained grew even more. Shi Yan was delighted again. The change in the profound qi light ball was exactly a special sign of the breakthrough from the first sky of a human realm to the second or third sky. Starting from the first sky of a human realm, every time you reached a new sky, the size of the profound qi light ball in the dantian would become smaller. But the profound qi within would grow stronger in power. This was the process of refinement. Only when you refined over and over again would the impurities in the profound qi light ball be completely cleared. And only then would the profound qi become more and more pure, followed by the strengthening of the power it contains. Realizing that this was the golden opportunity to break from the first sky to the second sky of the human realm, Shi Yan didn't dare to hesitate. He concentrated with all of his will to circulate his profound qi. He repeatedly circulated and refined his profound qi. The impurities in the profound qi lessened, making the profound qi become more and more pure. In that strange space, there was no concept of time. After who knows how long, The profound chi light ball shrunk from the size of fist to the size of a walnut. However, the concentration of the profound chi was 30% stronger than before. Not only that, the pure profound chi was circulating in his body at a speed twice as fast as before. Under his will, a wisp of profound chi flowed out of his fingertip. It was shining in dazzling white light, and there was a faint glistening tint in it, like some mysterious crystal. Yin had a joyous look on his face. He looked at the wisp of glistening profound chi, and the smile on his lips slowly widened. Human realm, second sky. This time the warriors from the dark world really fattened him up. Not only did his immortal martial spirit enter into a new stage, he also reached a step further in his martial art realm, and straight up entered the second sky of the human realm. Lubed up, lubed up, lubed up. The Een pearls from the 3 meridians of Shun K, Tian K, and Indu suddenly started pulsing violently. The pulse rate of the Een pearls this time was much faster than usual. The summoning power from the heart of the stone statue also grew stronger. Yan's mind flicked. He couldn't help but gaze towards the place where the starlight gathered. He suddenly realized that the light from the starry sky seemed to become disordered. They wandered at that one area like fireflies, but didn't flow into the mysterious place anymore. There was a change. Yan's brows furrowed. From the strange movements of the Een pearls in his chest and the unusual phenomenon with the stars, he could sense something bad was happening. Lubed up, lubed up, lubed up, lubed up. The pulsing of the Een pearls were becoming even more lively, as if they were urging him to quickly hurry to that area. There seemed to be something anxiously waiting for him. Boom, boom. A loud, thundering sound, even when it was 1,000 li away, still reached here resiliently from that place. The 3 meridians of Shun K, Tian K, and Indu suddenly stung in pain. He felt as if someone was attacking his meridians. His body was indescribably weird. Without hesitation, Yin took in a deep breath, sprinted, and rushed to that place with his fastest speed. Chapter 99, but I want to kill you. Chapter 99, but I want to kill you. At the heart of the stone statue, in a huge, deep hole, starlight was shining like fireworms. The deep hole was not made of stone, but it contained a red crystal with a black spot moving on its surface like a star. The heart-shaped red crystal was floating in the center of the hole, and light from the edges of the hole was shooting into the crystal. The red crystal was so clear and beautiful and had a mysterious power buried inside it. It was like staring at the starry sky when one looked at that crystal. The heart-shaped crystal was as large as a fist, as if it was a big light spot in the hole, although it was sending out dazzling lights and overwhelming energy. On the wall of the hole, dense bunches of dazzling lights flashed into the red crystal and covered the glittering crystal like a natural shield. Off to the side of the deep hole, Bai Ming Su looked indifferent, and the 3 warriors were staring at the crystal in surprise. Up in the sky, the massive star river pattern projected its light onto the crystal and drifted by slowly. Every warrior could feel the mysterious energy from that crystal, as if it had the ability to concentrate all the power from the stars. It was attracting every warrior. No matter if it was Bai Ming Su or the 3 Dark World warriors, they all stared at the crystal greedily. Why hasn't the young master arrived? This mysterious crystal will be taken by Bai Ming Su. A Dark World warrior at the first sky of the disaster realm said coldly. His face looked weird in the light of the crystal. The other 2 warriors of the 3rd sky of the human realm were standing separately by his side, keeping watch for Mu Hui, who could show up any second. Bai Ming Su stretched out his left hand again, and blue flames flew out. The blue flames flew up into the sky and turned into a huge blue hand projecting onto the crystal. Boom! The light shield on the crystal produced a huge, deafening sound and blocked Bai Ming Su's huge hand made from his polar ice flame martial spirit. The huge blue hand shattered as soon as it touched the light shield. Bunches of blue flames turned into small flames and shot above the light shield. Gradually, it turned back into a huge blue hand again. Baimingsu didn't give up as he triggered his polarized flame martial spirit again. Boom! The light shield defended again, shattering Baimingsu's polarized flame martial spirit and turning it back to blue flames. Under Baimingsu's consistent attacks, the light shield was twisted and squeezed like a balloon, causing it to withdraw into the crystal a bit. Baimingsu's polarized flame martial spirit had an icy air which could freeze everything. Every time the huge hand touched the light shield, the icy air would permeate into it. After several times, the defensive power of the light shield became weaker. A secret delight flashed in Baimingsu's eyes. Bang! 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 Under the three warriors' eyes, Baimingsu operated his polarized flame martial spirit again and again to seize that crystal, permeating the icy air into the light shield to decrease its defensive power. This is bad. The Disaster Realm warrior changed his expression as he said in a low voice, Baimingsu will get the crystal soon if he is not disturbed. Our young master will be too late. The Lord and Mistress of the Dark World would be angry if Baimingsu got this crystal. What should we do now? Stop Baimingsu, the guy ordered and operated his right away. Just as Baimingsu's blue hand tried to catch the crystal that showed up and was thrust into the blue hand. Chi. As soon as it touched the blue hand, the claw slowed down and sent out dim blue light. It was suppressed by the polarized flame. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the other two warriors took action as well. Flew toward Baimingsu. Baimingsu's face turned icy as he said coldly, You finally can't wait. Immediately, Baimingsu vanished into the air. The next moment, Baimingsu appeared right beside them, and the polarized flame turned into small bunches of flames and tried to wrap up the three warriors. The three were terrified and soon worked together to fight against Baimingsu. Baimingsu yelled and vanished again. Bang! A warrior of the third sky of the human realm fell to the ground on his back. Then, Baimingsu showed a cold smile. You guys want to compete with me? Bunches of blue flames crossed by the frozen man, who died quickly. Baimingsu yelled again and appeared behind another warrior and patted his head. That guy's head exploded and he died instantly. The last Disaster Realm warrior sat down in terror and tried to trigger more. Green needle-like thorns came out from his body and shot in all directions. You are a Disaster Realm warrior, but you're not favored by God, for you don't have a martial spirit. Baimingsu smirked. An ice wall coagulated from polar ice flames appeared in front of him, and the thorns were blocked. The Disaster Realm warrior shifted his face. Without hesitation, he continued to trigger his thorns, which shot in all directions. He knew that Baimingsu has the teleport martial spirit, so he couldn't shoot his thorns in only one direction, although it consumed much of his profound chi. He wanted to buy more time for Mu Hui to arrive. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Mu Hui had already been killed by Shi Yin. Standing behind the ice wall, Baimingsu was not in a hurry. He watched that warrior like a cat watching a mouse. I would like to see how long you can last. He couldn't endure for long. 3 minutes later, his thorns became less and less. To trigger the cost, a lot of profound chi. Although the thorns were powerful, it consumed much profound chi. Therefore, he realized that his profound chi was about to run out. Why hadn't the young master arrived? That man looked around quickly and became more and more panicked. You won't meet him. Knowing he was waiting for Mu Hui, Baimingsu said indifferently, Because you are going to die. Then Baimingsu teleported again. This time, his body turned into hard ice and approached the warrior through the thorns. Under that guy's horrified eyes, the ice surrounding Baimingsu's body expanded and he was covered by the polarized flame. Cack. His body froze quickly and became an ice corpse. His terrified expression was also frozen on his face. Baimingsu raised his leg and kicked the man with a disappointed face. The frozen warrior was smashed into several blocks of ice. His body was shattered. Bai Ming-su walked at a leisure pace towards the deep hole and frowned as he looked at the floating crystal. It's finally quiet. Ta. Just then, light steps came from afar. Bai Ming-su frowned with an annoyed face. Too annoying. These people from the dark world. It's like they won't even disappear. Turning his head back, Bai Ming-su looked to the direction where the footsteps came from. Bai Ming-su wondered, and a smirk climbed up his mouth. Well, how surprising that this boy is still alive. The Dark World warriors are all crap. Shurian stopped his steps and stared at Bai Ming-su, who looked gloomy. Shurian, it's really lucky for you to live till now. Bai Ming-su beamed. We are both from a merchant union, the 5 big families, so we could be friends in the future. Therefore, I don't want to kill you. Leave now, and I can pretend that I've never seen you here. You don't want to kill me? Shurian beamed. No, leave, before I change my mind. Bai Ming-su nodded. But I want to kill you. With a smile in his corner of his mouth, Shurian's eyes still showed coldness as he replied, I have waited for too long. Bai Ming was surprised at first. Then he pulled himself together and said, so audacious. Never mind. It won't take much time to kill you. And assure family will lose hope if I kill you. My grandpa will like it. As he was talking, Bai Ming walked slowly toward him without using his teleport. Tada! Tada! Just then, steps came from afar again. Before long, Muyu Dai and Di Yalan ran in this direction in worry. As they arrived, they didn't even look at Shurian, instead focusing on Bai Ming-su. Muyu Dai asked happily, Young Master Bai Ming, you've arrived? Bai Ming-su bowed a little and nodded to them with a smile. Yeah, I've been here for quite a while. Also, I have cleaned some trash from the dark world to avoid troubles later. Well, you haven't cleaned up this trouble. Sure, Yin stated indifferently, appearing somewhat bored. You? You are far from able to cause me trouble. Bai Ming-su scorned. It's no harder to kill you than it is to kill an ant. I'm waiting. Chapter 100 Endure. Chapter 100 Endure. The big Chapter 100. And as a big thank you to our readers, look out for 5 bonus chapters coming soon. After Muyu Dai and Di Yalan arrived, they said hello to Bai Ming-su first, and then were attracted by the floating crystal in the deep hole. They looked excited at the sight of the shining crystal and could clearly sense the mysterious energy from it. Every warrior was able to tell that this crystal was extraordinary. Muyu Dai and Di Yalan had suffered a lot to get here. They fought against the Dark World warriors, Flaming Stone Men, Insha, and Mud Dragons for the big chance here. As for Shurian, they just glanced at him once and turned away. In arrogance, Bai Ming-su walked over to Shurian step by step without using his teleport martial spirit. Shurian stood still, seemingly waiting for Bai Ming-su to take action. He secretly activated his petrification martial spirit, and his body turned dark brown. Silently, Shurian blended his Yin power and profound Qi, producing 3. Controlled by his will, the 3 fields gradually separated. He had seen Bai Ming-su's teleport martial spirit, and he knew it was a fierce martial spirit through Hanzhong. The 3 were prepared as a counter for the teleport martial spirit. Don't blame me, since you seek your death yourself. Bai Ming-su raised his left hand as he got within 10 meters of Shurian. Blue polar ice flame appeared in his palm. As he threw out his arm, the blue flame became an ice bird which flew in the sky and left a graceful blue trail. That ice bird was so vivid that even the feathers on its head could be clearly seen. It was breathing blue flames from its mouth on its ice-cold face. Bai Ming-su looked on coldly with contempt in his eyes. For him, it wasn't too much effort to kill Shurian. Just as the ice bird flew near him, a cold light flashed across Shurian's eyes. A huge green light ball filled with dense Yin Qi suddenly shot out from his chest, and it was intertwined with electricity and Yin power. Boom! The green light ball struck the ice bird and gave off thunder. Dazzling blue and green light exploded like fireworks, while the green light ball and the ice bird cracked at the same time, turning into blue and green light spots. Bai Ming-su frowned in surprise and nodded slowly while gazing at Shurian. Good. You really are something to kill, Mo Jean. After saying that, Bai Ming-su's face turned rigid. More and more polar ice flame was produced by him. He looked like a bunch of ice flames, with blue flames gushing out of his body towards Shi Yan from all directions. A biting cold came from those ice thorns as they approached. Standing there, Shi Yan felt as if the space surrounding him was frozen solid. In the cold air, his profound qi circulated slower. When the cold air came into contact with his skin, his bones and veins were nearly frozen. At that moment, a warm stream suddenly flew out from his blood and bones. His body was defending against the cold automatically. The immortal martial spirit. Shi Yan's eyes lit up as he was secretly delighted. The warm stream went through his whole body like lightning. The next moment, he had gotten rid of the coldness. That happened in just a minute, and the thousands of ice thorns were merely an inch away from him. Meanwhile, a green shield appeared beside him, which was made of Yin power, dazzling and horrifying. The Yin wall was like a huge upside-down bowl, which protected him. The Yin wall was so thin and transparent that Shi Yan could see things 10 meters away clearly. Although there was a mere mortal-level martial skill, it could absorb Yin Qi and turn into Yin swirls and Yin pearls. It was a martial skill which utilized Yin Qi. With the help of the Yin swirls and Yin pearls, Shi Yan could make Yin Qi into all sorts of defensive weapons. Once the Yin pearls were alive, he would have endless Yin Qi. The Yin wall was refined from Yin Qi. Just as triggering the once getting hang of the Shi Yan found it could produce all sorts of defensive methods. This seemed to bring him endless surprises. Boo! Boo! The thorns thrust towards him and landed on the dazzling green Yin wall, and their power was absorbed in an instant. Bai Ming-su's polar ice flame martial spirit couldn't freeze the Yin wall, let alone damage Shi Yan, who was under it. Shi Yan hadn't even triggered his negative energy. The Yin wall, triggered by Yin pearls, seemed to control the polar ice flame martial spirit. Nonetheless, he still felt that the Yin Qi light spots were decreasing quickly. The power of the could only be strengthened by Yin Qi. The Yin power used for his Yin wall could be consumed and not produced. Without Yin Qi, the Yin power from the Yin pearls wouldn't increase. But this time, Shi Yan had absorbed all the Yin Qi in the Yin field and formed 6 Yin pearls inside himself, which would let him play with Bai Ming-su for a long time. Icy thorns thrust on the green wall, and the cold air permeated into it, but this was soon digested by the Yin power within. Thus their battle was a deadlock from the very beginning. Bai Ming-su couldn't believe that Shi Yan's green wall could bear the coldness from his polar ice flame. To him, Shi Yan could only endure for a few seconds. He didn't know that Shi Yan had advanced to the second sky of the human realm. Thus, he kept producing more polar ice, forming ice thorns and shooting them towards Shi Yan's green shield. Shi Yan had absorbed so much Yin Qi, which had formed 6 powerful Yin pearls. He was not afraid of Bai Ming-su at all, even though he was at the disaster realm. Furthermore, Shi Yan hadn't used his negative energy yet. Therefore, he was very willing to continue the battle with Bai Ming-su. Mu Yudai and Di Yalan watched the two curiously. The two girls knew how capable Bai Ming-su was. Disaster realm, twin martial spirit, training in the most precious martial skill of the Bai Ming family. Bai Ming-su was at the top of the world. But the first sky of the disaster realm, Bai Ming-su could even win against someone in the second sky. He would even have a shot against a third sky warrior. However, while battling with this boy from the Shi family, Bai Ming-su's polar ice flame martial spirit couldn't even break his barrier. That confused Mu Yudai and Di Yalan. Though Shi Yan had made great impression on the two girls in the martial competition in the Godstone Square, he was merely a warrior at the third sky of the nascent realm. It had only been 2 months after the martial competition. Shi Yan could reach the first sky of the human realm if he was talented. How could a human realm, first sky warrior survive against Bai Ming-su? Seeing Shi Yan unmoved under Bai Ming-su's attacks, the two girls were quite surprised and looked at Shi Yan with confusion in their eyes. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. After half an hour, The wall, which encircled Shi Yin, still could not be broken. Shi Yin looked indifferent but patient, happy to continue the fight. Bai Mingsu couldn't stand it anymore. After pondering for a while, Bai Mingsu withdrew his polar ice flame and stopped his attack. He said coldly, "I can't be bothered wasting any more time with you." A strange, red and blue sword was slowly taken out by Bai Mingsu. Sky-cracking sword. Mu Dai and Dialin took a deep breath at the same time and looked at Shi Yin in pity, assuming that Shi Yin was about to die for sure. The sky-cracking sword was a spirit-level weapon which previously belonged to Bai Mingshang. Bai Mingshang entered the Earth's core where there were thousands of fire hills and refined it with earth fire and polar ice for 3 years. The sky-cracking sword had 2 colors on it. One half was red and the other half blue. With the help of the sky-cracking sword, Bai Mingsu made his name in Tianyin City and never had an adversary. The sky-cracking sword was sharp, unbreakable, and had the power of earth fire and polar ice. Warriors who were touched by the sky-cracking sword would first freeze, then burn. Mu Dai and Dialin knew how vicious this sky-cracking sword was. Therefore, once the sky-cracking sword was taken out, the 2 girls assumed Shi Yin was going to die for sure. Bai Mingsu yelled and appeared in front of Shi Yin with the sky-cracking sword. He thrust it in the air and it gave out red and blue light. The Yin wall was cut into 2 pieces by the sky-cracking sword. Shi Yin was shocked. He immediately triggered his power and shuttled behind the. Meanwhile, the other 2 flew over suddenly, combining with the first one. The space Shi Yin around was twisted a little, seeming to be squeezed and about to collapse. Standing in the invisible house-like, Shi Yin calmed down, though his eyes grew more vicious while staring at Bai Mingsu. Shi Yin was waiting for Bai Mingsu to trigger his teleport martial spirit again, for him to enter the. Bai Mingsu turned out to not disappoint him, as he triggered his teleport martial spirit another time. Chapter 101, Identity Exposed. Chapter 101, Identity Exposed. Bai Mingsu rushed into the field created by Yin power and profound qi span naturally, and it could influence a warrior's body functions. As soon as Bai Mingsu broke into the field, he felt it, and his expression changed. Inside the field, Bai Mingsu floated in the air and couldn't help but spin endlessly. The first few seconds his head was down, but the next moment his body curled into a ball. He couldn't even balance himself. As the creator, Shi Yin was not influenced by the. He first observed Bai Mingsu indifferently, and then began to take action at once. Boom boom, bang bang. Shi Yin dashed toward Bai Mingsu like a dragon. Spreading his arms, he caught Bai Mingsu's waist and kicked him with his knees. Activating the, Shi Yin shoved his fingers at Bai Mingsu's waist. Ding, ding. Criss-cracking sounds came from Bai Mingsu's waist. Under his gown, Bai Mingsu wore an armor covered with scales which looked like crystal and sent out cold air. They couldn't break the crystal armor. It only left several holes on Bai Mingsu's gown. As Bai Mingsu span in the field, he was so astonished that he operated his polar ice flame martial spirit again. Suddenly, the crystal armor extended and covered his entire body. In an instant, Bai Mingsu's cheeks were covered with that scaled crystal armor. This armor was a secret defensive weapon and matched Bai Mingsu's polar ice flame martial spirit. Under the effects polar ice flame martial spirit, a massive amount cold air went into the armor and activated it, for there was an icy air pouring out from it. Shi Yin's could not break Bai Mingsu's armor, but they were permeated by his cold air and became more and more stiff. Stuck in them, Bai Mingsu was still spinning swiftly. He couldn't stay still and was attacked by Shi Yin. However, under the protection of that crystal armor, Bai Mingsu had no worries at all. He was waiting for a chance to fight back. No. Cold light sparkled in Shi Yin's eyes as he took a deep breath and finally operated the negative energy to trigger. A brutal, bloodthirsty emotion broke out in his body. Looking rigid, Shi Yin was now surrounded by white smoke. Dialin's body quivered a little as she looked at Shi Yin in surprise and screamed, "Ding Yin, Mu Dai's face shifted a little. As she cast her eyes on Shi Yin, her facial expression became complicated. Once Shi Yin activated, his negative energy spewed out and turned into a dense smoke, covering him with a bloodthirsty, brutal, and crazy air. After a glance at this vicious scene, Dialin and Mu Dai realized that this boy from the Shi family was exactly Ding Yin. How can it be? Mu Dai shook her head heavily with a complicated face and mumbled, "That's impossible. It must be wrong. They look different, and that Ding Yin was a mere unknown warrior. How could he be the young master of the Shi family? It's impossible." Mu Dai couldn't believe it, nor did she want to believe it. Shi Yin is Ding Yin. Dialin and Shi Yin were intimate before, so she intimately knew about Shi Yan's. No matter how Shi Yan's face changed, he was definitely the same person when he operated. Standing there dumbstruck, Mu Dai gazed at Shi Yin, and mixed feelings came to her mind. Dialin's eyes sparkled, and her breasts were floating with her short breaths. Looking at Shi Yin, she suddenly began to worry about him. As she said to Mu Dai, "Xiao Dai, Bai Mingsu is fighting with Ding Yin. How could it be like this? I don't want either of them to be hurt." Mu Dai took a deep breath, calmed down, and shook her head. "Do you think you can stop them?" Dialin was surprised, but she still said, "We need to try. You don't know Bai Ming's." Mu Dai sighed. He would get anything he wants at any expense. And Ding Yin talked wildly. Bai Mingsu won't spare him. Even if Ding Yin is the young master of the Shi family, he can't compete with Bai Mingsu. The Bai Ming family is more powerful than Shi family. "No, I'm going to stop them." Dialin looked determined and screamed, "Ding Yin, stop it. Young Master Bai Ming, stop." Shi Yin could hear Dialin scream clearly, though he didn't make a response. Wisps of negative energy were generated in his meridians, and Shi Yan's power surged. He suddenly triggered and 7 marks appeared and struck Bai Mingsu. Bang, 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 bang. Bai Mingsu was struck 7 times in succession and was knocked out of the Bai Shi Yin and flew 50 meters away. Puh! Bai Mingsu spewed out a mouthful of blood, and the bones in his chest were broken. That crystal armor dimmed and couldn't defend against Shi Yan's. After falling to the ground, Bai Mingsu stood up quickly with a pale face and blood on the corner of his mouth. "Ding Yin!" Dialin suddenly screamed, "Stop it! You two stop it!" Bai Mingsu stood up with a hideous face and carried his sky-cracking sword. After wiping the blood on his face, he viciously stared at Shi Yin. "Shi Yin, I will kill you and smash your Shi family." "You?" Shi Yin scorned in a rage and licked his lips. "Who do you think you are?" "Ding Yin!" Dialin screamed again. Mu Dai began to worry as she remarked, "Ding Yin, you know the Bai Ming family's strength. There's no point making an enemy of Bai Mingsu." Shi Yin took a breath and turned to glance at the 2 girls indifferently. "I don't know you." Then he walked to Bai Mingsu step by step. Every step he made, the space around him twisted. As he was moving, there was radiating out a suppressing power. As long as he was within Shi Yin didn't need to worry about Bai Mingsu's teleport martial spirit, and he was confident that he could torture Bai Mingsu slowly in the field. Bai Mingsu finally learned something. Seeing Shi Yin coming near, Bai Mingsu's face turned cold. Instead of using his teleport martial spirit, he sat down where he stood. The sky-cracking sword rushed out. In the dazzling red and blue light, the sky-cracking sword fell right upon Shi Yan's head. Boom! The sword fell into the field, and there came a strange sound. The red and blue sword shot out bluntly. Inside the field, the sword thorns were flying everywhere with its sharp, murderous power. Z! Sword wounds appeared on Shi Yan's body. The sword thorns from a sky-cracking sword were extremely sharp, and like Mu Hui's, they broke through Shi Yan's petrification martial spirit. Spirit-level weapon. Extraordinary. Shi Yan was shocked, then moved out from the field while covered in blood, feeling hot pain on his body. Dozens of sword wounds were left on Shi Yan by Bai Mingsu's sky-cracking sword, every one of which was an inch deep. Teleport. Bai Mingsu suddenly appeared beside Shi Yan as he injected his polar ice flame martial spirit into his fist and punched Shi Yin in the back. Boom! Shi Yin dashed forward about 10 meters and spewed out a mouthful of blood. Before he managed to stabilize himself, Shi Yin operated his Yin power and swiftly created a new Yin wall. As soon as the Yin wall was formed, Shi Yin found that Bai Ming Su was already in front of him and was staring at him with the polar ice flame in his hand. If it had not been for Shi Yin refining the Yin wall at his fastest speed, Bai Ming Su would have frozen him using his polar ice flame and blasted him into pieces. Back! Bai Ming Su yelled, stretched out his hand, and watched as the sky-cracking sword flew back into his hand like lightning. Carrying the sky-cracking sword, Bai Ming Su smirked cunningly. Let me see how you will fight back. Shi Yin looked gloomy, realizing that it was only effective on living things, but not on the sky-cracking sword. If he stayed in the Bai Ming Su could control the sky-cracking sword and attack him. If he got out of the field, Bai Ming Su could approach and attack him using his teleport martial spirit. Troublesome. Bai Ming Su possessed twin martial spirits and many secret weapons. He had the sword to attack and the armor to defend. Master Su, don't kill him. He is my friend. Dialin suddenly cried, as she realized Shi Yin was in a bad situation. Young master, could you spare him for my sake? Mu Yudai hesitated and also tried to persuade him. Bai Ming Su was not moved by that, as he shook his head and said calmly, I would usually say yes to everything you ask for. And if Shi Yin hadn't showed his horrifying ability today, I would spare him. But now it's impossible. He is a human realm warrior, yet has so many secret martial skills, which threatens my life. And with him, the Shi family will have the chance to surpass my family. So he has to die. After the speech, Bai Ming Su didn't hesitate anymore, and projected his sword towards Shi Yan's head directly. The sky-cracking sword flew like a shooting star with 10-meter sword thorns trailing it. The thorns exploded and fell in all directions, blocking the space. Ding Yen! Dialin cried in a miserable voice. Humph! Mu Dai shook her head softly, and pain crossed her eyes. Shi Yin uttered the 6 words. Among the sword thorns, Shi Yin looked determined without fear in his eyes. Under Mu Yudai and Dialin's eyes, Shi Yan's right hand kept expanding while his left hand became thinner and thinner. At the same time, 2 strings of different horrible energy exploded from both his arms. Chapter 102. Nothing to do with me. Chapter 102. Nothing to do with me. Life energy was circulating in his right arm, and death energy was circulating in his left. The 2 utterly different powers of life and death projected out of his left and right arms. Facing the glaring sword light of the sky-cracking sword, Shi Yin, who was in the state, seemed to have incited all of the potential in his body. In a moment of life and death, his 5 senses became unprecedentedly sensitive. The circulation rate of the 2 powers in both his left and right arms was astonishingly high. The right arm swelled up and became twice as big as usual, while the left arm shriveled and shrunk twice as much as under mode. It was like a layer of skin wrapping around the bone, looking very eerie. The patterns on the 2 hands suddenly shot out bright beams of light. The 2 vast, surging powers simultaneously shot out from his palms. The palms of his 2 hands separately formed 7 and 7. They then flew out at the same time. As soon as they were formed, they immediately merged into one. In a mere moment, the 7 and the 7 all merged together into each other. It was formed. Boom, 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 boom. The 7 suddenly expanded multiple times. Like 7 shining door panels, they fiercely flew at the oncoming sky-cracking sword. Frightening blasts suddenly exploded, and the fiery red and icy blue luster on the sky-cracking sword abruptly dimmed. An unpredictable, mysterious power suddenly rushed into the sky-cracking sword from the hum, 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 hum. The sky-cracking sword rang in the air and was blown away by the force and kept tumbling in the sky. All of its luster was lost. Bai Ming Su, who was controlling the sky-cracking sword with his mind, suddenly became as pale as a sheet. Blood dripped out of his 7 apertures, and he let out a shrill scream. The sky-cracking sword and his mind corresponded to each other. The heavy damage to the sky-cracking sword had an empathic effect on him, and together both he and the sky-cracking sword were badly injured. For those who control swords with their mind, once the sword itself gets damaged, the owner will also be heavily injured. Clink! After tumbling for a while, the sky-cracking sword finally fell to the ground 100 meters away. Its luster dimmed, and it lost all its spirituality. Biming stopped screaming. He kept using his mind to try and summon the sky-cracking sword, but he realized that the sword could not respond. Bimingsu was filled with horror, and for the first time, his expression showed a trace of fear. After blasting out, the power in Yan's body was depleted by a third, and he also felt quite weak. But when he saw that the sky-cracking sword lose its luster after this one hit, he felt delighted inside, and his spirits rose. And when he saw that Bimingsu was bleeding out of his 7 apertures, he was even more thrilled. Muyu Dai and Di Yalan both blankly stared at Yan. They could not hide the surprise on their faces. Muyu Dai even opened her mouth wide, her little hand covering her mouth, and stopped herself from letting out a scream. Yan, who was only in the human realm, fought head-on and was able to blow away the spirit-level weapon, sky-cracking sword, from the disaster realm Bimingsu. And he was even able to destroy the spiritual connection in the sky-cracking sword. What is this? Muyu Dai was appalled inside. She couldn't believe her eyes. Is this really the boy from the dark forest? Muyu Dai suddenly realized that she didn't know Yin anymore. The currently arrogant Yin became more and more unfamiliar in her eyes, such that she didn't even know how to handle her relationship with Yin anymore. Ding Yin! Di Yalan exclaimed. She shouted, "What are you doing?" Muyu Dai jumped, and also said anxiously, "Ding Yin, don't act recklessly. Biming Shang is here too. If you touch the son of the Biming family, it won't be good for you, nor for the family." Yan's expression was cold. He didn't say a thing and chose to ignore these 2 women. He bound Bimingsu using the. Bimingsu just sat there unmoving, as he couldn't sense the existence of the. In his moment of carelessness, he was trapped, and he couldn't escape the gravitational force of the field. This time, Yan also added negative energy into the. Now the field had 3 completely different forces: Yin power, profound qi, and negative energy. The 3 forces mixed together, increasing the power of the field by more than double. In the new, Bimingsu was in an extremely helpless state. The muscles on his face trembled, and within the insane whirling of the field, all the profound qi in his body was bound. Only the polar ice flame's martial spirit remained unaffected by the. It still persistently flowed into the crystal armor and firmly protected Bimingsu's body. Yin swiftly flew into the field. He swung up his left arm, and the form from negative energy suddenly shot out and flew towards Bimingsu's head without hesitation. Crack, crack. A crisp fracturing sound came from Bimingsu's skull. The devastating, deadly energy in the poured into his head and cut off his life force. Wisps of pure vital energy quickly flowed out of Bimingsu's body. Soon, Bimingsu was turned into a dried-up corpse, and all of his profound qi was absorbed by Yin. The field disappeared in a flash. Thump! Bimingsu's corpse fell to the ground, his eyes still wide open, as if he had died with regrets. He didn't even have time to shout out threats. Once Bimingsu died, his body shrank, and the crystal armor on his body was obviously a whole lot looser. Yin took in a deep breath and coldly stripped the crystal armor off of Bimingsu's body, bluntly placing it in his backpack. Then he didn't even look at the days Muyu Dai and Di Yalan and quickly left, also picking up the dim sky-cracking sword along the way. On Bimingsu, these 2 things were the most powerful and left the most powerful impression in his mind. Whether it was the sky-cracking sword or the crystal armor, both were extraordinary treasures. Even if Shi Yin couldn't use them himself, he didn't want to let the two girls gain any advantages. Ding Yin, you're crazy. You're absolutely crazy, Mu Yu Dai said in a traumatized daze. She murmured, Bai Ming Su is like Bai Ming Shang's very own life. You killed Bai Ming Su. That means Bai Ming Shang will not only deal with you, he's going to destroy the whole Shi family. Ding Yin, you made a mistake. You really made a mistake. You're digging your own grave. Bitch! Shi Yin turned his head. He gave her a cold and stern glance and said ruthlessly, If you keep blabbing, I'll kill you too. What did you say? Mu Yu Dai's expression was filled with disbelief. She raised her hand and pointed at Shi Yin and shrieked, Ding Yin, I've saved your life, and this is how you treat me. Shi Yin's face was full of impatience, his eyes were cold, and he swiftly moved to Mu Yu Dai's side. Smack! Shi Yin's hand slapped across Mu Yu Dai's face and made her stumble back a few steps, leaving a bright red handprint on her face. Bitch, listen up, I don't owe you anything. If you keep rattling in my ear, I will make you shut up once and for all. Shi Yin coldly gazed at Mu Yu Dai, whose demeanor was a little insane. He said with a murderous look, You know how I am. I never give mercy when it comes to killing, and that includes women. Ding Yin, Dialan screamed, How could you hit Xiao Dai? You shut up too. Shi Yin sneered and gazed at her with a cold look in his eyes. When we parted our ways in the stone woods, we broke off all relations. You have no right to talk crap about me. Don't think for a moment that there's something between us just because I fucked you. You know exactly what you gained from me. I owe you nothing. Dialan's delicate body shook as she looked at the ruthless Shi Yin, and she could only feel as if she were in an ice cave. Both her heart and her body were frozen solid. Dialan tightly clenched her teeth, and she tried hard not to let herself cry, but bright teardrops still appeared in the corner of her eyes. Her heart felt as if it was pierced by a sharp knife, and the pain seeped into her heart. In this moment, Dialan finally realized how much she cared about this man. Looking at the cold expression on his face, Dialan finally knew what she had given up for the rest of her life. Ding Yin, you will regret this. You will definitely regret this. Mu Yu Dai covered her face and screeched hysterically. You will definitely regret this. You and the Shi family will all be destroyed by Bai Ming Shang. Smack! Shi Yin was just about to leave, but he turned around and gave another slap to Mu Yu Dai's face. His expression was dark, and he said in scorn, Bitch, you think that once you sought refuge in the Bai Ming family, Bai Ming Shang was going to take revenge for you? You're joking. Bai Ming Shang is a fierce and ambitious man. You think he was going to fight to the death with the Dark World for a woman? Do you know why the people of the Dark World are here? Do you know what fate you'll be facing once you walk out of here? Mu Yu Dai's pretty face turned pale, and her eyes were filled with desperation. Finally, she made no more sound. She already guessed this possibility, but refused to admit it. Now that Shi Yin mercilessly said it out loud, Mu Yu Dai finally couldn't ignore her speculation anymore. She felt cold from head to toe, and felt as if all the hard work she put in was just an illusion. From now on, you both have nothing to do with me. Shi Yin heartlessly glanced at the two girls for the last time, and turned around to walk towards the pit. He said coldly with his back facing the girls, Don't get in my way, or else you'll share the same fate as Bai Ming Su. Then, Shi Yin slowly walked towards the pit. Dialan's face was filled with tears, and her limbs were frozen, as if the life force in her body was all taken out. Her heart felt as if it was ripped to pieces. The pain pierced through her heart. Mu Yu Dai's pretty face had a red handprint on it. Her face was full of desperation, and it looked like her life force was also cut off. She stared aimlessly into the sky, as if she didn't know where to go from here. She had lost her way. Xiao Dai, we've really made a mistake. Dialan's voice choked as she covered her face and quietly sobbed. Woo! Mu Yu Dai couldn't hold it in anymore. She finally covered her face and cried. She cried in the most heartbreaking of ways, as if she wanted to cry out all the sadness in her heart. Shi Yin stood at where the pit was, his expression cold, as if he didn't hear the weeping of the two girls at all. He only furrowed his brows and looked forward. Lubed up, lubed up, lubed up. The Een pearls and the Shun K, Tion K, and Een Du meridians pulsed even more merrily. After coming here, the Een pearls had been extremely active. Looking at the floating, glistening crystal, Yin realized this was what was summoning the Een pearls. The mysterious power coming out of the crystal must have been resonating with the Een pearls at a distance. The two sides seemed to have some sort of mysterious connection. However, standing outside the pit, Yin didn't know where to start. He had no idea how to get his hands on the crystal. He pondered for a moment, then tried to stir the Een swirls, forming Een Chi in his palm. The Een Chi slowly gathered and flew out of Yan's palm, forming into a giant hand made of dark green light, which grabbed at that crystal from far away. Wisps of strange Een power were released from the 6 Een pearls. The Een power was like invisible strands of thread that seemed to also flow into the crystal. The dark, glowing green hand slowly pressed down and steadily landed on the light shield of the crystal. Pop! Suddenly a slit cracked open in the light shield. The barrier that kept defying Biming's polar ice flames now softened down by itself and opened up wide for Yan's dark, glowing hand. The crystal suddenly gave off a beautiful, dazzling light and slowly floated towards that big, dark, glowing hand. Chapter 103, The Space Collapses. Chapter 103, The Space Collapses. The starlight pervaded the sky and fell like raindrops, gathering on the shiny crystal at the heart of the stone statue. At that time, the starlight in the crystal was flowing in its pathway, shiny and captivating. The crystal floated up into the sky, slowly moving towards the huge black hand made of Een Chi. Yin was rather happy and immediately began to control the crystal with his will, making it approach him. Dragged by the Een Chi hand, the crystal finally flew out of the deep hole and flew over near Yin. Bang, bang, bang. Great thunder came out from the deep hole. After the crystal left the hole, the crystal wall exploded and broke into pieces, giving off a dazzling light. The starlight in the sky dimmed at once in comparison. As the deep hole collapsed, the mysterious star river pattern in the sky started moving slowly as it turned vague, while the Een Chi, poisonous gas, and bunches of flame clouds began to diffuse. Looking down from the sky, one would find that the mountain-like stone statue had begun to crack and dissolve. At the same time, between the statue's heels, the group of Qi Xiao and Bai Mingshang could clearly feel the abnormalities occurring within the space, and the power that was constraining them began to decrease. Their expressions changed, and they immediately tried to operate their energy to free themselves from their constraints. They were trapped for a long time and had failed to escape after many ties, so they finally quieted down. But seeing that the space was going to collapse and the restrictive power was decreasing, they had to try one more time. The two legs of the statue were cracking while the suppressive power in the heels was weakening. As the pressure from the stone statue was getting weaker and weaker, Qi Xiao and Bai Mingshang's struggle took effect as the stone on the heels began to crack. If it went on like this, they could get out from under the heels in a short time. At the heart of the stone statue, the deep hole collapsed and the crystal wall exploded, while the odd, dazzling light from the crystal wall turned colorful and slowly disappeared. Both the crystal wall and the light existed to protect that crystal. So when the crystal flew out, their mission was complete. That huge black hand approached with the crystal, and it glittered with a dazzling starry light above Yan's head. That crystal was like the essence of shooting stars, containing mysterious powers from the stars. Looking up at the crystal, Yin frowned and began to think. How to take that crystal? Frowning, Yin thought for quite a while and guessed that the Een pearl had some connection with the crystal, so he would be able to touch the crystal. Yin couldn't help but stretch out his hand to catch the crystal floating above his head. Boom! The crystal suddenly broke and gave off numerous lights which burrowed into Yan's body. Wisps of cool starlight filled with mysterious star power went into Shi Yan's pores and concentrated themselves at his heart. Bang, 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 bang. Dull drum beats came from Shi Yan's heart. In the dazzling starlight, Shi Yan's heart strangely changed. The starlight rooted itself in Shi Yan's heart and became a part of it. In an instant, Shi Yan's heart changed as if it had turned into the crystal and began to sparkle. After a while, his heart went back to normal. The starlight integrated into Shi Yan's heart and gave off a cool air. Bang, bang, bang. Horrible blasts came from the heels. The group of Sky Realm warriors worked together and finally shattered the heels to escape. Those Sky Realm experts flew up into the sky one after another to see what was happening above. The odd space collapsed, and the mysterious star river produced a light pillar. The light pillar fell from the sky and struck Shi Yan. Shi Yan, who was standing in the deep hole, disappeared at once. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. That odd space slowly cracked like a broken mirror. After the crystal left, that broad stone statue cracked piece by piece and turned into dust. Between the endless booms, the scenes shifted quickly. The group, including Qi Xiao, felt that they walked out from a broken mirror. From the cracks in the collapsed space, they could see the Yin Valley. In the Yin Valley, one after another cracks appeared in the sky, filled with colorful lightning. Some cracks looked like star rivers falling from the sky. Xia Exingyan looked indifferent and mumbled, "It's been 7 days. We finally get there. Miss, do you think the original seal of the martial spirit was within? We will know when Shi Yan comes out." Xia Exingyan looked indifferent as she said, "But I don't think he will appear in the Yin Valley." "Why? That old guy planned everything. If that guy was still capable, maybe he could send him to the endless sea." However, looking at the collapsing space, that old guy must have used much of his energy creating all this. I guess he could only send Shi Yan to somewhere far off in the dead swamp to make him comfortable for a short time. What should we do? Let's go. Leave the Yin Valley and head off into the dead swamp. Miss, do we need to kill him when we find him? Find him first. The three, including Xia Exingyan, had witnessed the changes in the Yin Valley, and they had foreseen the result. So they left the Yin Valley quietly without informing Zhuo. Half an hour later, after Xia Exingyan had left, some human figures suddenly showed up from one of the cracks in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Warriors below the Sky Realm all fell from the sky, and their heads were spinning. People at the lower realms, like Mu Yudai and Diyalan, were bleeding heavily from their mouths and looked miserable. Looking bitter, Han Feng and Ku Long cried out immediately after they stood up, "Young Master! Young Master!" Bai Mingshang, Qi Xiao, Zhua Qi, and the Lord of the Dark World, who were at the Sky Realm, floated in the sky and gradually landed while looking around in confusion. "Su!" Bai Mingshang roared and stared at Yin Kuei and Jioshan. "Where is my Su?" Yin Kuei and Jioshan had also been trapped under the statue's heel, but not with Bai Mingshang, so Bai Mingshang didn't see them in that odd space. Young Master entered too. I don't know where he is now. Yin Kuei looked gloomy and anxious. "We were trapped by the stone statue as soon as we entered it, and we found the chance to escape only when the odd space collapsed." "Su! Su!" Bai Mingshang roared and asked in haste, "Where are you?" "Mu Hui." The Lord of the Dark World's face changed as he couldn't find Mu Hui and began to shout along with Bai Mingshang. Since their bellows echoed through the Yin field, Bai Mingshang and Mu Hui could hear them once they returned to the Yin field. However, they received no response. So is still inside. Bai Mingshang turned pale and looked up into the sky to find that the cracks had mysteriously closed somehow. The space had entirely collapsed. In a glance, Bai Mingshang realized this cruel reality. His face looked horrifying like an irritated demon beast, while polar ice flame came out from his eyes. "Xiao Dai, where is Su?" With polar ice flame in his eyes, Bai Mingshang looked to Mu Yudai in a rage. Mu Yudai looked dumb under Bai Mingshang's terrifying eyes, unable to speak. Bai Mingshang was impatient and his eyes glittered. He stretched out his hand to Mu Yu Dai, and a bunch of blue light flew into Mu Yu Dai's body. "Where is Su?" Bai Mingxiang asked again. As soon as Mu Yu Dai was struck by Bai Mingxiang's blue light, her face turned dumb and she lost consciousness as she whispered, "He was killed by Shi Yin." Di Yalan tried to scream, but as she saw Mu Yu Dai's abnormal look, she kept silent. "Shi Yin," Bai Mingxiang howled with all his veins protruding. He treasured Bai Mingsu, who had a twin martial spirit, as the heir of Bai Ming family and placed high hopes on him. Now that Bai Mingsu had been killed, Bai Mingxiang was furious. Bunches of polar ice flames flew out like clouds and tried to cover Han Feng and Kulong. Kulong was close to Bai Mingxiang, so he was immediately wrapped by the polar ice flame and turned into an ice statue before exploding. Han Feng's face changed, and after a quiver, he disappeared. "I will shatter your Shi family." Bai Mingxiang bellowed like a beast and dashed toward Han Feng. "Teacher," Zhuo Shi cried in fear. Qi Xiao frowned and sighed. He fought back unwillingly by refining bunches of dense fog which wrapped Bai Mingxiang's polar ice flame. Bai Mingxiang, live and let live. He knew it would be a long battle if he fought with Bai Mingxiang. After a little hesitation, he wrapped Bai Mingxiang's polar ice flame martial spirit and yelled, "Han Feng, let's go." Han Feng dashed toward the far shore of the Yin field like a ghost without any hesitation. At that time, he knew Bai Mingxiang wouldn't stop, so he had to leave as quickly as possible. He had to return to the Shi family alive and send them a message to avoid a massacre. "Qi Xiao, how dare you stop me?" Bai Mingxiang hollowed, as if going crazy. "I'm going to kill whoever tries to stop me today." "Hey, that girl named Mu, have you seen my disciple Mu Hui?" The Lord of the Dark World asked Mu Yu Dai in a weird voice. He was killed by Shi Yin too. All were killed. All. Mu Yu Dai was still unconscious, not knowing what she was talking about. Zhou Ziyi's face turned pale, and with a 9 angry flame in his eyes, he flew up into the sky and dashed out of the dead swamp. A strong will was suddenly released from his body, which expanded in all directions. He had kind of figured out where Shi Yin was. Meanwhile, in a secluded area in the Yin Valley, a black shadow was leaving swiftly. Chapter 104, Great Disaster. Chapter 104, Great Disaster. Sponsored by Espinoza. In the Yin Valley. Zhou Ziyi flew into midair as he spread out his soul consciousness in all directions. He also slowly started moving away from the Yin Valley. Bai Mingxiang's expression was ferocious. He was just about to fight to the death with Qi Xiao, but suddenly realized that Zhou Ziyi, he silently rose into the air. His mind clicked as he suddenly remembered what he saw in that strange space, and he also realized that Shi Yin might be somewhere nearby. "Qi Xiao, I will deal with you sooner or later." Bai Mingxiang clenched his teeth, and his expression was grim, but he didn't attack again. He withdrew his polar ice flame martial spirit and flew into the sky, spreading out his soul consciousness to search for traces of Shi Yin. Inkue, Jioshan, you two spread out and search the outer perimeter of the dead swamp. Remember, if you see Shi Yin, don't kill him. I want him alive. Bai Mingxiang shouted with a bone-chilling voice while suspended in midair. Inkue and Jioshan did not hesitate and immediately left the Yin Valley. Within a moment, only Qi Xiao, Zhuo Qi, the people from the Zhuo family plus the absent-minded Mu Yu Dai and Di Yalan remained in the giant Yin Valley. "Master," Zhuo Shi glared at Qi Xiao. "When we came, Grandpa Shi told you to take care of Shi Yin. You're not playing dumb now, are you?" Qi Xiao's expression was full of frustration. He shook his head and sighed. "I already tried to stop Bai Mingxiang, but now there are 2 Sky Realm Masters who want that boy dead. If I forcibly speak out, I will have to face 2 Sky Realm Masters, especially when these 2 are in a very angry state. If I cut in now, I'm afraid that—" "Master, are you scared of them?" Zhuo Shi raised her head and grunted. "Xiao Shi," Wu Yinlian suddenly spoke out, and she sighed. "Mr. Qi Xiao is doing this out of frustration. With his capability, even against 2 Sky Realm warriors, he could easily walk away unharmed. But he's worried for us. Don't you understand? Shi was dazed. Then after quite a while, she finally murmured, "But what about Shi? If he died, Grandpa sure would become miserable. There's nothing we can do about it. He can only hope for the best." Wu Yunlian's dark brows were deeply furrowed. She shook her head and said in confusion, "How could it be? How could that brat Shi possibly have killed Bai Mingsu? Bai Mingsu had twin martial spirits and was in the disaster realm. What exactly happened?" Qi Xiao looked perplexed as well, but in his mind he secretly guessed that it was because of that strange space. While inside, he clearly saw that a beam of light poured into Shi body as he was exiting. That light beam caused Shi body to disappear into thin air, and he suspected that everything was related to that change in the strange space. "Hey!" Qi Xiao exclaimed. Suddenly realizing something, he said in surprise, "If there was some sort of treasure inside, then that boy definitely got it. Bai Mingshang and that Sky Realm warrior are hastily trying to find Shi. This must be one of the reasons why. Qi Xiao, I gotta go. From now on, you and I are even." At this moment, Zhuaqi suddenly said goodbye to Qi Xiao, and without saying anything else, he quickly sprinted out of the Yin field. "Zhuaqi!" Qi Xiao yelled. "What?" Zhuaqi turned back and said impatiently, "I know what you're thinking." Qi Xiao frowned and said dismissively, "If you really find Shi, then it's fine if you get the thing. But I hope you would spare the boy. Don't take his life." The outer perimeter of the dead swamp was filled by all different sorts of plants. The swamps and the poisonous fog were everywhere. Besides, there were many warriors who ventured into the swamp. Even if Bai Mingshang and Zhou Zi he wanted to find Shi, it would be no easy thing. But it's different for Zhuaqi. He was the master of the outer perimeters of the dead swamp. He could casually come and go in the swamps, control the poisonous fog, and all the demon beasts in the outer perimeter listened to him. If there is anyone who was most likely to find Shi, then it would be Zhuaqi. If that boy does as he's told, then I won't make it hard on him. Zhuaqi sneered. But if he stays ignorant, I will be merciless. Qi Xiao, this is none of your business now. You better not get involved. Hatred from two Sky Realm masters is no joke. If you want your apprentice to live, then don't give a damn about that boy's life. Then, Zhuaqi suddenly flew out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Later that night, stars filled the night sky, and the moon was bright and clear. East of the dead swamp, in the branches of a towering old tree, Shi scowled. He blankly gazed at the starry sky, strange lights flickering in his eyes, mysterious and unpredictable. Inside the strange space, the starlight beam came down from the sky and landed on his body, directly sending him out of that marvelous space into this place. Once he landed here, just by looking at the poisonous fog not too far away and the swamps that were everywhere, he immediately judged that this was the outer perimeter of the dead swamp. When he just got out, it was still daytime. Sure, Yin repeatedly checked his chest, but realized that other than specks of starlight on his heart, there seemed to be nothing else unusual on his body. The only change he could feel was faint starlight drifting down from the sky and slowly gathering at his heart. That was only during the day. At night, when the stars all twinkled from the sky, Shi heart seemed to have 10 times his current vitality, but his pulse rate became slower instead. However, the power of the stars in the sparkling night sky flew down from the vast starry sky and secretly flowed into his body and into his head. The star power at night was much stronger than the morning. He could deeply feel it. He could very clearly feel that the stars in the sky let out bits of faint star power, but the star power couldn't be seen by the naked eye. The star power that did not form into starlight spots were 100 times weaker, so you couldn't see their light, but they truly did exist. He didn't need to do anything, not even focusing his mind. Whether it be day or night, his heart would endlessly absorb the star power without the need for him to focus on gathering it. So after being curious for a while, Shi temporarily stopped paying attention to the change in his heart. The reason why he killed Bai Mingsu was because there was only one crystal. Bai Mingsu wanted it, and he wanted it too. So when he showed his true strength, Only one was going to live between him and Bai Ming-su. Shi Yin clearly understood that Bai Ming-su was the future head of the Bai Ming family. He was ruthless and had a lot of foresight. Seeing that Shi Yin was only in the human realm, but with such power, Bai Ming-su wasn't going to let him live any longer. Even if he didn't make a move in the strange space after they got out, Bai Ming-su would use every method possible to try to kill him. Bai Ming-shang would have definitely done the same thing. They will be doing it for the future of the Bai Ming family in order to clear any future threat to the 100 years of supremacy of the Bai Ming family. Regardless if he killed Bai Ming-su or not, Bai Ming-su will never let him go. In that situation, what was there to consider? After killing Bai Ming-su and absorbing all his negative energy into his meridians, deep down, he could feel the bloodthirsty, violent thoughts. However, when the starlight beam shone onto him, all the negative emotions that sprouted in his heart were instantly washed away, and it eased his fear of losing control. After his meridians had purified all of the profound qi from Bai Ming-su's body, in the afternoon of that day, some extraordinary powers flowed out. But those powers all flowed towards his heart and were deposited into the countless little starlight spots in his heart, making sure Yin marvel in delight. Raising his head, he looked into the sky at the countless stars spread above. He could feel the faint star power flowing out from the stars. Sure, Yin smiled wryly and shook his head. He closed his eyes to feel around. Realizing that no one else was around, he finally came down from the old tree and continued heading towards the east side of the dead swamp. The Merchant Union was at the south side of Tianyin City. If he wanted to go back to Tianyin City, he should have walked south, but now he was walking east. The east was the direction towards the endless sea. He never planned to return to the Merchant Union at all. Even if Bai Ming-su and Mu Hui hadn't died, but because he obtained the crystal, the Sky Realm Masters in the Yin Valley would not let him go. Shi Yin knew this in his heart. Although the Shi family was one of the great 5 families in the Merchant Union, it had no Sky Realm Master, so it will be hard for them to shield him. If he returned to the Shi family, he would have brought a great disaster onto them. And because of him, the Shi family might be killed off entirely. He knew deep in his heart that he was their true target. From Xia Xianyin, he had heard about many of the mysteries in the Endless Sea, and he knew that the Endless Sea was the center in which many warriors gathered. It was many countless times bigger than the Merchant Union, the Fire Empire, and the God-blessed Empire. And within it, there were countless strong figures. That was his true destination. While it was still dark out, he carefully released his soul consciousness and secretly scouted around. Determined, Shi Yin walked towards the east. Still nothing. South of the dead swamp, Bai Ming-shang's face was grim, and his expression was dark and scary. Not far away, the Lord of the Dark World, Zhou Zihe, was also murderous-looking. These days, we've already searched everywhere in this area. Any active warriors or mercenaries in this area were all identified with our soul consciousness, but we found nothing. Could it be that the kid didn't return to Tianyin City? Didn't return to Tianyin City. Bai Ming-shang frowned and said coldly, "It seems that we have to change directions. I'll go to the east. The rest is up to you." Then, Bai Ming-shang suddenly flew out and went towards the east of the dead swamp. "Miss, if that guy were in the dead swamp, shouldn't he be in the south? If he doesn't go back to Tianyin City, then he will never get any protection." On the east side of the dead swamp, beside a water hole, a giant man next to Xia Xianyin said confusedly, "Go back to Tianyin City." Xia Xianyin stretched the corners of her lips. What's the use of going back? The Shi family doesn't even have a Sky Realm Master. Not only would he not get any protection, he will bring disaster to the Shi family. If I were him, I would never return to the Shi family before reaching the Sky Realm. Instead, it would be better to go as far away from the Shi family as possible. While saying this, Xia Xianyin knelt down and washed her face next in a stream. Then she finally stood up and said, "Let's go to the east side. The east just happens to be the direction of the Endless Sea. If we really can't find him, then we can just directly return to the Endless Sea." Understood. The 2 giant men nodded together. Hum. At this moment, A strange humming sound came from Xia Xianyan's pocket. Her beautiful face changed slightly, and she couldn't help but take out a wind chime from her pocket. She stared at the wind chime for a second, and then said in surprise, "The Shura King Xiao Han, he will be here soon." Ah, why would the Shura King come to the dead swamp? Isn't he trying to find Yang Hai? I don't know either. Xia Xianyan shook her head and said casually, "But it's fine. Xiao Han is at the second sky of the sky realm, and what he's cultivating is the evil blood path of the 5 Shura paths. If he stirs the evil in his blood, then he would have the power of a third sky realm warrior. These sky realm masters in the dead swamp are all still at the first sky. Once Xiao Han gets here, those people will probably calm down. Or else with the Shura King's temper. I'm afraid those people would be in the worst of luck. The 3 Shura Kings of the Yang family are all lunatics. Miss, you should be careful and make sure you don't cross his line." "I know what I'm doing." Chapter 105, The Star Martial Spirit. Chapter 105, The Star Martial Spirit. Sponsored by M. Jackson. Shurien kept moving east. The dead swamp was wreathed in poisonous gas and covered by swamps. To walk in this area, one must be cautious, or else he would sink into the mud or be attacked by demon beasts. It was quite secluded to the east of the dead swamp, so warriors barely showed up in this area. All along the way, Shurien met some mercenaries who were searching for demon beasts and special herbs. They were almost at nascent and human realm, rather low levels. Shurien wanted to leave the dead swamp quickly, so he didn't want any conflict with those mercenaries. He avoided meeting them so that they wouldn't remember his face and leak his trail to Baiming Shang. That night, after careful thought, Shurien took out Baiming's sky-cracking sword and ice armor from his bag. He threw them into the green swamp and watched them be devoured by the dirty water within. The sky-cracking sword and ice armor were both extraordinary weapons refined by Baiming Shang. The sky-cracking sword and ice armor contained Baiming Shang's perception, who may have sensed them within a certain distance. Although knowing that the sky-cracking sword and the ice armor were rather precious, Shurien still abandoned them to protect himself. The poisonous gas in the swamp was strongly corrosive, which Shurien had already tested, so he believed that Baiming Shang wouldn't be able to sense them once they were devoured by the poisonous gas. After that, Shurien continued to move eastward. At night, 3 days later, standing among the bushes, Shurien hid his scent and quietly gazed ahead of him. The sound of a brutal battle came from the wetland ahead, of which one side was much stronger than the other. Although Shurien was very curious, he didn't go and watch. He decided to go eastward when the battle had finished. A quarter of an hour later, the battle ahead quieted down. Shurien still didn't move. After half an hour, assuming that they might have left, he walked out of the bushes towards that wetland. Swamps surrounded the 2 sides of the wetland, but Shurien had to cross that wetland to go eastward. When he got there, Shurien found there were 7 or 8 corpses on the ground. Their profound chi had already evaporated into the air, so he didn't get anything. The corpses all belonged to the same mercenary union, as their armors looked similar. From the wounds on their dismembered bodies, they seemed to be attacked by demon beasts as they were torn apart. He stared at those corpses for a while and found he couldn't get any benefit, so he sped up to leave without further exploration. "Well, it turns out you did pick this way." At that time, Xia Xianyan's voice came from the bushes beside him. Just then, Xia Xianyan's beautiful figure, with her face behind the veil, walked out from behind the bushes. Behind her, the 2 huge towering men were wiping the blood off their hands with a gray rag. "Your people killed them?" Shurien asked her calmly. "Yes." Xia Xianyan nodded without further explanation about why the mercenaries were killed. She looked at Shurien with her beautiful eyes and said, "You turn out to get the original seal of Ouyang Ji's Star Martial Spirit." "Ouyang Ji." Shurien's face changed. "Who is he?" "He was the guy who created the fake gate of heaven and left the original seal of his martial spirit. Ouyang Ji was a legend from 1,000 years ago in the Endless Sea and was the star god of the 3 gods sect. He had reached the third sky of the spirit realm, just a step from the true God realm. Xin Yin said slowly. The three gods sect? The star god? What on earth is that? Shi Yin cried in surprise. 1,000 years ago, the three gods of the three gods sect entered the seventh dark world together and fought against Avi Dark King in the Dark Sea. However, they were entangled in the Avi Hell by 30 million soldiers, which resulted in the most brutal battle the seventh dark world had seen in a millennium. The three gods sect lost a lot from that battle, and many disciples died. After that battle, only the sun god came back from the seventh dark world, while the other two gods disappeared. However, only 5 million of Avi Dark King's troops survived, and Avi Dark King was badly hurt and has never appeared from the bottom of the Dark Sea for the past 1,000 years. The three gods of the sun, moon, and star, the seventh dark world, the Avi Dark King? Shi Yin was so confused that he shook his head. You mean the gate of heaven was created by one of the three gods, the star god? Yes. Xin Yin nodded softly. After that battle, many people thought that the moon god and star god were dead, since they never showed up again in the endless sea. According to the fake gate of heaven and strange phenomenon in the Yin Valley, Ouyang Ji must have died of his injuries. However, no one knows how he reached here, killed the level 8 mud dragon, created this fake gate of heaven and God domain, and left the original seal of his martial spirit. The original seal of his martial spirit, Shi Yin yelled, looked at his heart area, before a dazzling light crossed his face. The original seal of a martial spirit is an imprint of a martial spirit, so people can receive the martial spirit from inside an original seal. Those God realm experts could turn their martial spirits into original seals so that someone would continue to carry his martial spirit. The star martial spirit's typical sign is that there were spots like stars in the heart area, which formed a miniature star river. Xin Yin explained. This is a martial spirit. Shi Yin's eyes lit up as he looked at his heart area in surprise. It's not only a martial spirit, but a sacred-level martial spirit. Xin Yin confirmed. A sacred-level martial spirit? Shi Yin was dumbstruck. There are levels for martial spirits. Sure, according to its power and number of evolutions, martial spirits can be divided into mortal, profound, spirit, sacred, and God levels. For example, the three martial spirits, the sun, moon, and star, of the three god sect are all sacred-level martial spirits. The reincarnation martial spirit of my Xia family is also a sacred-level martial spirit. There are too few martial spirits in your area, so they are not divided into different categories. In the Endless Sea, there are all sorts of martial spirits, and each of them have special features and powers. If they were not sorted into different levels, who would know which martial spirit is more powerful or has more room for development? So what level is the petrification martial spirit from Shi family? I'm not sure without any accurate test, but I think it is spirit-level martial spirit at best. I've never heard of a sacred-level martial spirit appearing in this area. Apart from its power, you will have to see how many times it can evolve and situation regarding its evolution. The details are complicated. In the Endless Sea, there are martial spirit palaces to estimate the level of a martial spirit. Are sacred-level martial spirits rare? Of course. Sacred-level martial spirits are the highest martial spirits in the Endless Sea. The families who own sacred-level martial spirits are all influential powers in the Endless Sea. So do you think sacred-level martial spirits are rare? You mean I got something awesome this time? What do you think? Miss Xia, thank you for telling me so much. I want to go to the Endless Sea. Are we traveling the same way? Xin Yin suddenly quieted down. There would be no conflict between Shi Yin and Xin Yin if he didn't go to the Endless Sea. However, once Shi Yin entered the Endless Sea and the message got out that he owned the Star Martial Spirit, the three god sect would definitely find him at all costs. They would make him the godson of the sect and provided him with the best training resources. The three god sect and Xia family have many disputes. Shi Yan's Star Martial Spirit would make him an expert in the three-god sect. Once he went to the endless sea, the Xia family would have a formidable adversary. Miss, the two huge tower-like men reminded her in a soft voice. You really want to go to the endless sea? Xia Xian Yin gazed at him with complicated look in her glittering eyes. Shi Yin was a little surprised, but couldn't figure out what was going on in Xia Xian Yan's mind. So he thought for a while and smiled bitterly. Do you think I can still stay in Tianyin City instead of going to the Endless Sea? You know Baiming Shang's power in the Merchant Union. Not only myself, but my family would meet with disaster. I don't have any other choice. Well, to be honest, Xia Xian paused and said, my Xia family and the three-god sect are adversaries. With your star martial spirit, you would become an important person in the three-god sect once you go to the Endless Sea. In the future, you will be my enemy, and formidable one at that. Shi Yin stiffened and took a few steps back to keep his distance from the three people in front of him. Smiling coldly, he asked, well, are you three waiting here for me to eradicate any future trouble? Miss Xia, I don't know why you were talking to me. You want me to be a ghost who knows everything? The two towering men walked out from behind Xia Xian Yin and moved to both sides of Shi Yin with cold eyes. They were preparing to attack Shi Yin. Hold on. Xia Xian Yin frowned and stopped the two towering men, then looked to Shi Yin. You can attach yourself to the Xia family first. I will plant some poison inside you and then send you to the three-god sect to learn their secret skills. Regardless of how high a position you have in the future within the three-god sect, you will always be a member of my Xia family, okay? Going to the three-god sect as a spy of the Xia family? Shi Yin smirked. Spy? This sounds good. Yeah, more or less. What do you think? Xia Xian Yin focused her eyes on him. As long as you comply, I will help you. Learn secret skills in the three-god sect and not fight against my Xia family. I swear I won't hurt you. Okay, I'm in. Dash. Chapter 106, Godchild. Chapter 106, Godchild. Sponsored by M. Jackson. Dash. Shi Yin had to promise her. Xia Xian Yin had made it clear that the three-god sect and the Xia family were adversaries. As she had waited in the Yin Valley after she knew that the fake gate of heaven was created by Ouyang Ji, her purpose was obvious. After leaving the Yin Valley, Xia Xian Yin assumed that Shi Yin would be here, so she waited for him. Or maybe she had come up with this idea when she was still in the Yin Valley. For Shi Yin, as long as he survived, he would have boundless opportunities. He didn't take the poison that Xia Xian Yin had mentioned seriously, as he believed that his immortal martial spirit could easily defend against that toxin. Furthermore, since it was a long way to the Endless Sea, there was a chance that Baiming Shang would find him, so it was safer to travel with Xia Xian Yin. He would put the past behind him for the moment. He would have a chance to fight back as long as he survived. Since Xia Xian Yin explained her purpose, the two towering men then let Shi Yin go, admiring Xia Xian Yin's ability to take advantage of the situation. Once Shi Yin was attached to the Xia family and then became a godchild of the three-god sect, they would know everything about the three-god sect. Even the two dumb, huge men knew what it meant. Shi Yin would be more useful to the Xia family alive than dead. The next 2 days, Shi Yin smoothly traveled east with the three people. Having Shi Yin's promise, Xia Xian Yin was delighted and continued to explain to him about the three-god sect. The three-god sect was a huge power in the Endless Sea and had numerous disciples. The core disciples had the ability to absorb the energy from the sun, moon, and stars from their martial spirits. The three-god sect had 3 martial spirits: the sun martial spirit, the moon martial spirit, and the star martial spirit. The 3 martial spirits could absorb the light from the sun, moon, and stars. Warriors who possessed the star martial spirit were the rarest. Thus, the star martial spirit was considered to be the most powerful one among the 3. There was only 1 sun and 1 moon in the Grace mainland, while the stars were numerous. Their combined power was much stronger than the sun or the moon. The three-god sect was very mysterious, and their core disciples were not born with martial spirit, but obtained it after being submerged for 3 years in 3 separate ponds: the Sun Pond, the Moon Pond, and the Star Pond. The Sun, Moon, and Star Ponds are the most mysterious places in the Three Gods sect. No outsiders knew exactly where they were. Even many disciples of the Three Gods sect didn't know their exact position. The elders of the Three Gods sect would go to the islands in the Endless Sea every 10 years or so to collect talented infants and take them to the 3 mysterious ponds. The 3 ponds had a weird power, as many infants would soon die after being placed in them. Generally, less than 20 infants would survive out of 1,000 after 3 years in the ponds. Those who survived would inherit the power to absorb power from the sun, moon, or stars, and thus were authorized to be a core disciple of the Three Gods sect. They were then sent to the major islands and taught all sorts of martial skills by various teachers. Although those infants who survived the 3 ponds all had a martial spirit, their abilities were varied. As for the sun martial spirit, some infants could absorb 10 times the amount of power from the sun compared to others. These infants would develop their martial spirit several times, and they could absorb the sun's power much faster. Some could even produce sun fire from it. Some infants took too much time to absorb the power of sun, and their martial spirit wouldn't develop even if their realm were to advance. Although the sun, moon, and star martial spirits were all sacred level martial spirits, they couldn't be completely mastered if they were not developed. Almost none of the infants from the 3 ponds could develop the 3 martial spirits to their highest potential. Even if their realm advanced, their martial spirits would stop improving over time. Only a few infants from the 3 ponds showed great talent each century. These infants were called a godchild. These godchildren were promising talents and were candidates to become the next sun, moon, or star god. A godchild was so rare that they would be considered as the most precious treasure of the Three Gods sect, and the core sect elders would train them personally. Once they were chosen to take the mantle of one of the 3 gods, the rest would become core elders of the Three Gods sect, dealing with all sorts of matters. Most of the godchildren came from the 3 ponds, while some of them were found in another way. Those who got an original seal of a martial spirit was also considered to be a godchild. This type of godchild were the most promising to become one of the 3 gods, since they got their martial spirit from one of the previous gods. Therefore, the godchildren who inherited their martial spirit via an original seal were highly treasured. Shurian was a lucky dog. Since Xia Xian Yin wanted to send Shurian to the Three Gods sect, she explained every detail carefully. She depicted the Three Gods sect as an evil religion with mysterious power, and told of many evil deeds performed by the Three Gods sect to provoke hatred in Shurian. Shurian knew Xia Xian Yan's intentions, but he just kept silent. On that day, Shurian and Xia Xian Yin came to the center of swamp. They were standing on a dry land and looked for places to step on cautiously. All of a sudden, someone showed up from the swamp and laughed cunningly. "We meet again." Zhuachi. Xia Xian Yin looked cold as she asked calmly, "Why are you here?" "I didn't come for you." Zhuachi smiled and then turned to Shurian. "Boy, give me that thing you got from the odd space. I promised Qi Xiao that once you give it to me, I will let you leave the dead swamp alive." "Zhuachi, you came for treasure?" Xia Xian Yin took a breath and secretly made eye contact to the 2 huge men. "Don't play tricks." Zhuachi scorned. "I've been watching you for days, and you know my ability in the swamp. Do what I say if you don't want to sink, or don't blame me for killing you." "Zhuachi, you can't hurt me," Xia Xian Yin said calmly. "I know Ms. Xia can reach the sky realm for a short moment. So what?" Zhuachi looked gloomy as he became impatient. "Once Ms. Xia advances to sky realm, I will sink into the mud. And when you become weak, I would come out again. I know you can't reach the sky realm twice in a short time. Till then, I can do whatever I want." Xia Xian Yan's eyes turned cold. "You cleaned up the 9-headed sky snake for me. I won't trouble you. Just leave the boy and disappear." Zhuachi looked at Xia Xian Yin coldly and reached out his hand to Shurian. "Give me, and you can leave. Or don't blame me for what happens next." Zhuaqi, you are seeking death. Xia Xianyin grunted and said coldly, this is your last chance to get back in the mud, or you will regret for it. Regret? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Zhuaqi burst out into laughter. Show me how you will make me regret. Greenish profound qi leaked out from Zhuaqi's body to the center of the swamp. The mud in the swamp moved like waves. In an instant, 10 mud dragons flew out and jumped towards Xia Xianyin. Xia Xianyin had an indifferent expression in her eyes as she raised her arms. From the river of time, the power of reincarnation was injected into Xia Xianyin's palm. Xia Xianyin, who was at the disaster realm, suddenly rose up into the sky and stared at the mud dragons coldly, a lotus sign appearing between her hands. Countless blue lotuses flew out from her palm, filling the air with a refreshing scent, and produced a dazzling light. Every lotus was as big as a wash basin. They surrounded Xia Xianyin. Break! Xia Xianyin pointed, and a lotus stuck to a mud dragon. With a huge, thunderous roar, the power from Zhuaqi on the mud dragon was shattered, and it turned back into mud, falling into the swamp. Break! Xia Xianyin pointed again, while 10 lotuses struck toward Zhuaqi. Hee, you do this first. Let's see. Zhuaqi withdrew his head and disappeared into the mud. Return. Xia Xianyin seemed to know that she couldn't win against Zhuaqi, as she stretched out her hand and withdrew all the lotuses to her palm. Let's go. Xia Xianyin stretched out her hand and lifted Shi Yin, who was standing on the swamp, then dashed out of the swamp in an instant. The 2 huge men from the Xia family shouted and stamped, then dashed out like 2 bullets before they landed behind Xia Xianyin. Shi Yin, Shi Yin, Shi Yin. At that moment, Bai Mingxiang's howls came from afar, containing extreme hatred. The howls became louder and louder as Bai Mingxiang approached. Xia Xianyin's expression shifted at once as she realized the situation had turned bad. She grabbed Shi Yin and flew eastward as fast as she could while she still possessed sky realm energy. You can't go anywhere. Bai Mingxiang's soul consciousness overwhelmed the space with his crazy howls. Dash. Chapter 107, Strong Aid. Chapter 107, Strong Aid. Sponsored by M. Jackson. Dash. East of the dead swamp, a slim figure was flying in the sky whilst carrying a person. Under her, 2 towering giant men were also sprinting with high speed, as if they were angry black bears. Every time they hopped up, they were able to leap around a dozen meters through the air. In the surrounding swamps, a weird person covered in scales was half submerged in the mud. He moved through the swamp like a giant earthworm. His vicious eyes glinted with a chilling light. He kept watching the sky above the swamp, watching the flying slim figure in the air. Further away, there were crazy roaring sounds. Someone was flustered and exasperated and kept clamoring along the way. His soul consciousness spread out and covered them from afar. The abnormal activity in the east of the dead swamp made many active warriors in this area frightened and baffled. The warriors who were hunting demon beasts all stopped, watching the sky with surprise on their faces. No one knew what exactly was happening. As if they heard their master's summons, many demon beasts in the swamps all jumped out one after another and stormed towards the east. In a moment, the eastern area of the dead swamp was a mess. Everyone was looking out for themselves. At the same time, Qi Xiao, Zhuo Shi, and Wu Yinlian had already left the Yin Valley and were walking towards the Yin field under the full exposure of the sun. The Yin field had been cleared of its natural Yin Qi that covered it all year round. Under the blazing sun, all the plants that grew on the Yin field withered and died. There was also nothing left of the demon beasts that were previously active in the Yin field. They either died or ran away. The enormous Yin field now looked like a dead zone, without a single trace or life. Not even the sight of a single leaf from a plant. Master, will Shi Yin be okay? Zhuo Shi worriedly asked. I don't know. Qi Xiao shook his head. He faintly sighed in his mind, feeling a little guilty. He knew that the odds were against Shi Yin this time. Although the dead swamp was big, people such as Bai Mingxiang and Zhua Qi all had sky realm capabilities. Not only could they fly in the air, they also had an omnipresent soul consciousness that could spread over a large area. Unless it was a master of the same level, it would be very hard to escape their hunt. At the Shi family, Qi Xiao once promised Shi Jian that he would do his best to protect Shi Yin. However, now that Shi Yin had encountered great danger, he could only stand by and watch. This made Qi Xiao feel a little guilty in his heart. Whenever Zhua Shi asked whether Shi Yin would be okay, Qi Xiao would shamefully blush a bit, but there was nothing he could do. Those two women, why are they following us? Wu Yunlian furrowed her brows. She quietly glanced back and said confusedly, I think they came with the Baiming family. No need to care about them. Qi Xiao glanced behind him and said indifferently. Mu Yudai and Di Yalin both looked desolate. There was an undissolvable dark haze on their faces as they slowly paced behind Qi Xiao and the group. Even though Zhou Zi he didn't clearly state his identity, the two girls had already guessed that he was the lord of the dark world. Although he was not here now, once he properly dealt with Shi Yin, he will definitely come and take away Mu Yudai. The reason why he didn't take care of Mu Yudai now was because he knew she definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Both Mu Yudai and Di Yalin knew this deep in their hearts. In that strange space, Shi Yin already made a hard blow to their minds. Now thinking that more miserable fates would follow in the future, the two girls felt fretful, not knowing where to go. Xiao Dai, will Ding Yin be okay? Di Yalin lowered her head and faintly sighed. Mu Yudai's pretty face became cold, and she sneered. He's dead for sure. Bai Mingxiang is getting involved personally, and unless he could fly, he'll never escape his hands. Not only will he die, the Shi family will be doomed along with him. Bai Mingxiang is pissed. He will never let this go. I don't know why, but I feel like he's going to be okay. He always shows us a surprise. Di Yalin murmured under her breath and lightly shook her head. Surprise? Mu Yudai's expression was cold. There will be no surprise this time. Hey! At this moment, Qi Xiao suddenly raised his head and looked into the sky. Suddenly, his face changed, and he exclaimed loudly, Cyan Bloodbat! Cyan Bloodbat! Zhua Shi dazed for a second and also looked up into the sky. Hey, that is a really big bat. Master, what is it? Is there something scary about that Cyan Bloodbat? The Cyan Bloodbat is a demon beast that can evolve continuously. Its body is solid as iron. It's very strong, and it especially likes to eat the flesh of warriors. So this is a very brutal demon beast. A level 3 Cyan Bloodbat is already very strong. The Cyan Bloodbats in the sky now are all at least level 3. And now there's 50 of them at once. This is not right. Wu Yunlian looked up at the sky and murmured. There are people riding the Cyan Bloodbats, and they are strong. The weakest being in the disaster realm. Most of them are in the Earth or Nirvana realms. Qi Xiao took a deep breath. His expression was more serious than ever. The leader's capability is unfathomable. Even I cannot be able to sense his true capability. In our area, I don't think there is any force that can suddenly dispatch this many masters. Even the royals of the Fire Empire or the God-blessed Empire can't send out this many masters at once. After hearing that, Wu Yunlian's expression suddenly changed. No, they're coming down. Qi Zhao's heart sank, and he said hurriedly, Xiao Shi, stand next to me and don't move. Mu Yudai and Di Yalin also noticed the abnormal situation in the sky. The girls both looked up at the 7 to 8 meter-long bodies of the Cyan Bloodbats, their eyes glinting with a cruel, violent light as they slowly descended. The two girls were frightened, not knowing what was going on. On the leading Cyan Bloodbat, the Shura King Xiao Han boldly sat there and condescendingly looked at the people below. His husky voice said, Which of you knows Shi Yin? Shi Yin, Shi Yin, Shi Yin. Qi Xiao, Zhua Shi, and Mu Yudai exclaimed at the same time. Everyone's faces were full of awe, not knowing why these people would want to find Shi Yin. Shi Yin sure has offended a lot of people. Mu Yudai snorted. She righteously assumed that Xiao Han Yi and his group were strong enemies that Shi Yin provoked. Qi Zhao's face slightly changed. He didn't immediately answer. Instead, he first put his fists together and said, "May I ask what you are finding Shi Yin for, senior?" Qi Xiao saw that Xiao Han Yi's capability was unfathomable. He also saw that the Yang family's Shura blood guards who sat on the Cyan blood bats were mostly in the Earth and Nirvana realms. He was extremely stunned, so he didn't dare to overlook this matter. He kept his tone as one of utmost respect. Senior, Zhua Shi, Wu Yunlian, Di Yalan, and Mu Yu Dai were all dumbfounded. They became a little absent-minded. Qi Xiao was the Sky Realm Master of Cloud Mountain. He was one of the handful of strong figures in the God-blessed empire, the Fire Empire, and the Merchant Union. It was said that he was more than 100 years old and was a well-known master and senior in all of the three countries. But today here, he was referring to someone else as senior. Everyone were speechless. Shi Yin is the great-grandson of Yang Qingdi, the head of our Yang family in the Endless Sea. The reason we came this time is to bring him back to the Endless Sea. Do you know where he is? Xiao Han Yi saw that Qi Zhao's attitude was not bad, so he slowly loosened his expression and did not expose his irritable, crazy side. The Endless Sea? The Yang family? Great-grandson of the head of the family. Xiao Han Yi's words made everyone petrified, especially Mu Yu Dai and Di Yalan. The expression on their faces was weirder than ever. They would never have thought that Shi Yin had another identity. "So you are the masters from the Endless Sea?" Qi Xiao nodded. He raised his head and stared at Xiao Han Yi for a moment. Seeing that he was becoming impatient, Qi Xiao finally said, "Shi Yin has obtained the treasure from the Gate of Heaven and suddenly disappeared from inside the gate. Now, he should be somewhere in the outer perimeter of the Dead Swamp. Currently, several Sky Realm Masters are searching for him in the outer perimeters of the Dead Swamp. If you want to find him, then do so quickly. If you're too late, then he will have met with a grim fate." Grim fate. All of a sudden, an extremely strong bloody smell came from Xiao Han Yi's body. This bloody smell covered the distance, like a canopy covering them from the sky, making everyone dizzy and hard to breathe from the strong odor. If anything happens to Shi Yin, then all the nations of those involved will be buried with him. Xiao Han Yi left these few words, and then slapped the cyan bloodbat and said, "Spread out and search the whole Dead Swamp. If anyone finds him, send a message immediately." The group of Shura blood guards from the Yang family rode on the cyan bloodbats, and in a moment they were all gone. "Master, is this guy strong?" Zhua Shi said curiously. "I'm afraid 3 Baiming Shangs together wouldn't be able to fight him." Qi Zhao's expression was grim. He meaningfully glanced at Mu Yu Dai and Di Yalan. His voice steadily said, "The Baiming family is dead for sure. The people on the cyan bloodbats are enough to sweep away all the 5 families of the Merchant Union. Baiming Shang is doomed this time." Mu Yu Dai's face turned pale. Her body collapsed, and she fell on her ass. "Xiao Dai," Di Yalan exclaimed, "what happened to you?" Mu Yu Dai's expression shifted unpredictably, and complex emotions flickered across her eyes. She looked like she was laughing and crying at the same time, as if she had gone mad. After a very long while, Mu Yu Dai's expression slowly became determined. She suddenly stood up. "Come on, let's go find Shi Yin. Why would we want to find him? I will try everything to become his woman. No matter what he wants me to do, I'll do it for him." "Ah!" Di Yalan exclaimed. Her hand covered her mouth, with a face full of disbelief. Xia Xan Yin clenched on his Shi Yin, and they were still flying through the air, galloping crazily towards the east of the Dead Swamp. Suddenly, an untraceable darkness started to slowly form onto the clouds ahead. A mass of endless dark power suddenly rippled from the darkness. It wrapped Xia Xian Yan's body, suddenly putting a pause to her speedy flight. "Stop!" In the pure darkness, there came a cold voice. "I am the Lord of the Dark World. I don't want to make enemies with you people from the Endless Sea. If you drop that kid, then you can go now." Xia Xian Yin floated in mid-air, her expression slightly cold. She said indifferently, I suggest you to mind your own business. My people will arrive very soon. I know you have the capability of a Sky Realm First Sky Warrior, but you're far too weak if you want to go against us. In the Endless Sea, people like you can only be a dedicated warrior and not even one of the core warriors. If you want to keep your prestige in this place, then mind your own business. Not only was Xia Xian Yin not scared, she even gave out threats. I wanted to get rid of exactly this fate. That's why I want what that kid has. In the pitch-black darkness, the voice continued. Don't force me. In order to get that thing, I can give up the dark world. As long as I can step into the God realm in the future, I can rebuild the dark world anywhere, even in the Endless Sea. Xia Xianyan's face changed. She suddenly realized she probably won't be able to convince the opponent with words. Chapter 108, Waiting for an Opportunity. Chapter 108, Waiting for an Opportunity. Shi Yin felt humiliated. He was being carried by Xia Xianyan and flying in the wind. The sharp winds blew on his face, and he felt a stinging sensation like blades stabbing into his skin. Wisps of fragrance from Xia Xianyan flew into his nose along with the wind. The fragrant breeze should have been a wonderful thing, but his position was seriously awkward, and his mood just couldn't lighten at all. He was grabbed by the collar of his clothes and lifted into the air. Shi Yin felt more like Xia Xianyan was carrying him like a package rather than a living person. Although he knew that Xia Xianyan had no choice and had to take him to escape quickly, Shi Yin still felt humiliated. There was never another moment like this where he held such a desire for power. He desired stronger power. He desired power that could get rid of everything. Carried in Xia Xianyan's hands, he secretly made up his mind. If he was lucky enough to survive this, he would never let any other person carry him like this. He would use all his strength to find higher ground, and he would override everyone else. Shi Yin clearly heard the conversation between Xia Xianyan and the woman's voice in the dark. After knowing that it was the mistress of the dark world, Shi Yin's expression became grim, but there was nothing he could do. Although he had many wondrous encounters and obtained 4 different martial spirits in his body, he was still only in the human realm. There was an insurmountable gap between him and Sky Realm Masters. This wasn't just some minor difference and couldn't just be offset by his mysterious martial skills. He clearly knew his own capabilities, and he knew that against a master like this his chances of escaping would be minimal. So he didn't bother to speak. He only gathered his concentration and tried to find an escape opportunity. Do you really want to become enemies with the Endless Sea? Xia Xianyan took a deep breath, her beautiful figure slowly descending. Shi Yan's heart shook as he could clearly sense that the reincarnation power in Xia Xianyan was slowly disappearing. Once Xia Xianyan used her reincarnation martial spirit, the power of reincarnation would slowly disappear as it did not belong to her. When all of her reincarnation power is used up, Xia Xianyan would revert back to her original realm of a disaster realm, Third Sky Warrior. Just standing in midair used a lot of reincarnation power. When she realized that the mistress of the dark world completely blocked the path ahead, she knew that it would be impossible to keep roaming the sky freely while carrying Shi Yin. They landed. Xia Xian dropped Shi Yin, and she coldly looked at the dark cloud that was slowly descending from the sky and said dismissively, "In the false gate, there's only the original seal of a martial spirit. Once the seal has been obtained, it can no longer be used again." Pausing for a second, Xia Xianyan then said, "Which means even if you kill him, you'll get nothing out from him." While saying this, Xia Xianyan's eyes swept to afar, and she looked towards a swamp next to her. From the swamp came the sound of squelching mud. Zhuaqi's body slowly surfaced from the swamp. Standing in the middle of the swamp, Zhuaqi maliciously looked towards this area. "I don't believe you. There must be something else on this kid. Miss Xia, you just have to give him to me. If I really can't find anything on him, then that would have nothing to do with you." Shi Yin. Bai Mingxiang's roars came from far away, coming closer and closer. Miss Xia, Zhuaqi screamed again. Give that kid to me, and when he drops into the swamp, I will drag him underground. Or else, Bai Mingshang won't leave him alone. I promise you, if there really is nothing on the kid, I will leave him alive. All right. Xiaoxan Yin did not mince his words, as she seemed to know that Bai Mingshang was almost here. And with the situation with the mistress of the dark world forcing her hand, Xia Xian Yin couldn't just directly take Shi Yin away. After her response, Xia Xian Yin did not hesitate. She moved and grabbed Shi Yin and threw him into the distance. At the same time, she opened her mouth and a glistening dagger flew out from under her tongue. The dagger was covered in mysterious runes. The runes were only the size of tadpoles, but they slowly shifted on the dagger, as if they had a life of their own. Once the dagger came out, waves of mysterious power came from the runes. That power was able to cut off someone's soul consciousness. Xia Xian Yin swung the dagger and casually slashed down. Suddenly, layers of ripples appeared in the void, glinting with light. The layers of ripples were slashed by Xia Xian Yin's dagger, and in the ripples, Bai Mingshang's furious face was faintly displayed. Xia Xian Yin, how dare you cut off my soul consciousness? I will kill you. In the distance, Bai Mingshang roared in madness. His voice was filled with an earth-shaking wrath. Xia Xian Yin remained unmoved. She held the dagger in her hand, and her body swiftly danced. The dagger drew beams of light, making layers of soul consciousness waves in the plain void and shattering that soul consciousness bit by bit. The mistress of the dark world, who was hiding in the pitch-black darkness, saw that Xia Xian Yin could cut off the soul consciousness of Sky Realm Masters. Realizing that Xia Xian Yin was not easily trifled with, the mistress did not venture out when she saw that Bai Mingshang was about to arrive. Instead, that cluster of darkness slowly floated up the sky again and stopped inside a dark cloud. Thump! Shi Yan's body suddenly dropped into the swamp. Zhuaqi's face was filled with joy, and he immediately stirred his martial spirit, wrapping Shi Yan in layers of mud. He then dragged Shi Yan with him and sank into the swamp. Shi Yan instantly felt that it was hard to breathe. He hastily gathered his concentration and held in his breath. He secretly circulated the power in his body to prepare for any upcoming situations. In the cluster of mud, Shi Yan felt like he was sinking God knows how many meters into the depths of the swamp. Suddenly, the mud cluster wrapping around his body abruptly dissipated. This was a tightly sealed 5-square-meter cavity in the mud. There was mud all around and only a small amount of air, with no exit. In the mud cavity, there was only the excited-looking Zhuaqi by his side. Zhuaqi rubbed his hands together, looking very excited. He laughed sneakily and said, "We are 100 meters under the swamp. This cavity is created by my martial spirit. It can guarantee that you won't suffocate to death. Okay, now we can talk about what happened in that strange space. If you hand me everything, I can promise that I won't kill you, and I will even escort you out of the dead swamp. You can figure it out yourself." Shi Yan spread out his hands and stood still in his spot. "Whatever you can find on me, you can take. Only want what you got from the strange space." Zhuaqi dazed, and then said ruthlessly, "I have no interest in anything else." "I didn't get anything." Shi Yan shook his head and said calmly, "Only bits of starlight enter my body, and now it has merged with my blood and bones. Maybe if you eat my flesh, you can still get some power from the starlight." "Kid, you really think I wouldn't dare to eat you?" Zhuaqi licked his lips and said cruelly, "If I can get power from eating you, then I wouldn't mind eating you whole." Shi Yan's expression remained calm. He simply sat down and said, "It's up to you. The thing is in my body anyway, and I can't take it out, so do what you want." "Kid, you would rather die than give it away?" Zhuaqi's expression was ferocious. He pondered and then suddenly said, "Did you know that I have many ways to make you wish you were dead?" Shi Yan was silent, and he didn't say a thing. The profound qi, negative energies, and yin qi all quietly came out of his body and started to slowly spread around the entire cavity. The 3 different powers spread out but didn't immediately form into. Sure, Yin was focused as he secretly took precautions. If Zhuaqi made a move next, he would create the without hesitation. He knew that the definitely won't be able to go against the Sky Realm Zhuaqi, but he only wanted to use it to restrain Zhuaqi for a bit, as long as they could trap Zhuaqi for a moment. Even if it was only a few minutes, he grabbed the opportunity to flee to the surface of the swamp and maybe even find a chance to escape. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Earth-shaking sounds came from above the swamp. The violent power fell into the swamp, and even Shi Yin, who was 100 meters deep in the swamp, could still sense the commotion from above. Kid, don't expect that woman to save you. Now that Bai Mingxiang is here, she won't even be able to help herself. Zhuaqi took a deep breath in and clenched his teeth. Don't force me to take extreme measures. Just give me the thing now. I will promise you that if you're obedient, I will escort you out of the dead swamp. You know my power in the dead swamp. As long as I'm willing, even if that woman can't protect you, I can. How's this? I only got the sky full of starlight from space, and now all that starlight is in my body. The starlight can let me absorb power from the stars. It is a martial spirit. If you know how to transfer martial spirits, I wouldn't mind giving it to you. Other than that, I have nothing else to say. Shi Yin said casually. A martial spirit, one that can absorb power from stars. Zhuaqi's face was full of joy. He was so excited that his body was shaking and he laughed loudly. It certainly is a treasure. Kid, give it to me now. Quickly, give it to me. Didn't you hear me? Shi Yin frowned. That martial spirit is in me. I don't even know how to use it. How am I supposed to give it to you? Surely there's a way. There must be a way. Zhuaqi was extremely excited, and he shouted in the cavity, if you can obtain that martial spirit, then you can definitely give it up too. Hurry and think. You can definitely find a way. Shi Yin, I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, if you give the martial spirit to me, I will promise to escort you out. 3 days. Shi Yin furrowed his brows and said dismissively, Okay, I'll think about it carefully. Yes, you have to think about it carefully. After 3 days, if you still can't do it, then don't blame me for being unkind. Zhuaqi grinned. On that day, deafening blows kept coming from outside the swamp, indicating that Xia Exanyin and Bai Mingxiang were still battling. When the night fell, the fighting outside finally ceased. Sure, Yin didn't know what was happening outside. His heart sank deeper, and he kept thinking about how to escape from Zhuaqi's hands. Boom, boom. Late at night, waves of the most destructive power suddenly covered the swamp. Those waves of power had such a frightening penetrative force that it pierced 100 meters deep into the swamp. It had an indomitable life force. It kept trying to find traces of warriors in the swamp and came straight at Zhuaqi. What the hell? Who is this powerful? Zhuaqi's face suddenly changed, his expression aghast. He saw that the waves of power came at him like flying dragons. He didn't bother about Shi Yin anymore. Shrieking, he rushed out of the mud cavity and clashed with the frightening power that carried the scent of blood. Shi Yin's eyes brightened. He sucked in a big breath, and hurriedly he rushed out of the cavity, floating up towards the surface without regard for anything else. Chapter 109, The Shura King. Chapter 109, The Shura King. 100 meters deep in the swamp. The muddy and murky water mixed together, and since there was more mud than water in the swamp, it was very tough to escape. Once a man or a beast falls into the swamp, they will slowly sink in and ultimately be engulfed by the swamp, becoming a corpse at the bottom of the swamp, which will eventually rot and never be seen again. The most frightening part of the dead swamp was the sheer size of it. There were hundreds of thousands of swamps, which had swallowed countless warriors and demon beasts, making all of them die within the swamp. Zhuaqi was the only exception. As a hybrid between a mud dragon and a human, he could naturally move under the swamps and use the mud in the swamps. In the dead swamp, even if he met a warrior of higher strength, Zhuaqi could still easily dive into the depths of the swamps and avoid disaster. All along, Zhuaqi fit to the dead swamp like a duck to water and never paid any regard to other people. But this time, deep below the swamp, Zhuaqi had a terrified expression, and it seemed like he was terrified. The harsh, pungent odor of blood penetrated through the hundreds of meters of swamp, like the blood of dragons. This spirit of blood had a strong, penetrating power and a shockingly frightening strength. If it was targeting him, even hundreds of meters under the surface, it could still force him into an awkward position. Having lived in the dead swamp for so many years, Zhuaqi was well aware that the deeper you traveled into the swamp, the more corpse chi you would find. The dead swamp had existed for tens of thousands of years, and countless dead souls were buried under these swamps. Those that died in the swamps couldn't gain redemption, and they always lingered at the bottom of the muddy waters. Because of that, there were always strong corpse chi lingering in the deepest depths of the swamp. The deeper you went, the stronger the corpse chi was. The power of this corpse chi could block the scoping powers of someone's soul consciousness, and it could disrupt all sorts of invading powers. If he didn't have the power to control mud, even Zhuaqi wouldn't dare to sink this deep into the swamp. But now that a harsh, bloody chi had penetrated hundreds of meters into the swamp and easily traveled through the strong, dead spirits, continuing to chase Zhuaqi down. This terrified Zhuaqi. For the first time, he sensed death was coming his way. Frightened, Zhuaqi could no longer bother with Shi Yin. He quickly descended into the depths of the swamp. Pop! Shi Yin suddenly rushed out of the mud hole. The mud quickly crushed on top of him, like a heavy mountain. Shi Yin's body was completely engulfed in mud. He couldn't breathe, nor see, and he had to use all of his strength to swim upwards towards the surface. This swamp had a special trait. The harder you struggled, the faster you sank. And even hundreds of meters under the surface of the swamp, that trait still applied. Struggling, Shi Yin felt like he was in a whirlpool of mud. Not only was he unable to escape, but he was also sinking faster. Shi Yin's heart shuddered, and he abruptly stopped his movements. He held in his breath and stopped moving his body. Lights flashed across his mind as he hurriedly tried to think of an idea to escape to the surface. In the depths of the swamp, he couldn't breathe or see, and a flow of corpse chi seemed to be corroding his body. In this state, he would soon die from suffocation. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and suddenly, in the depths of the swamp, he felt the natural yin chi in his vicinity. Once the yin chi appeared, Shi Yin soon sensed the negative powers that he released before. Shi Yin's mind clicked, and he hurriedly circulated the 3 types of powers in his body. In the swamp, a gravitational field made from yin power, profound chi, and negative energy was formed. Once the field was formed, Shi Yin immediately stirred it and started manipulating the gravitational field to surround himself. His mind was focused on the field, and Shi Yin very carefully controlled the field, then making it start to slowly whirl. The 3 powers intertwined together, forming into a massive grinding power. A lot of mud flowed into the field, and, moved by the grinding power of the field, it slowly started to float upwards toward the surface. It really does work. Shi Yin was overjoyed. He immediately put all his focus on controlling the gravitational field. Following the rising motion of the gravitational fields, his body also started to rise towards the surface. Pooh! After a minute, suddenly a figure shot out of a muddy area in the swamp. The figure slowly rose up into the sky, flying around 3 meters under the cold moonlight, and then suddenly dropped. Shi Yin! Xia Yin exclaimed, her hands immediately forming into a lotus seal, and a gigantic aqua-colored lotus flower flew out from her palms, directly stopping under Shi Yin's body. Shi Yin, who was falling towards the swamp, fell on his ass on the icy lotus flower. The lotus flower carried him and flew away from the swamp, stopping by Xia Yin's side. Phew! Xia Yin lightly breathed out. She put her hands together, taking the form of a worshipper. The lotus flower that carried Yin away from the swamp formed into streams of passing light that entered into the palms of her hands and disappeared bit by bit. "You're hurt." Yin looked at her and frowned. Xiaoxian's eyes contained signs of exhaustion, and her earlobes, which could be seen outside of her veil, were pale as a sheet. It could be assumed that her entire face must have looked the same. "This is the aftermath of using my reincarnation martial spirit. But it's fine. I already used the nutrition pill from your Yang family. I will have recovered by tomorrow." Xiaoxian's expression was cold as she pulled a strand of hair from behind her ears and spoke dismissively. "My Yang family?" Yin was stunned. He said with a deep voice, "What are you talking about?" Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. In the distant sky, thundering sounds rang out like earthquakes and sounded extremely frightening. Yin raised his head to look into the sky. He could see that under the thick clouds, there was an imposing man with a face full of scars who was unyieldingly suspended in midair. By his side appeared 3 giant rivers of thick blood. The 3 blood rivers were each a few thousand meters long and a few hundred meters wide. They swiftly shifted in the air, showing anyone who saw it a scene they will never forget. The blood in these rivers was thick and filled with a wicked blood spirit. That man with the ferocious expression stood at the meeting point of the 3 rivers. As if controlling the rivers, his 2 hands twisted and the blood rivers moved at his will. From the looks of it, he was battling with 3 people. Those 1,000-meter-long and 100-meter-wide rivers were like 3 giant blood chains in his hands, driving the 3 people in the sky into difficult positions. Bai Mingshang, Zhou Zihe, and the mistress of the dark world all threw their sky realm power at the 3 blood rivers, continually defending against the intrusive attacks of the blood rivers. The man controlling the 3 terrifying blood rivers still had enough spare power to cast out slashes of blood light. The blood light fell into the swamps below, forcing Zhuaqi in the swamp to flee in panic, having no choice but to dive 1,000 meters deep into the swamp to hide. The man with the face full of scars was multitasking in 4 different ways. He fought with 4 sky realm masters, Bai Mingshang, the lord of the dark world, the mistress of the dark world, and Zhuaqi at the same time. And he was still able to gain the upper hand, forcing the 4 masters into awkward positions. Behind the man, giant bats, which were 7 to 8 meters in length, stared out with violent, bloodthirsty eyes. On the bats, many cold-faced warriors silently watched the movement above, as if preparing to cut in at any time. "Who is this?" Yan's face was full of shock. This was the first time, after he arrived at Grace Mainland, he met such a frightening warrior. "One of the 3 Shura kings of your Yang family, Xiaohan Yi. He has a capability of sky realm second sky. What he cultivates is the evil blood path of the 5 Shura paths." Xiaoxian's expression was complicated. "My Yang family?" Yin shook his head. "I don't understand what you're talking about." "You will soon understand," Xiaoxian said dismissively, and suddenly whistled towards the sky and shouted, "Master Xiao." Yin came out of the swamp. "He's fine. You guys go down and protect young Master Shi." Xiaohan deeply gazed at Yin from the sky. Then a trace of pleasant surprise flashed across his eyes, and he commanded the Shura blood guards behind him. Just from his gaze, Yin felt chills run down his spine. That man's eyes were like a godly weapon, which could pierce directly into people's souls. It gave him a dominating atmosphere, which was a frightening force of deterrence to others, making them feel, deep down, that they could not contend with him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cyan bloodbats flew down from the sky and stopped by Yan's side. The 50 Shura blood guards rode on the cyan bloodbats and surrounded Yin. "Young Master Yin." 50 ferocious roars simultaneously came from the warriors on top of the cyan bloodbats. 50 Earth or Nirvana realm warriors all looked at him with serious expressions. Yin jumped in surprise. He looked at this parade of warriors with an astonished expression on his face. He had no idea how he suddenly became their young master. Miss Xiao, what is going on? Shi Yin was dazed for a moment and spoke in confusion. Later the Shura king will explain it to you. I'll say no more. Xia Xinyan's pretty brows furrowed, and she spoke indifferently. Shi Yin, what I said to you before will be cast aside now. I'm sure the Yong family will lay out your future well. I'll stop meddling with it. She meant the thing about making sure Yin entered the Xia family and employing him into the Three Gods sect as a spy. Shi Yin became even more confused. He didn't know why Xia Yin suddenly became so easy to negotiate with. Seeing that Xia Yin didn't intend to explain, Shi Yin instinctively looked up at the scar-faced man in the sky. Hey, just after one glance, Shi Yin couldn't help but exclaim. Up in the sky, Bai Mingshang became an ice statue, his body wreathed with cold energy, and he quickly flew towards the south. Bai Mingshang is actually running away. Once Bai Mingshang left, there was an even greater pressure on the Lord and Mistress of the Dark World. The two didn't stay either, and also quickly flew to the south, afraid to keep fighting with that man. The Lord and Mistress of the Dark World felt a huge pressure, and they didn't dare to separate from Bai Mingshang when running, scared that if they were to fall behind, they would be killed by that man. Hee, don't try to run. Xiao Hanyi's expression was as ferocious as a demon. He controlled the three terrifying blood rivers and immediately chased towards the three. Hey, Qi Xiao exclaimed. He raised his head toward the sky and shouted, Bai Mingshang. You could only see that the head of the Bai Ming family was now bleeding through his mouth and fleeted across the sky in panic. There was even a sign of fluster in his eyes. Behind him, the Lord and Mistress of the Dark World were also full of panic. They fled along, as if being chased by some horrifying monster. Mu Yudai and Di Yalan also gazed at the sky in astonishment. They were stunned inside. Not long after, the two girls saw the devil-like Xiao Han charge forward, controlling three blood rivers. The two were lifeless, and all sorts of emotions stirred inside them. Di Yalan suddenly shouted in surprise. She saw Shi Yin seated on top of one of the cyan bloodbaths.